You said Mapuneng or what you said like different Soweto. Oh, you went to Soweto.
Yeah, I flew from Tambo to Soweto. Nah, I just put a funny thing in my I just put it in my status that taxi to Soweto and I was at the airport. Now I flew to Cape Town on Friday evening. Birthday 10:30, yeah. Because then drove to Paarl in the morning to go MC the event, and then flew back the same day. Because I had finals on Sunday, I had women's and men's final here on Sunday.
Yes, I'm glad we could sort this super league out.
But now they haven't sorted that thing of the semi-final because I put it in the group. They said they're gonna do it in the other group.
Because
I had
a 3-hour meeting with John Bailey and CSA Transformation yesterday.
Good morning from SuperSport Park in Centurion, where you just see the two momentum multiply Titans batsmen, Neil Brunt and Josh van Heerden, walking out to the middle, accompanied by the World Sports Betting Western Province team for the start of this CSA 4-day series match. The Titans have won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm Ken Borland, and it's a great pleasure to welcome alongside me Kamba Nyakana. Kamba, what are your thoughts on the decision at the toss?
Good morning. It's an honor and privilege to be here this morning, Ken. I think it's going to be a beautiful day, beautiful sunlight this morning. Looking forward to the contest. As we see Peterson coming through, Pedersen to come through to bowl for us this morning, the first over.
Yeah, it's a fairly autumnal morning in Centurion, a few clouds about, kind of a damp feeling, quite a lot of dew overnight, so one figures the first session could be quite tough going for the Titans batters, but Neil Brunt, the captain, and he's made the decision to bat, and he's out there facing the music. Not quite first up, he's at the non-strikers end, as Josh van Heerden will face Dane Patterson, who I fancy will fancy himself in these conditions. He's a really quality, skillful seam bowler. 3 slips and a gully in place. Here's Patterson to start the match.
Ooh,
Early movement there from Dane Patterson, bit of swing, but just started it too straight and down the leg side.
It's interesting to see if you get any bit of movement here this morning with a bit of the cloud cover, a little bit of sunlight as well. It would be interesting to take note of that as the over progresses this morning. But yeah.
Titans, of course, challenging for top spot on the 4-day series log. Nicely bowled by Dane Patterson, a very good line and the length. Line just outside off stump, and that length really enjoying a bit of bounce and just past the outside edge of Van Heerden's bat.
Definitely, I think that's a very good follow-up delivery, judging from the first one that went down the leg side. Quite close to the bat. I think that will definitely keep the batsman thinking for that one. But definitely good length for that delivery.
Titans are just over 12 points behind the Lions at the top of the 4-day log. So obviously an important match for them. We've got 3 rounds of the competition left this season, so this weekend's matches and then 2 more games, and a very important game for Western Province as well. They are in 6th place in the standings, not out of contention to win, 33 points behind the Lions, but more importantly they're embroiled in a bit of a relegation battle down at the bottom of the log.
But definitely with that said, I think both teams have something to play for here. Looking at the Titans in 2nd position, they'll be fighting for top spot. And definitely with the Western Province, we'll be making sure that they avoid relegation. So you'd generally expect a really tight contest here with that both teams have something to play for. I think it's going to be a beautiful contest to watch here this morning.
Patterson, after that first wayward delivery, has really settled into an excellent line just outside the off stump. Bit wider that time.
But he's really coming good with the bowling. I think it's really asking some good questions, the batsman. Bowling a good line and length, besides the last delivery is bowled. But looking forward to what he has in the last few deliveries of the last ball, the over. Got 3 slips and a gully. Patterson coming in.
Just turned around the corner by Van Heerden for the first runs of the day. Off the last ball of the first over, it's 1 without loss.
It's interesting to see who were coming in from the other opposite end of the other end.
The Western Province team is one notable absentee in the left-arm spinner Kyle Simmons, who's the leading wicket taker in the competition so far. I heard something about he might be injured, but their other champion left-arm spinner George Linder is in the 11, and opening the bowling from the West Lane end is Jody Lawrence.
Interesting to see what he has to bring this morning. He'll definitely want to follow up on that first over that Patterson bowled. I think he'll also be looking to bowl some good line and length to also challenge the batsman. Here we go.
Starts back of a length, Jody Lawrence.
Decent start, not too bad. Touching on the point of Kyle Simmons, I think that will be a really major loss for them. Top wicket taker for them, but I'm sure they'll do something about that. They'll definitely be backing the players that they've selected today to do the job.
Bit of swing there from Jody Lawrence, but starting at 2 wide. SuperSport Park, not known as the most spin-friendly venue. The Titans have included just the one frontline spinner, in Tsepo and Dwanwa. Although, of course, Neil Brunt is a spinner as well, and Devot Brevis can bowl some leg spin if required. Again, that shape away from the right-hander.
Another back of a length delivery there. Bit of movement there with that one. I think the pitch is responding quite a little bit this morning. Not that much movement, but you are seeing a little bit that will kind of keep the batsman thinking this morning.
You could see as we pan away from the pitch that there are quite a few little green patches. Definitely a tinge of green on the pitch, and you'd expect there to be assistance for the bowlers on this first morning. Nicely driven through the covers by Van Heerden. Lawrence now going 2 full and stroked away beautifully for the first boundary of the match.
Oh, wonderful shot by Van Heerden to definitely give him a bit of confidence at starting off this morning. I'm sure he would have really wanted that to get those runs boundary out the way in the morning.
Just continuing the talk about the teams and the selection of spinners. Lawrence, not as consistent an over as Dane Patterson produced from the other end. Western Province, as I said, of course, have George Linder in the team. And then their pace bowlers, we've seen Dane Patterson and Jody Lawrence already. Tiwekaya Nabe. And no, he's not playing. Mlana Pongwana, the all-rounder, will also bowl a bit of seam for them, as will Onke Inyaku. Better by Lawrence.
It's definitely a good finish to the over for Lawrence. He probably would have been a little bit disappointed by the delivery that cost him the boundary, but not too bad of an over.
So it's 5 without loss after 2 overs. Just that last delivery we saw struggled to make it through to the wicket keeper. So not too surprisingly, the pitch may be a bit slow still at the moment. A bit moist from overnight, and as the sun hopefully bakes down on it a bit, it should quicken up as the day progresses.
Yeah, no, definitely. You'd expect a bit of bounce here in Centurion, SuperSport Park Centurion, but this morning the bounce has been considerably low. But maybe as the sun shines on the pitch throughout the day, you'd probably maybe see a bit of pace come through later on in the afternoon, maybe.
Neil Brunt faces up for the first time. And nice solid push straight down the ground. He's going to get at least a couple. Tony DeZorzi gives chase.
Definitely a good start from Neil Brunt. Beautiful forward defence there. Pushes it for 2. I'm sure that will bring a lot of confidence in him to get the first few runs out the way.
Western Province have got their Proteas, or most of them, in action today. Obviously, as they try and stave off relegation. We saw Tony DeZorzi fielding there. We mentioned George Linder, David Bellingham and Carl Verena also in the lineup.
Much better delivery there from Patterson. Right near the batsman there. Talking about the Proteas that are available today, definitely that will be a huge boost for Western Province. A lot of experience coming from those guys, Carl Verena, your David Bellingham, your Tony DeZorzi. They'll definitely bring a lot of X factor to the game. Probably they'll promise to make sure to put in a performance in this game.
None of the Titans' current Proteas are in action today. Nicely tucked away, good glance by Neil Brunt. And another brace for the Titans captain, as we saw Jody Lawrence doing the fielding at fine leg.
Neil Brunt, another clip on the leg side, pushes for 2 there. They'll definitely, it's been a bit of a on the expensive side of things in terms of the over. Not expensive necessarily, but they have been kind of pushing for runs, and which is a positive sign for the batsmen.
Brunt will get more runs now, a bit of an inside edge through square leg, and another 2 for Neil Brunt. As Tuakaya Nabes does the fielding with a slide.
Neil Brunt will definitely be happy with these singles. They'll definitely get him going in the morning, probably to really boost his confidence in terms of going into the rest of the morning. The
Titans fielding much the same team as they have previously in the 4-day competition. Their last match, a very good 10-wicket win over the Warriors at St George's Park. Firm punch by Neil Brunt. Certainly seems to be timing it well this morning, and he's off to a good start. He's on 6 not out already.
No, he's found batting quite comfortable this morning. The ball's been hitting the middle of the bat quite early on in the morning. Quite a few 2s early on. That'll definitely give him a bit of confidence going into the next couple of overs. He's really looking in good nick this morning. Judging from his last performance, I think he's definitely coming with a bit of confidence in this game from his last 4-day game.
The one notable change for the Titans is that Sibonela Makanya, who has come into some decent form late in the season, he's sitting out today with the all-rounder Antile Patlakwaya coming into the 11. It's 3 overs gone, 11 without loss. Kumba, your thoughts on how the pitch is playing so far, and looks like the Titans have probably made the right decision at the toss?
100%. To be honest, my observations, I haven't really seen much movement in the morning, which probably wouldn't give that much difficulties in terms of batting. As well, the bounce hasn't been really that much. You'd expect here at SuperSport Park.
Good start to his second over by Jody Lawrence.
Much better start from Jody Lawrence. As I was saying, you'd expect a bit of extra bounce here that will assist the batsman, a bit of movement as well. But I think the Titans batsmen have really found it comfortable this morning. Not much boogies on the pitch this morning, so I think it would be just a matter of them making sure that they take their time to get in, get their eye in. I think runs will be maybe easy to find.
If if Western Province do manage to string together a few consistent deliveries in the right area, unlike that one, then things may become a bit more difficult for the Titans, because there's certainly a bit of movement out there.
Definitely. I think if they can string a few deliveries together, I think it will apply a bit of pressure to the batsmen, make them maybe force a false shot maybe through the pressure. But let's see. A much better follow-up delivery from Jody. Had a bit of a wayward one the previous delivery, came back nicely there.
The replay of the ball before, you see, and how far wicketkeeper Verena had to go to cover that late movement. Better line by Jody Lawrence. Still getting that nice shape away from the right-hander.
Ken, do you think the bounce on the pitch would be a concern for the Western Province side in terms of what they would come expecting here? Because the pitch bounce really hasn't been considered unless the bowlers have bowled a bit of a back of a length, but even that, you haven't really seen that much carried to the wicket-keeper.
Early impression is there might be a bit of a difference bowling from the Henops River end compared to West Lane. Oh, the full toss now, and Josh van Heerden has just put that away for his second boundary through the covers. And it seems in Dane Patterson's first over from the Henops River end, I think it was the second delivery or maybe the third, one did actually bounce really nicely. From back of a length through to the wicketkeeper. Jody Lawrence bowling from this West Lane end. Yeah, everything seems to be coming through very low to wicketkeeper Verena.
Definitely it's coming lower. Oh,
that's nicely bowled by Jody Lawrence. Just dragging the length back a bit, but it was that sort of in-between length, and there was a bit more zip to it, and quite tight on that off stump, and you could see Josh van Heerden left it well enough in the end, but there was a bit of hesitancy there.
I think one thing to take note of there, as much as the delivery was a bit of a back of a length delivery, I think there was a bit of carry in that. I think that was a bit of a different one there in comparison to the other deliveries. And just, I think Jody Lawrence would be a little bit disappointing. It was a quite tidy over where he just bowled the full toss there, where he kind of literally gave away the bit of a pressure there that they were kind of building.
So 4 overs go, 15 without loss, Brunt on 6 and Van Heerden on 9. Dan Patterson will continue around the wicket to the left-hander.
Nice forward defence there. Nice forward defence there by Neil Brunt. He's looking like he's timing everything this morning.
Patterson in the previous over bowled over the wicket to the left-handed Brunt. Has now switched to around, and good ball and a very solid defensive shot, as you said, Kamva.
Oof.
It's tight to off stumper. A well-judged leave by Neil Brunt, but you could hear the oohs and ahs from the Western Province cordon.
I think what you'd love to see from the Western Province side, judging from the pitch, that there's a little bit of movement, but I think you'd like to see them maybe just applying a little bit of pressure going into the next couple of overs, maybe string a few maiden overs together, and I think you'd probably induce a false shock.
Yeah, if they can just be more consistent in that sort of line and length. Neil Brunt, he's averaging 49.6 this season, thanks to a couple of not outs. He's gone past 51, so high score of 87 not out. Yeah, Yeah, it's good. This is good from Patterson, drawing Brunt forward, and that one perhaps is coming off the outside half of the bat.
Definitely. You've seen a lot of confidence from Neil Brunt this morning, but that delivery really kind of made him think a little bit. But if the Western Province can and then Patterson can keep on bowling a perfect line and length and followed up by Jody as well, I think you might see something might give this morning. Oh, nice delivery there by Patterson. I really enjoyed that. A bit of movement, a bit of a way swing coming around the wicket. Maybe if tad fuller, you might ask a bit more questions of the batsman there.
You can see a little bit of sunshine on the field. It's partly cloudy. There's quite a few clouds about, but hopefully they'll burn away as the morning progresses. No real wind to speak about. Zorzi doing the fielding.
Another confidence stroke from Neil Brunt. He's looking really untroubled this morning. Not much to speak about in terms of any troubles that he's faced this morning, but he's looked really confident in his forward defence. Quite impressive, looking in good touch this morning, must say.
It's a good battle at the moment between two players who have represented the Proteas. Dane Patterson completes his third over. He's gone for 7 runs. It's 15 without loss. And Jody Lawrence will continue from the West Lane. In Jody Lawrence, it's one of the more heartwarming stories of the season. Been a top performer in club cricket down in the Western Cape for many, many years, but never played domestic first-class cricket or list A before. And then suddenly this season, at the age of 34, he got picked. There were a few injuries down in the Cape. And this is his third 4-day game now for Western Province, and he played 3 matches in the One Day Cup and has done very decently. That, however, is down there. Good take by Kyle Verreynne.
No, it's beautiful to hear the stories of such as Jody Lawrence. Even it gives hope, even for the older guys, that there is opportunity out there if you just keep on persisting and just putting in the hard work and the hard yards. Your call up might come at some point. So I think definitely the guys in the club level and other provincial levels that haven't got the opportunity as of yet. This is probably a really amazing story for our cricket.
Van Heerden has looked good on the drive so far this morning. He probably due with the score in this match. He's had his struggles this season, 144 runs in 7 innings, averaging 24. He's got a couple of 50s, but young man just trying to find some consistency at the top of the order. Van Heerden, you could see he was thought about the cut shot there, but some late movement, and in the end probably a wise decision to leave that alone.
I think what's important, as much as now you've found that Western Province is stringing quite a few dot balls together, I think what's important that Van Heerden, that he needs to maybe take a bit of his time, take a bit of time here to get his eye in, mustn't rush. As you had mentioned, as a young lad, might maybe get a bit of rush of blood to play a bit of a shot, but I think it's time to maybe get his eye in a little bit.
Wrapped on the pads, but going down the leg side. A good little period, a better little period of 10 balls or so here from Western Province.
Yeah, Western Province have really, I think exactly what I was talking about a couple of hours back, that maybe with the pitch like this, where they haven't seen that much movement, maybe just string a few dot balls together and just apply that pressure a little bit, and you can see something is giving a little bit at the moment. You can see the pressure is on the batsman at the moment. They haven't really scored runs for the last couple of deliveries.
Good leave that by Van Heerden.
Nice tidy delivery there by Jody. To be important for Jody to finish, close this over with another dot ball. Even a wicket would be better, but I think to keep the pressure on, to not release any pressure that they've built up over the last 2 overs, I think to finish off this over would be amazing.
And Lawrence does complete the maiden over. That's important. You don't want to go searching for wickets. You want to rather stick to the process of just bowling those dot balls, creating the pressure, and then usually the wickets do come naturally. 6 overs gone, 15 without loss.
I think as you look over the overhead conditions at the moment, the sun has kind of just gone away a little bit. I think the clouds have kind of come back a little bit. Hopefully that will be a sign of a little bit more movement for the bowlers. As you said, they shouldn't maybe go searching as of yet. Maybe just keep the pressure on. Patterson is an experienced head. He's been around for a long time, so he'll definitely know that you have to just keep his line length, and that's his natural kind of bowling length, where he just wicket to wicket kind of bowler.
Indeed, and vastly experienced as well.
Oh, lovely start to the over there by Patterson. Definitely that will keep the batsman thinking.
He's played 167 first-class matches, Dan Patterson.
He's definitely been around the block, eh?
610 wickets. Neil Brunt and sent back by Van Heerden. It was probably a bit of a dicey single.
I think
We saw Tiwe Kayanabe was across quite quickly to get to the ball there.
I think that's a result of the pressure that I was talking about. If you look at the pressure that's been applied for the last 2 overs, no runs for the last couple of overs. That's definitely what I was talking about. If they could just keep stringing a few dot balls together, you'll definitely maybe get a few false strokes, a few running decisions.
Yeah, pressure building from the World Sports Betting Western Province bowlers. That's probably 12 deliveries now we've had without a run being scored. And batsmen these days do get a little bit edgy, a little bit anxious when they're not scoring.
But it's also important for Patterson to keep that line in length and not to search for that wicket. I think it's going to be a bit of a contest now who kind of gives in first in terms of...
And now they do
Nice.
get the quick single. Away on the offside, Neil Brunt, very patient batsman. He's one of the guys in 4-day cricket in this country who's really able to absorb pressure and bat for a long time. But he'll be pleased just to rotate the strike there.
I think what will be important here for the Titans, I think it will be important for them to kind of share the responsibility of the pressure, try to find some singles here and there. I think that would definitely be helpful in terms of how the Western Province has been bowling at the moment.
Too high.
It's a little bit high.
Western Province, just acknowledging the bit of movement that's out there. They've got four slips now. The fourth slip is really kind of a fifth slip, and then quite a square gully. I mean, for me, he's almost at a backward point, but too close in for backward point.
I'll definitely call it backward point. I'm looking at it from how I think it's this bit of 3 slips in a gully, and then a kind of a short backward point, if you could put it like that.
Another nice drive by Van Heerden. De Zorzi's giving chase. And they'll come back for the second. Good running by Van Heerden.
Must say some tidy fielding there by Tony De Zorzi. I think that'll be also important for the Western Province fielders to back up their bowlers with the tidy bowling that they have, to kind of have some, maybe really focus on maybe walking in a lot more, and in terms of applying the pressure more and kind of helping their bowlers with applying the pressure this morning.
7 overs gone, 18 without loss. So Titans captain Neil Brunt will be feeling more confident that he made the right decision at the toss. They've got through the first 7 overs. The scoreboard's ticking over quite well. Jody Lawrence will continue from the West Lane end.
Jody Lawrence will definitely want to back up his previous over and bowl tidily once again. Oh, beautiful delivery from Jody once again. Continues the momentum from the previous over.
He's bowled mostly so far to the right-handed Josh Van Heerden, and did well there, straight away to the left-hander, finding the right line. Good testing line just outside the off stump.
Though I feel the fuller delivery has asked a bit more questions of the batsman today. That's might be my observation this morning.
It's a good length that by Lawrence. Brunt comes forward, and Josh Van Heerden has been struck. Painful blow, probably on the ankle. The throw coming in there from Mlana. He's got his hand up in apology to Van Heerden. I think that probably hits him on the unprotected little bone on the ankle.
For me, it looks like the knee a little bit, honestly speaking.
Here's the replay. Yeah.
Couldn't see that.
I think his knees were out the way. Here's another replay. We're not reveling in Van Heerden's agony. Just want to see exactly where it hit him. Yeah, I think it hit him on the fairly low down.
Looks quite uncomfortable. He sent back the physios though, so maybe it's just a bit of a stinger. More so. Just needs to take a bit of time there to kind of regather his thoughts before he faces the next delivery. Those can be a little bit uncomfortable for the batsman, but I'm sure you'll walk it out.
It was a good single, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. The Titans they've responded very well to those couple of overs of dot balls. There was a bit of pressure building, and they haven't done anything rash. They've just found the ones just to kick-start the innings again.
Beautiful fielding there at third slip. As well as that gully. Might have been a gully fielder there. But that's what I was talking about. I think it's important that Western Province do back up their bowlers to apply the pressure, because I'm sure Titans are looking for those singles right now to kind of release the pressure, to share the load, as I said. And I think,
Wonka and Yaku with the dive there, saving potentially 4 runs.
Beautiful delivery met with a forward defence. Beautiful forward defence as well. I think it's a beautiful contest now between bat and ball at the moment.
Jody Lawrence was a bit ropey in his first over. Struggled to find the right line and length, but he's settling nicely now into his work. Midway through his 4th over.
Yeah, I think initially his first few overs he bowled a few loose deliveries that went for a boundary. Has come back with it nicely, really nice. In the last couple of overs, has really applied the pressure, and I think it's a really good bounce back from the first initial overs where I think he gave away 2 boundaries early on. I think now he's kind of the leading bowler in terms of the consistency at the moment.
Yeah, Van Heerden hit him twice through the covers for 4. Bit of an effort ball by Lawrence, but it strayed down leg, and Verena got a glove to it but couldn't hang on. It's a leg by. Umpire Stephen Harris signals. The other umpire today is Mazizi Gampu, who will come into picture just after this replay because it's the end of the 8th over, 20 without loss. There's umpire Gampu ready to take charge from the Hen Observer end. Dane Patterson continues with the ball.
I think to be important for Patterson to kind of stick to what he's been doing all morning. I don't think he should be going searching at all. I think what's important for Western Province, I think, is to just keep on applying that pressure. They haven't really got any boundaries in the recent overs, just been singles here and there. But outside off, Good carry to the keeper though, must say. As you mentioned earlier, that on the end that Patterson is bowling from, there is a bit of carry. I've kind of noticed that, as you mentioned earlier, Ken.
Tempter from Dane Patterson, and the 27-year-old Van Heerden not interested. Just we'll run through what's happening in the other 4-day games around the country in between deliveries and this over. Oh, that one skidded through a bit and passed, or even under the bat of Josh Van Heerden.
That was really close. I must say. I think that's a very good follow-up delivery based on the first 2 ones that are a bit wayward, a bit wide. That was a good comeback from Patterson. Quite tight on the outside edge, I believe. I think you'll definitely want to follow that up. I think that will definitely keep Van Heerden thinking. I think you'll definitely want to follow that up with a nice delivery with this one.
So the other games on the go at the moment, and starting at St George's Park, where the Eastern Province Warriors, of course, at the bottom of those relegation standings and taking on Feast Day to the Knights aren't totally out of the woods either. So a very important game there, and the Knights have won the toss and bowled first and have already reduced the Warriors to 14 for 2. The informed Jordan Herman bowled second ball by Tian van Vuren for a duck. In Paarl, where the top of the log Lions are taking on Boland. Boland won the toss and decided to bat and have gone smoothly to 31 without loss. There's also a game at Kingsmead in Durban at the moment. The CSA One Day Cup champions, the Dolphins, are taking on the Northwest Dragons. Oh, that might be called wide. Pagampu's.
Gets away with that.
Yeah, he's feeling in a good mood this morning, umpire Gampu. Calls the end of the over, 9 gone, 20 without loss. So just at Kingsmead in Durban, the Dragons have won the toss and decided to bat, and some early trouble there. They were 27 for 3. As you can see, yeah, maybe it wasn't wide. It kept swinging late after it passed the crease. So Dragons 51 for 3. They were 27 for 3. So the Dolphins making a good start with the ball there. And Western Province, well, they've made a reasonable start with the ball here, but 9 overs gone and no wickets yet. Lawrence continuing to Neil Brunt.
As much as you say there's no wickets yet, it's still important though, still early on. I think they have to be patient. They have to just keep on bowling the right line and length. As much as there haven't been any wickets, there hasn't been that much runs as well. It's been a pretty much slow run rate, so as much as they've been maybe looking what would like a wicket early on, but I think it's also the pressure is on the batsman as well to score a bit of runs. So I think they just have to be patient a little bit this morning. Shot.
Yeah, so much
Straight to the field.
4-day cricket revolves around patience, both in terms of the bowling and the batting. Neil Brunt will be a little bit frustrated that handsome drive went straight to the fielder, Zorzi, at mid-off, almost extra cover in fact. But needs to just bide his time, and hopefully he'll pick the gap next time.
I think Jody is really bowling well this morning, I must say. It's probably a little bit unfortunate that he hasn't probably picked up a wicket yet. Really applied good pressure. Especially after those first initial 2 overs, maybe he was just getting his butterflies out the way initially. But I think after those first two overs, bit wayward there. But I think I've been really impressed with his line and length this morning. It's really applied the pressure, and I'm just I think if you can just keep it there, keep applying the pressure, I think something should definitely give this morning.
Jody Lawrence showing his footballing skills there.
It's a nice push there by Neil Brunt. I think he's looked really solid as well today. As much as Jody has bowled excellently well, I think he's been met by an in-touch batsman as well. Last ball, they're over.
Again, lovely drive from Neil Brunt, but can't get past the Zorzi. Ends a maiden over by Jody Lawrence. 5 overs for just 9 runs now. It's his second maiden, so getting better and better as his spell progresses. It's 20 without loss. Around about the time when maybe Captain Calvarena does start thinking about when to make the first bowling change. Fancy Lawrence might continue because he seems to be settling into his work now as bowling better and better. Dane Patterson has done a good solid job as well. This is his 6th over.
Yeah, he's running in. Nice delivery there by Patterson. I must ask again, what's your thoughts on the first 10 overs of the day?
Well, it's been a good contest. It's been absorbing cricket. Western Province haven't bowled too badly. They would have liked to have been a little bit more consistent with their lines and lengths, but it's been good batting by Neil Brunt, and Josh van Heerden's showing good judgment. 20 on the board, no wickets down. And I think the Titans will be slightly the happier of the two teams so far. Just asking questions of Van Heerden on the back foot there, Dan Patterson.
I think it will be also important for the Titans to get through these two opening bowlers. Also help get a bit of the shine off the ball maybe as well. And just also kind of give the rest of the team a bit of a setup as well. So I think if they can get through this initial spell, this initial tight spell, I think maybe runs might come maybe a little bit easier maybe in the next couple of overs, maybe as the newer bowlers come through.
Quick single by Van Heerden.
Nice push there on the covers for Van Heerden.
Tiwekaya Nabe could well be the first change bowler. 8 wickets in 4 matches so far this season, averaging 33. We want to get that down a little bit. Guess other options are Mlana Pongwana, big tall all-rounder.
Oh, shot!
Nicely driven through cover point by Neil Brunt, and he will have his first boundary of the day.
That was long coming. That was really long coming. He had a couple of singles early on. I think that boundary was definitely long coming. I think he's been timing it really well this morning, and I think that will really give him a lot more confidence to score a lot more boundaries this morning. I think that might be maybe a sign of him wanting to pick up the run rate, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't think he's too concerned about run rate at the moment. He just wants to stay there, and when the opportunities present themselves, take them.
Oh, nice forward defence there once again from Neil Brunt. Doing what he's been doing the whole morning, pretty much.
The other option who might be considered to be first change is Onke Nyaku, who is of no great pace, but he gets a nice swing. He's a bit of a swing bowler and probably most effective when the ball is newer. So Carverana might turn to him just to bowl a couple of overs, see what he can extract from the conditions. Nicely put away through mid-wicket by Neil Brunt. 2 fielders are giving chase. It's a fairly heavy outfield. I fancy there was quite a lot of dew on it overnight. So just a couple more to Neil Brunt. Takes him to 14 not out. The total is 27 without loss. Josh van Heerden on 12. And we welcome to commentary for our first change of the day, Kat Maloney.
Good morning, Ken. It's been a bit of a morning, hasn't it?
Well, some of us had more fun on the commute than others.
Yeah, well, it's where you normally test your religion, isn't it? A good start for the Titans after winning the toss. Electing to bat, I just think they know it's going to quicken up a little bit. Might show the inclusion of Pretorius in there. Might just feel an extra seamer is what was needed. So we see that first change that you spoke about. It's Nabe coming in. Also has a subdued start. Maybe just feel that he's not ready yet. Here we go for his first delivery into Van Heerden. Drops it short and a little flick of the wrists, and welcome to the crease, Nabe.
Well, not the start you want as the first change bowler, taking over from the new ball, bare jeepers. That really was a loosener. Had a false start with his run up and then bowled a long hop down leg.
Yeah, it wasn't even down leg. It was right on the hips of Van Heerden. Look at that, just gentle swivel. Thank you very much. I'll take 4. The man at the deep fine leg had no chance. It's lovely 4-day cricket. It's just after 4. It's been happy to leave the ball. It's been leaving well outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think both these Titans batters have shown good judgment. They've been patient. They've waited for the ball to come into their areas, waited for the slightly loose deliveries to put them away. We've had 3 boundaries this morning so far.
And they've been wary. The pitch has been a little bit up and down for most of the morning. It's no great pace, but it's almost what we expect over the last year or so at SuperSport Park. The first morning, the pitch is a bit slow, and as the sun comes down and the moisture gets absorbed, it quickens up a tad. And with a lot of green that you see on the pitch, we might just be in for a very, very quick 4th day.
Yeah, we've just seen those last 2 deliveries. The previous one skidded through a little bit low from Nabe. That one, not bad carry through to the wicket keeper, and I think that sort of inconsistency in bounce probably played a big role in the Titans also wanting to bat first. They obviously know their home ground very well, and I agree with you, Chad, come the 4th day, I'm sure that variable bounce will be even more in play. It'll get more and more in play as we go along.
And also allowing Western Province to bat last on this deck. I just feel that it will give them something. A lot of grass coverage, bit of grip, bit of lateral movement, especially off the seam as well. And with the rain about, it's been so unpredictable over the last couple of weeks when it comes to rain that you almost don't want to be the chasing team. You want to put runs on the board and then just let the other team try and get there. Titans, according to the log, very much ahead of Province at the moment. We get to the end of the first Nabe over, except for that first delivery. Nothing eventful, came back nicely. Just have a look at this last delivery, Ken. It's almost a second bounce to the keeper. Verena. You need to know a good dentist when balls bounce like that in front of you.
There's definitely less bounce bowling from this West Lane end, which the captains will no doubt bear in mind when it comes to their bowling changes. And, well, here's an example of it, that the very tall Mlana, who uses bounce as quite a weapon, he's going to be bowling from the Henops River end and trying to use the bit of extra bounce that seems to be on offer from that side.
If anyone's going to get bounce, it'll be Mpongwana. Let's be honest. If there's any bounce in this deck, he'll be one exploiting it. He's into the Titans captain, Neil Brandt. Nice gentle loosener. Just falling away a little bit, wrist breaking. What you mentioned earlier is no great pace, but he is someone that just puts the ball in the areas, just makes it very difficult for everyone facing him, because he doesn't need to put it that short to get a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, Western Province with long-term injury to Nandre Berger.
Oh, lovely shot, flick off the toes. And that's also the big side of the field, but it's also looks like one of the heavier sides on the field.
Dane Patterson doing some nice fielding there, the veteran.
Yeah, falling onto that one.
Yeah, it's actually quite a short boundary. If we look now with the right-handed Van Heerden on strike, batting at the West Lane end, quite a short boundary to the leg side for him.
Still 2 slips a gully. No third man.
I was going to say, with the Western Province bowling attack missing Nunre Berger, if you had to kind of say one thing they're lacking in the attack, maybe is that little bit of outright pace.
Yes.
They're all sort of much of a muchness in terms of pace. Whereas the Titans, of course, have Junior Dala, who is pretty express. Matthew Boast can get it moving as well, get it going in terms of speed.
I think that was lacking for the Western Province throughout the season is the bowling attack. They've had wicket takers, but no real, if I can put it like that, a bully up front, where you actually have a bit of pace. You have guys maybe go for a bit of runs, but they take those crucial wickets. Some teams have just been able to, like we've seen now as well, just to get off to a start with them, where in the previous seasons, with Hendricks and Berger operating from alternative ends, it's just been hard times for any batting pair.
Yeah, Bjorn Hendricks, of course, also a big loss for Western Province. Another man who's really spent most of the season on the sidelines due to injury. Neither of those two have played Buren has played actually three 4-day games at the start of the season.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, just 3 games from your expressmen makes it very tough, and also both being left armers, it's a big loss in your bowling attack. Oh, this one played off the back foot, lovely shot between points and cover. It's a beautiful 4 by Van Heerden.
Shot of the day so far, this by Josh Van Heerden, getting on top of what bounce there was. Didn't try and overhit it, just a wonderful little punch. Really sweet timing, and he'll be feeling very good about life after that one. Let's have a look at this again.
Sublime timing. That's to finish off the over. Mlana had a good over till then. Not particularly bad ball. If we just look at the bowling figures there, Patterson has gone for 17 runs and he's 6. Jody Lawrence started off with his first over that wasn't that great, then all of a sudden pulled it back nicely, only going for 9. And Nabe and Mlana each bowling 1. 9 between the two of them.
Yeah, Patterson and Lawrence were tidy, but didn't really threaten perhaps as much as Western Province would have wanted.
A lovely push down the ground. It's a lot of work to do once again. Is it that veteran once again? Is it Patterson who's going to pick it up?
Yeah, it is.
They're putting in a couple of steps. I hope he's got his step meter on.
Straight after his bowling spell, he's had a few chases he's had to endure. Maybe he'll be asking Carl Varane if he can move out of the firing line at mid-off.
Maybe just swap with one of the slips. It hasn't had a lot of work, and if I'm not mistaken, no real play and miss this morning as of yet. They've left well and are pretty solid on defence. No real balls have really beaten the outside edges.
I think there was one. I think Van Heerden, I kind of remember outside off stump.
But that brings it to your point where you said they weren't as threatening as Verena and the province would have hoped for.
Yeah, we certainly would have expected the ball to beat the bat a few more times this morning.
Oh, just a lovely one. Patterson cleaning up again. But then it's just one of those questions where it all depends on who you're going to ask. If it's the batting team you're asking, they'll say it was all part of the plan. They played the ball well. They saw it well. And the bowling side would say it wasn't good bowling.
Well, the bowling side will say there's nothing out there. The pitch is flat. There's no movement. Batters will say it's going around
Prodigiously.
Hooping, and we're just showing really good judgment. Truth is somewhere in between, and of course we'll also have to see when both sides have bowled on this pitch.
he's looked so comfortable on the front foot, hasn't he? Van Heerden is just not a big stride, but he just leans into it, and the sound of the bat is just pure.
Clearly likes to drive and does it well. There was one delivery with Dane Patterson, might even have been in Patterson's last over, where he did drag the length back and forced him onto the back foot, and he didn't look quite as comfortable. So maybe that's something Western Province can consider.
Solid push. Just look at his reaction. He knows he could have beaten. If it was past the bowler, that might have gone down to the fence. Yeah, maybe just dragging the length back. I feel they've just been too full. None of the bowlers has gotten real lateral movement, straightening up a little bit on the right hander, but no prodigious movement. It's made time just to drag the length back. Just look at this solid push by Van Heerden. Oh, good fielding by Nabe. Well left. Good carry for these end of the second over of Nabe and end of the 14th. It's 39 without loss, and that would be the key for the Titans. It's that wickets column that's still on a 0.
Exactly. Any time your opening pair can put on 40 runs, one run away from that, the batting team is very happy indeed. Josh Van Heerden, you see there, so most of the strike, 52 deliveries for his 20 runs. Neil Brunt, 18 not out of 32 balls, and both looking very solid out there. We got some really informed batters to come in Rivaldo Munsami and Dewald Brevis and Luandre Pretorius, all made heaps of runs in the just concluded one-day cup.
Just a little bit misdirected, but there's a lot of cricket on the go. Mr. Borland. We also got the Gold Rush Boland playing the DP World Lions, and Boland is batting first, and they just reached 50 after in the 16th over with Gavin Kaplan new to the crease, and Peter Mlana is there on 26. So that's a decent start, and the wicket taker being Junaid Dawood. And then also we've got the Alphabet Warriors also taking on the Knights. Much better length, a little bit dragged back, and you just hear the enthusiasm from behind. Where the Alphabet Warriors is batting first, and they're in a bit of trouble after 14 overs. They got 22 for the loss of 2 against the Knights. Tiaan van Heerden picking up the last wicket. Tuveshan Pillay is at the crease for 10, and JP King is 3 of 31, so he's looking to build an innings.
Titans, of course, will be keeping an eye on what's happening down in Paarl.
Oh, Nick, and what an exceptional take by probably one of the most limber wicket keepers we have, Carl Verreynne. Lovely take, way to his left, and finally getting the outside edge, and it's Mpongwana picking up the wicket.
Yeah, it's well bowled too. Just angling in across the left-hander. I don't think Neil Brunt did too much wrong here.
Oh, what a take that is. Low to the ground. Phenomenal take, Carl Verreynne. And that's what you're going to need on a deck that doesn't give you much. If you're going to get an opportunity, you take it.
Yeah, and you could see Neil Brunt desperately trying to get that one down to ground as quickly as he could. He jagged away, I think, quite a long way, actually, by Mpongwana. So good bowling, and as you said, it's a wonderful catch by Carl Verreynne in front of first slip. It never would have carried to first slip. It was dying, and brilliant one-handed outstretched catch by Carl Verreynne. Perhaps just the sort of magic that Western Province need. And speaking of magic, someone who has produced many a magical display at number 3, Keegan Peterson comes to the wicket.
Keegan Peterson joining Van Heerden after a brilliant piece of wicket keeping by Carl Verreynne. And good bowling by Mpongwana as well. This over is just pulled back the length ever so slightly, just by about a meter. And then all of a sudden, just made Neil Brunt look a little bit uncomfortable. And finally, getting the outside edge. 18 of 35 deliveries. Pongwana picking up the wicket.
Yeah, the length was good as well from Pongwana, wasn't it? Because Neil Brunt, you could tell, was playing a little bit from the crease. He wasn't that far forward, which made him susceptible to the late movement.
It's drinks. We're going to have something just to wet the old coggles as well, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. Throats are all nice and wet, nice and cleaned up. And the towel will be up for Pongwana, who just picked up the wicket before drinks of the captain Neil Brandt. Brilliantly taken by Carl Verreynne. He's into the new batter, Keegan Peterson. Oh, just look at that length. All of a sudden they've realized that they've been just too full. And now just that first delivery, just hitting that 6 meter mark. And Keegan Peterson just in two minds there, wanted to run it down, then all of a sudden just slapped it back into the pitch.
Yeah, it did look a bit untidy, Keegan Peterson, normally very elegant and easy on the eye. Got into a little bit of a tangle there.
Much better. Two slips in a gully. And that cover, Jody Lawrence is walking in very quickly. He's finishing up about, I would say, 15 meters from the bat.
He's been full of energy in the field this morning. Looks full of life and very happy to be out there, which is great. One of the Pretorius regulars in action today for Western Province.
Again, he's just looking to run it down. It just shows that the bounce in Pongwana all of a sudden he's getting from bowling that back of a length, just making things a little bit uncomfortable. It's a wicket maiden for Mlana Pongwana. 1 for 5 after his 2 overs. It is 39 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's Neil Brandt that's gone back to the hut. But also another match is going on. It's the Reynold Potch Northwest Dragons taking on the Hollywood Bed Dolphins. Dragons batting first, 75 for 3. Vian Libbe is there on 25 and Reinhard van Tonder on 23. A bit of a partnership going between those two. To take off that 48 runs, then they were in heaps of trouble in the start. Lots to play for. in this 4-day campaign. There's one or two teams that was very surprised by the rush of the Gold Rush Boerland, who finished top of the log. We've discussed it a few times in commentary. Not everyone saw that coming, especially with the big names in the other teams, and all of a sudden they come through and play up in the final. Dolphins coming from almost bottom of the log at one stage, coming up and winning the final. Oh, inside part of the bat, just looks like a little bit of nip into Van Heerden. First time he's looked troubled on the front foot.
Yeah, Nabe, that's his strength. He does just nibble it around a bit, hits the seam, and can ask questions of both edges of the bat.
He just went a little bit wider on the crease there as well, just to create a little bit of an angle. In that punch game, it's Matthew Kleinveld that went for 7, Janeman Mlana that went for 8, Gwepe that went for 9. Asiba and Gwepe promoted up the order. We got trapped LBW by Keshav Maharaj. They're playing down in Durban at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead. Oh, beating the outside edge. Keegan Peterson would have been on the other side, seeing the ball nip into the right-hander. This one actually straightening up and beating the outside part of the bat.
It's been a bit of a nervous start for Keegan Peterson.
Let's look at this lovely, very gentle run-up from Ngabe. And just look at that lovely C movement just away from the right-hander.
Nabe's the sort of guy who sometimes called like an English style seamer, the sort of guy who would take bags full of wickets over in England county cricket on those little green seamers they have over there. No great pace, but he just runs up, hits the seam consistently.
Oh, big appeal, and it's been given. Nabe didn't even turn around. He knew he has his man. Set him up perfectly with a ball that swung away previously. And this one nipping back in. It's wicket time for the Titans. Oh, beg your pardon, for the province.
Yeah, wonderful bowling by Tiwekaya Nabe. He's got the ball moving both ways in this over. Going a little bit wide on the crease and just snaking back into Peterson, whose feet were really nowhere. It's quite a full delivery, and he was more on the back foot than on the front. He's out for a duck. We said he was struggling to get going a bit this morning, Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, he just did not look comfortable. From that very first delivery, he was in two minds, already running it down and then playing a very indifferent shot. And in this one, just a beautiful setup. Previous ball, 2 balls ago, the nipper into Van Heerden, which cost them a run. Then he took the ball away from Keegan Peterson, the right hand, and then all of a sudden brought it back in. Just a little bit wider on that crease as well again. And you can actually see his reaction. He knew he was gone. He was off celebrating. Umpire had no doubt in giving that out.
Yeah, he didn't look back once at the umpire. As we'll watch that again here. Titans wicketless through to the 15th over. And then just suddenly Western Province have gone bang bang with 2 wickets in a couple of overs. And a big batter coming to the crease now, a very important man, Dewald Brevis.
Yeah, he's been in phenomenal form. Someone that hasn't struggled to find the middle of the bat over the last season. Scored a couple of runs in the 4-day campaign as well. He's been looking good in all formats. Oh, and immediately Mpongwana says, top of the morning to you. Right on the splice.
He's settled into a good line. Mpongwana, just outside that off stump, and with the extra bounce he gets, it's tricky. And batter's kind of drawn into playing. It's just on and about that off stump.
He's going to force the batters to do something different. I don't think he's going to change his plan very soon. Still 2 slips in the gully. Oh, big appeal. Might have hit him outside. Also 2 noises there as well. You can see where Devil Brevis is standing. That would definitely have not hit the stumps. And he just showed the umpire as well. Good call. Look at the cherry on the back there.
Yeah, Josh van Heerden. And I thought I heard 2 noises, and you could see van Heerden telling his batting partner, but
telling his
full well that part was right there as well.
Telling his batting partner, complimenting the umpire. Again, Van Heerden has looked good on that front foot. But it is, as you said a bit earlier on, you mentioned it, I think it was just in Mpongwana's first over, that as soon as they drag the length back, he's just looked a bit indifferent. That's probably one of the fuller deliveries Mpongwana has bowled in the last over and a half. He's got the edge. It is that ball again. It's that man again. Mpongwana says, thank you very much, Van Heerden. I've got you in my pocket.
Playing well outside off stump, Josh van Heerden, and you could see straight after he nicked it, he punched the back of his bat in disgust. He really did not need to be playing at this one, and especially just playing defensively.
Oh, he just pushed at it. He's been leaving so well outside the off stump. Just feel that the pressure of wickets have just gotten to him a little bit, and Mpongwana has just bowled that perfect line of length.
It just shows you that if you can get to a consistent line, suddenly the batter, a bit of a lapse in thinking really, and thinking he has to try and do something different to try and get the bowler off that line. And Mpongwana winning the battle. Excellent bowling by the all-rounder.
Yeah, it's first slip that took that previous one that Verena went across. We knew that was never carrying, but Mpongwana just gets a little bit extra bounce. And it was also hard hands that helped that ball carry, because he pushed it quite hard. And then first slip says, thank you very much, I'll swallow it.
So from 39 for 1, Western Province have crashed to 40 for 3 as Mlana Pretorius comes to the wicket. Fresh off a century, brilliant century down at St George's Park in his first class debut. Came in under pressure and played a very mature innings, he's turned 19 now, but he was 18 then, and what a phenomenal knock that was, 120, and a vital one in the context of the competition as well, and he really has just gone from strength to strength this season, Mlana Pretorius.
You mentioned under pressure the previous innings, and facing Mpongwana, he's under pressure again. His team at 40 for 3, where 2 overs ago we said how happy the Titans would be with that 0 wickets column, and how happy the Western Province would be now with 3 wickets down.
Well, it just shows you that if you get the ball in the right areas for long enough on this pitch, batting can be tough. And Patterson and Lawrence, I think, will be shaking their heads a bit. Why didn't they do that more regularly?
Mlana Pretorius is one of those players where you just feel there's big things ahead of him if he can keep fit. And also the 2 men that you see on your screen there. the call has been for quite a while for Devils to get a bit of a call up. His chance in the green and gold. Mlana Pretorius in the T20s can't be far off as well. It's great to actually see him playing 4-day cricket, because that's where you really get tested, your technique and everything. So, and like you mentioned earlier, already had a good start to that campaign as well. So those two batting together now would be the future for the Titans going forward.
Yeah, and you know, it wasn't just a bash from Pretorius. He batted properly. He had to graft a bit. The team were in trouble when he came to the wicket. Diewald Brevis, certainly his white ball form this season has been outstanding, and he must be very close to a recall to the Proteas. The One Day Cup, he was probably the best finisher in the competition, coming in at number 5. Hell of a strike rate, made lots of half centuries.
Played off the hip, chance in the bowler's end. Just couldn't really get the power on the throw there. Good call, keeping the right-left combination, ticking over.
Diewald Brevis's 4-day form, not quite as convincing. He made a brilliant 159 in the second match of the season, but has only scored less than 50 runs in his other innings in the campaign so far.
Well, that just shows the maturity of Mlana Pretorius there. In any white ball format, you would have had a full go at that one, wide of the off stump, especially with no one patrolling that fence. Great to see, and also he's a very busy batter in the crease. You can see him moving right across his stumps, upsetting the line of Nabe.
He's got physical presence, does Mlana Pretorius. He's a big lad. He's probably only going to get bigger, just 19 years old. But you know, he's a bit like those other great left-handed openers, Graham Smith, Matthew Hayden. In that they were imposing. They would intimidate bowlers just by standing there in their body language. Walking into the bowler's channel, Pretorius. It's just intimidation, isn't it?
And also he's a big lad, so it helps trying to intimidate someone. Someone that's 4'3" won't really do that. And also, you never bowl on someone's reputation, but he does have a reputation where it puts bowlers under pressure, because they know if they get it wrong, they will fetch. Oh, and he's got on the outside edge. Big appeal. Huge appeal. Everyone from Western Province is standing around. Calvarena is saying, but I took that cleanly. What he's not sure why that wasn't given out. There was a thuddy noise as well, so it might have been the bat hitting the pad. Ken, what do you think there?
Mlana Pretorius immediately turned around and went back to his crease. Whether he's just a very good actor, I think I had thought, I didn't hear a bat sort of sound, and I think it might have just brushed the back leg as he walked across there.
And also, they often say that the batter will give himself away. If you look at the look around there, immediately seeing the catch is taken, maybe the Academy Award goes to. We'll have to wait to see if it goes to the Western Province slip fielders or Mlana Pretorius. That's the beauty of the game. Human factor still there. Got to wait for the umpire to lift a finger. By the reaction of everyone in Western Province, they thought that they had the big gun gone.
But isn't it amazing how the tone of the day has just changed. Mentioned the first 15 overs where Titans were serenely going about their business, nothing much happening in terms of the bowling. But then suddenly the two medium paces, really, Pongwana and Nabe, have really piled on the pressure, and suddenly batting is looking quite tough out there.
Yeah, it's not easy. Sort of found that back of a length. That's well left. That's perfectly left. Everyone behind the crease will let Brevis know how close that was to the off stump. Extra layer of sticker on that, you would have been gone. It was very well left on length and line. Pongwana, look at those figures. 2 for 5, busy with his fourth. Just hasn't looked like he's going to concede runs. The Jason Holder of South Africa, one would say. Mlana Pongwana. If he looks back, like it does look a lot like Jason Holder, doesn't he? And believe it or not, just a smaller version of Jason Holder. It's a mammoth piece of meat. Big man. Oh, but extra bounce taken off the bottom hand just to soften the blow. They'll double up to the short boundary. Patterson has had a bit of time off. They felt that he might need a chase.
Yeah, delighted that Mlana Pongwana, having been in a couple of Proteas squads, he's been a very promising performer for Western Province with both bat and ball. Did finally make his Proteas debut last month in that Tri-Nation One-Day Series that preceded the Champions Cup.
Saw him that SAA series as well, where he did very, very well. It was a bit of a surprise package with the ball. He's only bowled a handful of overs, and all of a sudden coming in that SAA team, he bowled half the day.
He's a very handy bowler because if there is a bit of bounce or assistance on the pitch, he becomes a threat. Otherwise, he can do a very good holding job for you. Just settling back of a length. He's not going to give you too many drive balls. Not that easy to play attacking shots off the back foot because of his steep bounce.
Also, a bowler like that, we saw it especially in that SAA. Bowling with the spinners makes it very hard for the batters because he gets that extra bounce. He's got that little bit of extra zip. And then all of a sudden, got your spinners on the other end just using the variable bounce like we saw in Poch. But these two doing a bit of a rebuilding job for the Titans. 19 overs gone. It is 43 for the loss of 3 wickets. And it's Van Heerden 21, Brandt 18 and Peterson all back in the hut. Peterson without troubling the scorers. Oh, Pretorius on the drive and fantastic fielding by Dezorsi. Flying away to his right. You can just see him look at his hand. That was spanked.
Well, it made a hell of a crack off the bat. We do know how hard Luando Pretorius hits the ball, and that could be a crucial save. It keeps Pretorius on naught. I'm sure he thought he was going to get off the mark with a boundary, stepping into that offside channel and really trying to dominate it.
I wonder if it wouldn't be worth their while just to bowl one a little bit straighter at him. He's walking over quite a bit. Maybe just go across. We saw Nabe setting up Peterson very well. Then maybe have one just coming back at him.
He's also a tough guy to bowl to in terms of length. He is so strong at deliveries that are sort of hip high. He's got short arm pulls, he's got powerful cuts. So anything that's sort of hip high, he puts away with absolute ease. So I think he's actually sort of guy you want to go a bit fuller to, rather err on the side of being fuller. And yeah, maybe you can try go full and straight. Maybe he falls over a bit. Perhaps an LBW candidate.
As we see there, lovely high elbow. Don't think the fielder's going to get there. It's a bit of a teaser. Oh, big slide and he can't get there. It is the first boundary for Luandre Pretorius. Taken him 9 deliveries.
Well, and just as we were saying, go a bit fuller and straighter. we did say he's a very difficult guy to bowl to, and yeah, you see why. Fuller and straighter from Narbad, and Pretorius, just the power and the timing that he has. He just leant on that and it's raced away for 4.
Still feeling the beginning of his innings. That's the way to go. But you mentioned the strength that he had. Just ask Trent Bolt about his wrists. Little flick shots that he has as well. Maybe even try and come around the wicket to him. Just create a bit of an angle. Extra man there to short catching mid wicket maybe.
Yeah, I think just as Pretorius is messing with the bowlers by walking outside off stump, maybe the bowler should try and mess with him a bit.
Oh, lovely shot. Down the ground. Oh, the sound of the bat of Luandre Pretorius. Got a good piece of willow in his hand. And that brings up the 50 for the Titans. And if you're a Titan supporter, you would feel, a bit of a sigh of relief. That 50 comes in 120 deliveries. And just look at this. Just nothing more than a little push down the ground. The timing is so good. That's a forfa. Every team needs a captain. We've got the Black Pearl has got Jack Sparrow. The Avengers has got Captain America. Our captain, Captain Borland, makes way. And Kamva Nyakana comes back into the commentary. Welcome.
Thank you, Gert.
You've been sitting back and enjoying the cricket a little bit.
It's been interesting viewings actually.
Oh, big appeal. No shot offered. Oh my word, you think that Devil Brevis might have gotten away with that. That came back prodigiously.
I must say I heard a sound there. Really must say I heard a sound there. But just what I've observed since I've left, it was a really good start from the Titans, and then all of a sudden they kind of collapsed a little bit. It was a really good start, and then next thing 3 wickets down. But it seems like
no shot offered. No shot offered. That could have been disastrous for the Titans. And all of a sudden the next ball, Brevis says, hold on, I'm not just going to stand here and let you bowl at me. Let me have a full go at that one. It's a forfa.
That's a beautiful confident stroke from Devil Brevis. I'm really impressed by that shot. Very confident shot, I see. These two are really doing a really good rebuilding bit out of that after that collapse that took place just now.
Yeah, a bit of a collapse. 3 wickets. Just look at the replay on that shot again. Again, just going that tad fuller. And then, just spanked it through the offside. And this time going the leg side. You can just hear the oohs and the ahs. Just the one fantastic fielding. Yeah, Luandre Pretorius and Brevis. It's going to become a very, very important partnership. They want to take a deep. If these two can stick together till after lunch, it's going to be danger signs for Western Province, because if they start seeing the ball nice and big. Well left.
Must say it must be danger signs for them, definitely, if these two can build up a partnership, yeah, and get a bit of runs together, a bit of singles here and there, and a bit of boundaries, because these two young lads are really boundary hitters, I must say.
Yeah, and both of them has got a short boundary to aim at. As we look at our screens now, it is the offside for Luandre Pretorius. Looks about a 65-70 meter fence, and then the other one is a lot further. It's a nice 80 meter plus hit. It's lovely length by Mlana. Getting Luandre Pretorius right on his toes. In behind the ball.
I think one thing to take note of for Western Province is, as much as they've really bowled well in the last couple of overs, but this is a dangerous partnership because these guys are really coming in good touch here. Leandre coming off 100 of this previous 4-day game, and then Brevis also very good touch at the moment. So if these two really build on something here, it might be a long afternoon here for Western Province.
Oh, a bit of a leave play there by Luandre Pretorius. Oh, he wanted to leave it and just couldn't get the willow out the way. At the 5th over from Mlana comes to the end, and the 21st for Western Province. Just look at this leave here, Kamfa. It's just a bit in two minds there. Should I, shouldn't I? And then...
Ooh. So I must say, previously watching a bit of Leandre's games in the SA20, seems like that 5th, 6th stump line is a bit of a danger area for him. I think quite a few dismissals in the SA20 that I saw, and he kind of swiped to them quite a bit. I think quite a three, 4 times it happened in the SA20. So I think maybe if the Western Province can bowl a few tight deliveries, put the pressure on, and then give him that ball at a wider length to kind of just go play that loose shot at it, maybe they might induce a full stroke.
Nayako coming into the attack, taking over from Nabe. Very similar bowler to Nabe. He's just going to put it down there for you, just nip it around a little bit. We haven't seen prodigious movement in the air, but we have seen the pitch playing up a little bit, as if you hit the seam there.
Definitely, if you really hit the seam, you'll definitely get a response out of the pitch. But one thing I've really noticed over the years here at the SuperSport Park, once you get that one wicket, you kind of can go bang bang a little bit in terms of picking up wickets back to back.
It's very important just to keep hitting those areas. Yeah, by just having a look down, maybe just saying that you're coming close to that at no ball line. But she was just saying, up here in Highveld, it normally does give you an opportunity to take, your 1 becomes 2, like the old cricket adjective goes. So it does give you an opportunity. Oh, getting this one, getting Brevis' feet going. Right on the toes. Bit of a surprise delivery there, I feel.
Yeah, you'd be surprised that you don't really get much Yorkers in your 4-day games nowadays. A lot of guys will go for maybe the general bouncer or maybe the backer length of delivery. But I think the Yorker is still a very a good delivery to go with in terms of even your 4 days. It's a surprise delivery, I'd say. Yeah. Oh,
look at that.
quite.
Quick hands by Brevis, saving him. Yeah, the 30-year-old Nayako coming in. He's been around a bit. He's nothing more than a right-arm medium.
I must say, he started pretty well though. He started really pretty well. Yorker, good line, bowling around about the first time, asking a few questions of the batsman.
Oh, this one just short, wide, and absolutely spanked by Pretorius.
I must say that must be a little bit of disappointing delivery, a bit wide, a bit loose, I think. But I'm hoping that he'll bring it back a little bit and go back to where he was bowling earlier on in the over.
Yeah, well, I think Pretorius has been leaving, and all of a sudden, let me get another one out there, and Pretorius and Pretorius is only going to leave so many that's short and wide. The next one is going to go. Pretorius right on off stump. Ball from the over. Yeah, every single delivery is bowled, apart from the Yorker that he went for, was a bit wide-ish. So with those two slips in a gully, almost feel that might be the message to him from the captain. Say, listen, just go a bit fuller, a bit wider. So we see a double change. Dane Patterson taking off his cap. Replacing Pongwana. Not really necessary now, do you feel?
Not necessarily. I think Pongwana was bowling really, really well, and he was asking a lot of questions and picked up 2 brilliant wickets. Maybe they might think that Patterson might be a good change at the moment. Maybe he might get a bit of nip around since because he's got a good line and length that he bowls at. So maybe he might come back with something a little bit different.
Yeah, looking at the bowling figures there, they started off with Patterson and Lawrence. Bowled very, very well. Patterson, his 6 overs, only went for 17. He's into Luandre Pretorius now. They might just also feel that probably their most experienced bowler coming back into the attack. The leading wicket taker at the moment. Say, listen, get us a breakthrough here. We need to break this partnership before it really gets going.
Definitely, that might be the thought. I think he's definitely a senior campaigner. He might know a few things that he can do on this pitch. I think he's definitely a guy to go to at the moment.
Oh, outside edge and just dying on Verena again. Apart from Pongwana, we haven't really seen carry from any one of the other bowlers.
Pongwana's got a lanky bowler, as you mentioned, is Jason Holder-esque type of player in terms of size. So I think you definitely generally get more bounce out of him from his high release point. So I think definitely with him, you'll probably get a bit more bounce out of the pitch and maybe hits the deck a bit harder than the other players.
But Dane Patterson definitely the quicker of the lot. And vastly experienced, the 35-year-old. Has had a stint at the Dolphins as well. And played Western Province under 19s. And then you'll say went back home to Western Province. So plays for the Jamaica Talawas.
It's quite short and skinny though.
Yeah, he does get it on. It's described as a fast medium. Played a couple of test matches for South Africa as well. And it will be very intimidating for a young man like Pretorius who doesn't get intimidated that often. But you still feel that it's a Protea bowler coming at you. It's just a different mindset facing someone with the experience than facing someone that's kind of your age, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think Patterson will definitely know one of a few things that he can do to kind of maybe challenge Pretorius, maybe. He's been around the block for some time.
You can just see the length that he's been bowling at. Pretorius is just hitting that 6 meter mark. Just not giving him anything to free up his arms, so actually go after. One more delivery to go in this over. We've seen that the Pretorius and Pretorius has got a knack of just closing out the over pretty well for them, for the batting team. Scoring runs off the last delivery of every over. Patterson will do well just to shut that down in his last delivery here. Again, moving way across to the offside. Closing the over off well. That's a maiden for Dane Patterson. Score is 60 for the loss of 3.
I must say that I think a plan should be maybe for Western Province right now to go back to that line and length, maybe dry up the runs a little bit. You know, the youngsters like to score a bit of runs. I think if you can maybe dry up those runs, you know, they're boundary hitters, they're confident players. Maybe you might, if you build up a little bit of that pressure, build up those dot balls, maybe you might induce that false stroke once again. Maybe you can't, and then you probably find again you get those few wickets too. They may never know, they come back into the game. Western Province is still in a great position at the moment, but I still believe that they shouldn't allow these guys to get a bit too comfortable.
Yeah, they shouldn't get too comfortable. Dale Brewer's getting a change of gloves there. He does enjoy a fresh pair of gloves. Doesn't like it when they get sweaty.
I think we're currently looking at the future of the Proteas, I believe, these two young stars here. Love to see them down the line in the future.
Nyako, much better line and length to Brevas this time. Yeah, I agree with you. This probably is the future, definitely for the Titans going forward. And if you look at their numbers, especially in the white ball cricket, you got to feel that, they might just be in the running. Next World Cup's being a couple of years away, maybe starting to build for that 2027.
Actually happy to see these two youngsters actually being here in the four-day things. You usually see a lot of these youngsters now playing a lot of these T20 games and missing out on, you know, the hard graft cricket, the basics. And I think this is a great opportunity for these two youngsters to spend a lot of time in the crease and to kind of like really hone in on those skill sets of test cricketers, you know, taking time and actually building an innings.
Oh, this one again, short, wide, spanked, same result, 4 runs.
As we can see, that was a beautiful cut shot from Devo Brevis. Exactly what I was talking about. They are boundary hitters, these two young lads. And I believe that this Western Province bowling should really kind of go back to the original line and length, try up those runs. Otherwise, this game might get just a little bit away from them, or the session, I might say.
Yeah, the session, just look at that, just on the back foot and just a lovely flow. Nyako's bowled a boundary ball in both these overs thus far. Both to Devil Brevis. Oh, this one down the ground is going to be stopped. Lovely fielding. Just a lovely dive to the left.
As you say, maybe Onke he's struggling to find his line and length. Maybe he's still kind of warming up a little bit. Maybe he hasn't really zoned in on his length yet. But maybe I think you saw a very similar type of bowling from Jody early in the morning. Gave away a few boundaries, and he came back very nicely later on to his spell. I think maybe you might get a very similar thing from Onke. Maybe he might struggle a little bit to come in, and then maybe come back later on in the day with maybe or later in the spell.
Yeah, as we see Nabe, the man who did the fielding there, is just going to go off. He might have a splitter webbing. Maybe the seam might have just cut his finger. Bad part is that's his right hand. That's the one he bowls with. So replacement comes on.
Those usually are very uncomfortable actually, but I'm sure you get through it.
Yeah, it just looks like a bit of webbing. Those hurt, but boy do they burn. For anyone who hasn't split a webbing before, it's like having a paper cut between your fingers. That's kind of the feel to it. It's not fun.
Definitely, but these guys are hard, man. They can get through that. I hope it's not on his bowling hand though.
Actually, it looks like it is. Can't really see from here. Does look like it is the left hand, luckily. That's the end of his second over. Again, just a boundary ball in that over. Okay, Nyako going for 18 is 2. Brevold very happy to leave that one alone. The score is a 64 for the loss of 3. As we see, Anabe has left the field. And the substitute fielder is Wesley Beja. He's on. Just while Anabe gets a bit of repairs going. Dane Patterson to continue. The clouds have come in just a little bit, just making it overcast, making it a bit more comfortable for those on the field. A little bit cooler. But also it will just help the bowlers a tad as well, just have that little bit of movement still. The ball being 24 overs old. Working hard on the ball, we saw earlier them shining it. Patterson to Pretorius. Oh, getting the inside part of the bat. And a very exuberant slip, Gordon, you must say.
Definitely. Patterson asking a few questions there. Wondering how maybe I'm just trying to figure out now why the other two exchange bowlers kind of got more movement out of this pitch. Maybe they might be a little bit slower, but I found that the exchange bowlers found a lot more movement with that ball in the second spells of this morning.
Yeah, definitely did. They did get a bit more lateral movement, but I think they hit the seam a little bit more. With that back of a length, got that movement off the deck. Oh, this one absolutely died. Look at Pretorius looking at Patterson, saying, where did that mole stick his head out?
That was a creepy crawly. Yeah. Oh, word. No, he was lucky. If they had got any straighter, he was gone, pretty much.
Yeah, that kind of sums up the day we've had. Just look at this. Dane Patterson coming in, hitting the ball, and that went right underneath and on the second bounce to the keeper. Don't think Dane Patterson has experienced that quite often in his career.
Probably not, but I think it's been true to what the Wickets have been playing like today. Really not that great of a bounce, but let's see him running in again.
So you can just see Luandre Pretorius just staying a bit lower on that one, realizing that there is a lack of bounce. Just having a glance back at Perena as well. They might have just given him some batting tips out there as well, saying check the bounce.
Shame a few nights. Interesting observation. I haven't seen that much short ball deliveries today, just to keep them thinking. Maybe because of generally the type of the bounce in the pitch, but I think maybe it would have been an interesting ploy just to keep the batsmen thinking, put them on the back foot with the kind of bounce we have on this pitch.
Oh, beating the outside part of the bat, moving across his stumps. Dane Patterson just straightening it up on the left-hander, and I think the reason they don't really employ the short balls because of that little sponginess in the deck. It's almost gonna sit up, and with the batters that the Titans have, I mean, even if you go up the order, I mean, Van Heerden, Brandt, Peterson, all good pullers of the ball. So, and at the moment they might just feel that with the ball going up and down and just moving off the seam, they might have better luck just pitching it up. Oh, this one played off the back foot. Tony Zorzi gets a hand to it. But yeah, to your point, it might be a good idea just to mix it up a bit. See if one actually bounces, or maybe bowl a slower bouncer. Get the top edge because they only have the man at fine leg.
No, definitely, I believe that the pitch probably won't really come out really well. But I think to keep the batsman about on two minds a little bit. I think now it's kind of a little bit more predictable, knowing that it's line and length or at least back of a length. But if you have that short ball, with the bounce we've been seeing here this morning, if you keep the batsman in like two minds, they might stay on that back foot, and then might not be maybe on the front foot maybe.
This one coming back into the right-handed Brevis. That's the end of the 25th over. It is 65 for the loss of 3. Let's give you a quick update what's happening in the rest of the country. Down in Durban, it is the Reynold Potch Northwest Dragons taking on the Hollywood Bet Dolphins. And they are 93 for 3 with a great job being done by Vian Libbe, the captain, and Reinhard van Tonder. Vian Libbe on 39 of 92 and van Tonder is on 27. And then also we've got the Alphabet Warriors playing the Knights. They were in all heaps of trouble, but now a little bit of rebuilding phase. Compliments of Javesh and Pillay and JP King. Pillay on 23 of 59, and JP King really weathered a storm. He's on 20 of 72 in their first innings after 25. They are 52 for 2. Here's the Warriors batting first. Oh, this one on the legs, just a little bit of a push. Bongwana cleaning up. And then also we've got the Gold Rush Boerland taking on the DP World Lions. And Boerland, very, very good start for them after 28 overs. They are 96 for the loss of 1, with Gavin Kaplan on 31 and Peter Malan, who's on 41. This one driven through the covers, no chance for the man at mid-off, and it's a forfeit for Pretorius.
Oh, there's something about left-handers and cover drives. They always just look classy. Really, really classy. It was a beautiful stroke from Landry Pretorius.
Yeah, I think the key was he didn't try and overhit it. He just leant on it. Over pitch by Nayako, and look at that. Just a lovely high elbow, technically correct. That's 4 runs.
I think it's danger signs here for Western Province. He's really timing the ball well this morning.
Oh, moving across, upsetting the line from Nayako.
A little bit of a misfield there, but no run taken at least.
Got the 2 fast bowlers, the opening bowlers, mid-on and mid-off. Doing the duties. Dane Patterson cleaning up there. And earlier we saw Jody Lawrence doing the same. We had no chance with that drive from Pretorius. Too much venom.
I was hit crisply, must say.
Oh, this one hit hard into the deck. A bit of a crowd catch.
Bit of a bump ball there.
Just shows you how hard he hit it. Look where that substitute fielder took the ball. Beja hit that right into the deck, and just shows you the amount of power that Pretorius generates. Look at that boom, and look where he took it. That was going to the fence if he wasn't there. Oh, Pretorius disappointed in that one. That one just got up to him a little bit. But again, Nayako bowling that one boundary ball every single over just relieves that pressure. So even if it's a dot ball now with the last delivery, there's no real pressure being built.
I can tell you for sure that Landry Pretorius won't let go of those loose deliveries. And he's looking to score runs. You can see he's being positive. He's moving around a lot in the crease. And you can see that he's looking to score runs at a probably rapid rate. And yeah.
Coming around the wickets for the first time. Nayako to Pretorius. They got that short mid-wicket in, taking him out of second slip. That's Edward Moore coming in there. And a bit of a double bluff. Lovely shape there by Pretorius. That's the old 69 for 3 after 26. Devil Brevis on 16 of 24 and Luandre Pretorius 13 of 32. And it is 26 overs gone. At the moment, you'll be if you're a Titan supporter, you'll be happy with the rebuilding that these two have done. Not really the wickets column. And if you're a Western Province supporter, you're very happy with the wickets column, but not the rebuilding that these two have been doing.
100%. Both teams are probably looking Titans will be looking to carry on with the momentum that they have at the moment. And probably the Western Province are looking to probably break this partnership, because if this goes into lunchtime, they come back refreshed again. Might be a long afternoon, as I mentioned.
Oh, it's a big appeal. Everyone's happy. Has that missed absolutely everything? Dane Patterson, head down. Verena standing there. The old teapots are out. Cannot believe that wasn't given once again.
Let's look at that once again. Nothing out of that really. In between the bat and the pad.
Yeah, I think that was more of the movement that got them excited than any noise that was there, because that really came back from the seam. We saw Mlana, the same delivery with the left-hander Neil Brunt. They got him out with a fantastic catch by Verena. That one just jagged back. We'll get the views from the production staff who's got the earpieces in. This one just dying up. That was very, very close. Could have been so easily been the fourth. I say again, I think it was more the movement after it passed the bat that got them excited than any noise. As the Gautrain graces us. Coming past right on time, the minute to 12.
100%. I think the Neil Brunt decision on dismissal was more so kind of he pushed it a little bit. I think you could have left that. As you see Pretorius come in.
Yeah, Patterson coming in. And the Brevis very wary now. We can actually see him having a look down and just mentioning to Pretorius that he's taken 2 away now. Might be setting him up for that big in Jagger again. No doubt they'll have a close look at it. 69 for loss of 3. Don't want to lose any more wickets before lunch. If they can go into lunch with no more wickets, and you feel it's very much poised, it's very much balanced out between the two teams. Oh, there's the one also straightening up. You see Brevis just having a little gesture to Dane Patterson. To bowl that again, I'm going to go straight.
I think definitely the Titans will want to take this to lunch without any more dismissals, any more wickets lost. I think it will kind of shake up the batting lineup a little bit if that would happen. I think they'll definitely want to, these two gentlemen, definitely want to zone in and basically get stuck in till lunchtime, go back to the drawing board and see how they can go again. But we obviously know these two young guys are very aggressive batters. They won't allow any loose balls to go past. So I hope that they're very careful with that.
Would you give George Linder a go just before lunch? Just to see if there's something in it with the ball still a bit hard?
Definitely. I think George Linder kind of gives you something a bit different with his bowling. He gives you a bit of, he's got a tall batsman, gives you a bit of that flight, might maybe bring a little bit of something, yeah. Although we know that SuperSport Park is not known for a bit of spin, but maybe you might just get a little bit maybe sliding on, or might a little bit of slide turn. But we don't know. Obviously, we know that George Linder is a lot about variations, not big turner of the ball.
No, I just feel he might give something, especially the right-hander with those green tinges just outside that off stump. Might just grip turn, that variable bounce as well. Because he's so tall, you don't expect the ball to stay low often. So that could be a way to go. But they decided, no, let's bring the other fast bowler in again. The other openings bowler, Jody Lawrence. He's going to have another go, another crack at it.
Carl Brain is definitely not seeing things the same as you. He still wants his seamers to go. To be fair, honestly, his seamers have bowled decently well. So maybe he's still got that thinking that maybe something that they might give a little bit more other than a spinner would this morning. So maybe after lunchtime you might see a bit of spin.
You can just see Patterson just having a discussion there with Lawrence, saying this is what I've noticed in the deck.
Jody very economical earlier in the morning. Also in the first 2 overs, boundaries, few loose deliveries, but he brought it back together quite well, and he bowled really well. If you can see, he's bowling 5 overs for 9 runs. Let's see if he can carry on that momentum from earlier this morning. Maybe pick up a wicket.
Oh, this one is driven. They've got a deep point out now for Pretorius. Brevis sending him back wisely. Pretorius' field has changed a little bit for Jody Lawrence. Not as attacking. They've got a deep point out, and also they've got a deep square out on the fence as well. And exactly the same field for Devil Brevis.
I think maybe there might be a concern about leaking runs just before lunch. They probably just want to keep a little bit tighter, maybe allow that single instead of the boundary instead. So maybe that might be the thinking from Calverain at the moment. You might not want to lose a bit too many runs towards the end of lunch. You might want to keep it together.
Going a little bit straighter to Brevis. He's got that deep square, fine leg, and then deep points on the fence as well. So yeah, Jody Lawrence is one of those that's it's been around as well.
Let's see what he can bring here.
A bit of a wayward delivery there.
Actually quite noticed that when he was running in, he was kind of really didn't look good in his run up there. Hence the delivery went a bit leg side. So he was kind of skipping, trying to get his run up in. Maybe he wasn't really comfortable. Just look at that again. Just look at that.
Yeah, he definitely had a better rhythm in his very first spell. Man from Vista Nova High School. Went to the University of Western Province. Very much a local player at Western Province. 34 years of age. Will be turning 35 on the 26th of May. It's around the corner.
Definitely a seasoned campaigner, eh?
He hasn't played a lot of matches. Got his call up very, very late. His debut was in 2024. Oh, Jack back. It is given. It is Devil Brevis that's going back to the hut. It is a lovely delivery. Jagged it back. Kept it tad low. And Devil Brevis just falling over. And that's wicket time for the province.
That is a huge wicket just before lunch. That is a huge wicket, must say. These two gents were looking very dangerous in terms of aggression, and that will be a very big boost for the Western Province just before lunch, and probably they'll want to pick up another wicket now just to add on the pressure.
Yeah, Calverain, don't listen to the commentary team. You keep with your seamers. Don't worry about spin. That's the fourth wicket down. It's Devil Brevis. Big wicket, a man that's been in form. We did mention that his 4-day form is not complementing his 1-day form. But you can just see where he sets up as well. He's very much on the off stump. Just look at that ball, just jagging back, and oh, no doubt the umpire immediately lifting his finger. That's wicket time for the WSB Western Province. And they're in a bit of trouble. 70 for the loss of 4. That wicket will make them going to lunch a lot happier. Another wicket will make it even happier.
Definitely. I think now Western Province, I think we'll really have to, Titans will really have to maybe kind of focus on really rebuilding properly now, and kind of keeping an eye on these two bowlers, because they're very much wicket to wicket, and then if anything keeps straight and keeps low on this pitch, they might be in real trouble. So they have to keep a really good eye on that straighter delivery, because the way they've been setting up these batsmen, they've been bowling the wider ones and bringing it back in. So maybe they just need to focus on that one that's coming back in, that one that trapped Devil Brevis just now.
Rivaldo Munsame coming to the crease, the wicket keeper of the Titans. He now has to stick around with the young man, 28 years of age. Comes from St Albans College. Very much a local Titans. He's played for the Northerns under 17, Northerns under 19, also the Titans Cubs. For the Titans, Rivaldo Munsame, it's a big player. He's always been one of those to rely on when things get tough.
Jody coming in there. I want to do something with this delivery.
Oh, lovely first up. Lovely first up. And to close the over off well. Just a single from it. Now picking up a wicket in his 6 overs. 1 for 10. Phenomenal bowling. It is 70 for the loss of 4.
Must say, Jody, that wicket was very well deserved. Bowled really well in his first ball, but unlucky not to pick up a wicket. I think that that was a good reward for his first ball, and he kind of followed up with that over as well with the wicket.
Yeah, it's one thing if your captain throws you the ball and you're just bowling well. It's another thing if you start picking up wickets for him, because that means you'll be getting the ball a lot more often. But the pressure was built actually by Dane Patterson. In that previous over, they got a big appeal against Brevis as well. That wasn't upheld. They felt they might have gotten the inside part of the bat. And they've just made life very, very difficult for these two thus far. Even Mlana Pretorius is normally free-flowing. He's 14 of 33. Oh, getting the outside part. And this time, Calverena just could not get the glove underneath. That ball was flying and dying on the keeper.
Did that carry though? I think you have to look at that again.
By his reaction, it actually looks like it did carry. Very disappointed is Calverena. He took a blinder to get rid of Neil Brandt. Oh, it just looked like it carried. We'll get another angle from it now. Patterson just getting it to leave the left-hander, making life very difficult. Oh, what a big wicket that would have been for World Sports Betting Western Province. If they got Mlana Pretorius out before lunch now, that would have been a massive blow to the Titans lineup.
These two bowlers have come back really, really well from their first bowls. Bowling really well, dried up the runs. Now really asking serious questions of the batsman. There might be just another wicket coming here.
Going very well there is Dane Patterson. Lunge glue close now. Just coming over the horizon. Couple of overs to go. You can just hear with that wicket of Brevis, the chatter's just up. Everyone's just a little bit more lively in the field. The World Sports Betting Western Province.
Definitely that wicket really brought a boost to the confidence of this team, because they must have been worried about those two batting together. A few more minutes before lunchtime, might want to pick up maybe 1 or 2 here to really apply the pressure on the Titans.
Yeah, after this, there's still 69 overs left in the day, so still a lot of play to do. A little bit of lateral movement. Patterson is actually moving the ball now more than he did in his first spell.
I must say, since the sun has been baking a little bit more on the pitch, you've seen more movement than you've seen early in the morning. You'd probably expect with the cloud cover early in the morning and the grass a little greener, you see maybe you get a bit more movement in the morning. But now I think the pitch has gone a little bit quicker, a bit more movement on the pitch, maybe a little bit more difficult to bat on. Hence you saw the wickets fall after the first exchange. So maybe that might be the reason why they brought back their first initial bowlers that bowled through, to kind of see what they can give.
Now having the man fall back, deep square, deep fine leg on the fence for Pretorius. There's that short one you've been calling for. Played it nicely down. No double bluff there for Patterson.
That's exactly what I've been talking about. Just a bit of a short one. Make the batsman think of something different. Is that lunchtime?
That is lunchtime. That is, well, I think that short one was thrown in there just to give something different. Say, you go for it. That means Mlana Pretorius will keep strike after lunch. It is 71 for the loss of 4. And it is the men back in the hut is Van Heerden for 21. Neil Brandt for 18, Keegan Peterson for 0, and then 16 to Deval Brevis. It is the toss this morning won by the Momentum Multiply Titans, electing to bat first, and did very, very well till around about the 15th over. Then all of a sudden lost 4 wickets in this first session. I think the World Sports Betting Western Province will be the happier of the two. As we see a summary there, it is, as I mentioned, Van Heerden top scoring with 21 of 58. And then Kava, just look at the bowling there.
Definitely the bowling was started off really quite early in the morning with no wickets to fall. Then there was a change of Makanya Nabe and Mhlali Pongwana. They really brought something different to the pitch. Pick up 3 quick wickets, which kind of really changed the session. And then Luandre Pretorius and Deval Brevis tried to bring it back together. And then there was that late change in the session where Dane Patterson came in and picked up, not Dane Patterson, Jody Lawrence came in, picked up a wicket, trapped Deval Brevis in front. So I think definitely I'd agree with you. This has swayed definitely now closer to the Titans side. So not the Titans, but the Western Province side this session.
Yeah, they'll be happy of the 2, and also 29 overs gone. Good over rate as well. 7-1 for the loss of 4. It is SuperSport Park. We'll be back in about 40 minutes' time with the second session on day 1 right here at the CSA 4-day Domestic Cup.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, where we've just had the lunch break has come to an end after an intriguing morning session. The Titans winning the toss and electing to bat first, and things went smoothly at first. Josh van Heerden and Neil Brunt added 39 for the first wicket, but then 3 wickets fell for 1 run before a little rally between Dewald Brevis and Luandre Pretorius before Western Province striking just a couple of overs before lunch to remove Brevis. So Titans resuming on 71 for 4. I'm Ken Borland, and it's a great pleasure to have alongside me Gert Maloney. What are you looking forward to in the second session?
I think that first couple of overs is going to be crucial for the Titans and just as much for the province, because it's going to be one of those things. We saw an edge from Pretorius before lunch, not carrying to Verena. That could have been disastrous. Half the team back in the hut. This partnership is going to be absolutely crucial for the Titans to really post a score. After winning the toss and electing to bat first, I didn't think they thought they'll be 4 down at lunch. And as you mentioned, it went well for the first couple, and then all of a sudden Mlana came in and he just tightened the screws, and from there a little bit of a collapse, a little bit of a, I think it was a 30-yard partnership between Brevis and Pretorius, and then an absolute beauty by this man taking the ball now, Jody Lawrence, who got rid of Devil Brevis.
Yeah, Lawrence resumes from the West Lane end to Luandre Pretorius, who's on 15 not out, been in wonderful form all summer, and as you said, Gert, obviously a key man. And it's going to be very interesting to see just how much assistance the bowlers get in this second session. Here's Lawrence. And chatting to groundsman Brian Bloy during the lunch break. Not even he is totally sure what the pitch is going to do. We've seen a bit of low bounce from this bowling from this West Lane end. From the Henops River end, it's been a bit up and down. Brian Bloy just musing that maybe it's a bit of a new ball wicket, that once the ball gets a bit older, it's into the 30th over now. Once the ball gets a little bit older and softer, that maybe things will calm down a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those wickets to keep an eye on, because it might just dry out and it might just give you a little bit more. But as the ball gets softer, the bounce normally gets a little bit lower. So it might be one of those wickets where you're never going to feel in. Doesn't matter how long you bat, you just never feel in because there's that variable bounce.
Nicely tickled away by Pretorius. That'll go away for 4. Lawrence, I think, striving for maybe a leg stump Yorker there and just got it slightly wrong. And Pretorius pounces.
I think it's because Pretorius moves across his stump so much. This one, you'll actually ending up on almost a 4th stump. And I think Lawrence just went for that. Look at that, just 4th stump. And I'll tell you what, if he missed it, Lawrence might have been in session. But good quick hands. It's another 4-fer.
You see how far Luandre Pretorius. I mean, he starts on leg stump, as you see there, maybe middle and leg, and gets well outside off stump. And we spoke about it in the morning session that maybe Western Province will try going fuller and straighter to him. Jody Lawrence trying that and not quite working out. Definitely worth another try, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Alvarado will be too upset. You could hear his reaction. He thought it was a good idea. He realizes that if the hands of Pretorius didn't come into play there, that would have crashed into leg stump.
Ooh, reaching for the drive there. Luandre Pretorius, that's well bowled by Jody Lawrence, hanging it outside off stump a bit there, but the length was good and Pretorius really had to reach for that one and nearly got himself into trouble.
No, you can see the reaction from him there. He was a bit upset with himself. Had a bit of a feel to that. Look at the reaction there. He knows there was a false shot.
Yeah, first over after lunch, I mean, he could have got an outside edge. He could have inside edged it back onto his stumps. Really not what the Titans would have wanted, but they've survived the first over and got 4 runs from it. 75 for 4, 30 overs gone.
Yeah, it's one of those where you don't really want to go out to that delivery because he didn't need to play at it, number one. Number two, there was nothing in it. It wasn't like it was prodigious movement or anything there. So you don't want to get an inside edge and crashing, thudding into the stumps or getting caught to that one. Bit of a nothing. Maybe just a lapse of concentration after the lunge. Rivaldo Munsami has only faced the one delivery, so he would like to get going. A fantastic player, the wicket keeper of the Titans.
Well, they've got a few. Leandro Pretorius has also been keeping wicket. Dane Patterson. And very watchful by Rivaldo Munsami. He's a bit of a dasher, Munsami. Once he gets himself in, he does like to play strokes. And of course, he and Leandro Pretorius shared some really big, dazzling partnerships in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, no strangers to one another, these two.
Opening the batting, no?
Spend a fair bit of time with each other in the One Day Cup, out in the middle.
Oh, popped up. But falls safely and then dribbles to mid-on. A big leading edge there from Munsami.
Yeah, I think the one thing that saved him there was the soft hands. He didn't try and really work there. Maybe just tickle around the corner. This just looks like it was leaving the right hand. It just straightening up. It's off the seam. Just wanted to move it down. And then lucky for him, just falling into no man's land. That could have been a wicket to Patterson, who deserves one. He's been bowling well.
Rivaldo Munsami has, we spoke about his wonderful form in the One Day Cup, one of the leading run scorers, but he's struggled a bit in the 4-day competition. Just 124 runs in 6 innings. So he'll definitely be wanting to transfer that 50 over form into the 4-day competition and finish the summer strong.
I think there's a few of those that would want to do that. Devil Brevis being the other one, already dismissed in the first innings here.
Good bowling by Dane Patterson straight after lunch.
Yes, unfortunately, not all the batters in form has transferred it into the 4-day game. It's a very much of a stop-start to the 4-day campaign. Having the SA20 in between, then also having the One Day Cup makes it hard to really get the 4-day form going.
I suppose at least it is 50 over cricket leading into 4-day and not T20, which would be a bigger adjustment. Munsami playing outside his off stump again. Zipped back into him a little bit low as well.
Yeah, but it's one of those that just kept a tad low as well. Just going back to the 50 over game, some of them has been striking the ball so nicely where we almost want to feel that, listen, take that into your first game maybe in the 4-day. Just keep that positive frame of mind going until you can get eased in a little bit more instead of going totally defensive because it's a longer format.
Yeah, there's no doubt guys like Pretorius and Munsami would have come into this game feeling good about their batting, feeling in a very positive frame of mind, and not too much change in mindset needed, I would say. They're both batting now in the middle order, so they would have liked a slightly better foundation for them to express themselves, but well, they're used to creating a foundation up top, and now they're going to have to recreate a bit of a solid position for the Titans. Again, it's 75 for 4.
But on that, I don't think that any score over 200, they'll be too upset with the way the deck's been playing. Realizing that day 2 and 3 might be the best days to bat on. If this is the trend going into day 4, then batting last on the deck might just become very troublesome, because you never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, SuperSport Park does tend to get more up and down as the game progresses. I think we'll know at tea today just what a good total is probably going to look at once we've seen how the older ball behaves on the surface.
And also what the spinners will generate from the surface. A guy like George Linden, no big turner, but the variations will come in. Especially, and also he's a very tall man, so especially the height that he lets it go off, how difficult is it going to play? Is there bounce for the spinner? Is it keeping low? Be interesting to see what side he bowls on, because both sides have had a few demons in him.
Well, there's one very long boundary and one quite short boundary, so I think that will play a big role. We're quite far over to the left in terms of the square as we look from the West Lane in. I would say it's strip number 6 maybe?
Yeah, I think those others might just be practice strips.
Yeah.
And I think this is the second last really playing strip. If I can look at it, if you look at your screen there, you'll see that there's one on the side there. I think that's the start of the practice strips. And then on the right hand side, obviously, we'll have a few as well.
Ooh, he wanted to leave and then withdrew the bat a little late.
It's the second time Mlana Pretorius have done that, where he actually got a bit of bat on to delivery. He wanted to leave and couldn't get the willow out the way quick enough against Dane Patterson. So again, just two minds. Leaving, let it go. Well, let's have it out there. Bit of an Adam Perore leave there from New Zealand from back in the day. A play leave.
He's a long way outside off stump when he's making those decisions. Started wide and kept going. But Mlana Pretorius, in the position he ends up in, he can basically leave anything that's
not straight at him.
On his right hand side.
This one just wrist breaking there. And again, look where Raina's taking it. It's almost on the second bounce. He's taking it so low. There was a bit of bounce. Sorry,
Yeah,
King.
that one stood up a little bit at Pretorius.
Well, that was something different there. It's the second or third one that's had that extra bit of bounce. It looks like if it's just outside, around about that fifth stump area, it's got a little bit of extra bounce.
The over is bowled. It made an over by Jody Lawrence, 75 for 4, 32 gone. Pretorius on 19. Rivaldo Moonsamy takes strike now. Still trying to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries.
Dane Patterson still at him. Been bowling extremely well. 11 overs for just 19 runs. They've even found the singles hard to come by against him.
Struck on the front pad, but well forward and also a hint of inside edge.
Yeah, hence the stifled appeal. You know when your fine legger is interested. He heard it 2 noises.
Good to see 3 players in the ring on the offside, so making it a little bit harder for Moonsamy to get going. They don't want to give him an easy one.
And also the 2 slips. The gully is in very close. Just shows you the variable bounce.
And the slowness of the pitch. On a normal, quick-paced SuperSport Park pitch, Gully would be wearing a helmet if he was that close.
He'll be flying. But even David Benningham at first slip, you can see he just moved about a half a step wider just to get in that half a meter closer. He knows Calvarena can cover anything, but you can just see he's not normally as far back as he would be on first slip.
Good probing stuff from Dane Patterson.
Daniel Smith is a slip partner there. And then Onke Nayaku is looks like the man in gully. You don't often see the medium paces there in gully.
Well, he's an all-rounder on Kenyaku. Driving on the up, Rivaldo Moonsamy, not very convincingly.
Everyone's just getting very excited, and I'm mentioning it again. Tony Desorsi, who's in the covers, he's walking in pretty quickly. He ends up about 15 meters from the bat. Again, the slowness of the deck is shown there, because if this was a normal SuperSport Park wicket, getting in that close, the ball would just fly past you, because it's coming onto the bat nicely. Now it's just sticking a little bit. As we saw, they're making it very hard to drive down the ground.
There's been a lot of rain in Gauteng over the last couple of weeks, and the weather too is starting to get decidedly autumnal. There's definitely a chill around, not a very warm day today in Centurion, and all those factors also playing into the pitch preparation.
Yeah, well, it just shows that I'm getting on the age a little bit. I'm actually walking around with a jacket now. I've got another one in the car, so yeah, the youngsters think it's very funny.
You're not the only one wearing a jacket, Gert. And Moonsamy, no, the wait to get off the mark will continue as good sharp fielding there, quickly across Eddie Moore, and another maiden over for World Sports winning Western Province, 75 for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned the change in weather. Also, it's the dew factor that comes in, especially in Gauteng. It's a lot of dew, but still a lot of rain about, because in Gauteng we've had days where, and weeks where it actually has been non-stop rain.
Yeah, dew is the other thing, which I didn't mention, and there have been some heavy dews, certainly in Johannesburg recently. The outfield seems quite slow today. Lawrence continues, nicely punched off the back foot by Pretorius for 1.
Yeah, it's one of those things that just the water table has been so saturated over the last couple of weeks that even a bit of dew has an effect on it. It takes a little bit longer to clear up and get dry than it would normally, because it almost has nowhere to go.
Still pretty cloudy here at SuperSport Park. Hasn't changed much, I'd say, from the morning. Sammy wants to get off the mark. That's his 14th delivery, still on naught, and sensibly sent back by Pretorius.
You can just see him just pointing at him. He says, I think it's one of those where you just ask your partner, are you happy to go for one there? Are you happy? But I think he's also just, even though he's defensive, he's timing it pretty decently when it hits the bat, so it gets to that fielders a little bit quicker.
Just needs to be patient. Oh, that was one that he could have put away, but picks out mid-on. Sometimes you just have to give the bowler their due. If the bowler's bowling well, the match situation 76 for 4 just after lunch. Sometimes just allow the bowler to get the credit and wait for your opportunity.
Yeah, and sometimes when it's going the bowler's way, you just do not see anything but white.
Beautifully bowled. Has he edged that? Umpire Harris says no. There wasn't again there wasn't that hard noise of bat on ball. But there was a big deflection.
I think it's a massive double appeal. I think they went for LBW. If it's not LBW, how about a caught behind? Looked like it might have just struck him outside the line.
Back leg, you think? Back leg maybe, yeah, which was outside the line, as you could see from that replay, but a tremendous delivery from Jody Lawrence.
Back leg definitely just outside the line.
Good umpiring by Stephen Harris.
Msame is still not off the mark. And no doubt the slip cordon will let him know that he's still on naught.
This is very, very good stuff from Western Province after the lunch break. Lawrence and Patterson have maintained the pressure from the morning session. And Moonsami is underway at last, gets on the pads and can work it behind square on the leg side for a couple fine leg runs across. Moonsami's off the mark, and that is 5 overs we've had since the lunch break, and just 7 runs have been added.
Compliment to the bowlers there. That was probably one of the loosest delivery of the 5 overs. It's just on the pads as we see Patterson taking off the cap. Him and Lawrence have done a fantastic job. A couple of other games going around the country as well. The Dolphbed Warriors taking on the Knights. They are after the in the first innings. They are 67 for 2. JP King is there on 31 and Javeshan Pillay is on 27. Bit of a rebuilding there for them as well. In Durban, Hollywood Bets Dolphins hosting the Reynold Potch Northwest Dragons. Vian Libbe 48 and Reina van Tonders 44.
Oh, that one comes too low again from Dane Patterson. Alonso Pretorius. Bit flummoxed there. Not much he could do about that one.
Well, you can actually see the smile from Patterson because that's the second one he's given him. So he's probably telling him, listen, I found the spot now. It's the second one that's gone right underneath the bat. And as a bowler, you normally, when the batter goes out like that, say, sorry, mate, but I'm bowling to the conditions. It's 6 of the one, half a dozen of the other.
I suppose the one good thing from a batting perspective is that it's well outside of the stump there, and if he does get the edge, it may well not carry.
Definitely not carry. Just continuing with the Dolphbed Warriors and the, I beg your pardon, with the game in Durban. It is the Northwest Dragons. That is 121 for a loss of 3. Libbe on 49 and Van Tonder is on 44. And then also we've got Gold Rush Boland taking on the DP World Lions. 118 for the loss of 4. 2 new batters at the crease. Michael Copeland and Captain Clyde Fortuin is at the crease at the moment. 7 for Fortuin and Copeland at 2. So wickets falling in that session. Bjorn Fortuin is on 3 for 46.
How many spinners are the Lions playing? I was talking of maybe playing 3. I know they're playing at least 2 with Junaid Dawood also featuring. Nicely punched by Pretorius through cover point, and that'll race away for 4.
This one actually lifted on Pretorius a little bit, but he gets so far across that he got in behind it beautifully and punched it while he was on his toes and just picked that gap to perfection. The shorter boundary, I don't think it would have made any difference, longer or shorter side of the fence. Look at that. Lovely shape, high elbow, on the toes, lovely shot.
Dan Patterson has, this is just his second game in the campaign for Western Province this season. Played their second match of the season in November. Took 3 for 53 and 2 for 53 in that match, so it was a good game for him. And bowling well here today as well.
He's definitely a wicket taker.
Through square leg by Pretorius, so certainly 2 on the go. Yeah, might even go for 4, as there's a desperate dive by Jody Lawrence. Has he? No, he has not. Umpire Mzizi Gampu signals 4, so that was beautifully timed by Jody Pretorius.
Yeah, so it looks like the DP World Lions have decided to go in with the 3 spinners. But Peter is still in that starting 11 as well. So not just Fortuin to contend with, also Peter.
2 leg spinners, because Junaid Dawood is also a leggy. He and Peter are subtly different though. So that's going to be a very interesting bowling attack to contend with for Boland down in Paarl. And Rivaldo Moonsamy has Jody Lawrence to contend with again now.
And the way that the Lions have started is also very surprising, with Sapamla taking the first over and Fortuin taking the second over, sharing the new ball with the seamer.
Nicely whipped by Moonsamy to fine leg. Just the one.
And Bjorn Fortuin on that game is busy with his 16th over already. This is on day 1, picking up the 3 wickets, and Daewoo is picked up the 1. So the spinner's doing the job. So good decision to go in with 3 spinners.
Only in the 39th over in Paarl, and as I say, Fortuin has bowled 16 of them, so only a handful of overs he hasn't bowled today from his end. Well, he's the captain. I'm sure he won't be complaining. And,
Got 3 wickets.
Dom Hendricks is the captain, but I think it tells you a bit about conditions at Boland Park. I believe it's very hot in Paarl today. Again, standing tall and punching. Under Pretorius, I think it was second, but that would have been very unwise. They'll get it now though for a wild throw that is too far away from wicketkeeper Kyle Verena. So Tiwikaya Nabe just hangs his head a bit in the outfield.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Kyle Verena was glaring at him. You know, when the captain gives you that look, you tend to drop the head a bit.
It's not just him. Lawrence was giving a bit of a stare down as well.
Don't make eye contact.
If I walk slowly, they won't see me.
Bowled beautifully this morning, did Tiwikaya Nabe. Game up on his toes and Nava in business again at a deep point.
You can see he just grew up here in the Highveld because, I mean, he's so used to the bounce and getting up and getting behind it. A lot would just drop the hands and let it fly through. Pretorius is such a positive player. He's moved to 31. Apart from one or two of those on the offside we had a little fiddle to, he's looked very solid since lunch.
Yeah, and you know, that sort of back of a length just outside off stump rising delivery is normally considered a good ball, you know, for a bowler. Normally happy to bowl there. But Pretorius just turns those into scoring opportunities, which is quite frustrating for a bowler, I'd imagine.
And also because he's such a busy cricketer at the crease, moves over quite a lot. Sometimes he ends up on off stump, sometimes he ends up on the fifth stump. So he does upset the line a lot, he does upset the length. This partnership quietly has moved to 20. Rivaldo Munsami contributing 3 runs to that.
Short and cut away by Munsami for 1. So, having absorbed a few very good overs from Western Province straight after lunch, Pretorius and Munsami are starting to get the Titans scoreboard ticking over again. It's 91 for 4.
I was wondering when they're going to make a change, just give their main strike bowlers a bit of a rest. The man who caused the downfall a bit earlier on and started the wickets to fall, Mlana, coming back into the attack. Here's the man that got the very first wicket, that of Neil Brandt, in his second over.
Yeah, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Mlana Mlana bowled superbly and really bowled Western Province back into the game when things were looking a little flat. He made the initial breakthrough. He removed both openers. Nicely placed by Munsami for 1.
The one thing he has been guilty of a little bit is just patience. He's been bowling that back of a length, being troublesome, and every now and again just throwing one up there just to get the batter off strike, or he was hit through the covers once or twice for a double. So he must just stay patient, keep that round about that 6 meter mark. That's where that variable bounce is also at. Don't get too greedy, just keep it there, make the batter do something different. But I'm sure he'll get into his rhythm now, especially to the man like Luandre Pretorius.
Would you say Mlana wants to be hitting the bat sticker? Is that the sort of length he's looking for?
I think that's the length that he's looking for. He wants to hit that splice, but also that makes the variable bouncer difficult because your hands will be high. All of a sudden it keeps low, so it's very difficult to get your hands down in time as well. He's no great pace, but he does skid on a little bit more. Exactly that. That's going to make it very hard to drive on the up. You've got to make sure of the bounce, like Luandre Pretorius, that they get in right behind it. And him still coming over the wicket to the left-hander. I think he'll try and do the same that he did with Neil Brandt, then just get the ball to nip across. Get those 2 slips and gully into play. They've got a deep point for Pretorius and a man at fine leg.
Fine leg will be in business now, but fine leg is pretty square, and that's gone fine. It's away for 4.
Not where the captain ordered. I think this one was just straying down in length. Easy pickings for a man in form like Pretorius, and he's been out there for 64 deliveries. Moves across and just try to angle it into his legs, and just lovely little flick. He knows if it's fine, it's going to go down. See the fielder not even in the frame there on the replay. Lawrence.
powerfully struck straight drive. But, it's well cut off.
Is it Nayako down there?
I think so, Onke Nyako.
Those bowlers have been patrolling that mid-on and mid-off. Saw Dane Patterson do a couple of yards in the early morning. Getting very excited with every defensive shot that they're playing. I think it's more trying to maybe get into the head of Pretorius than anything else, because the sound of the bat sounds like it's hitting the middle on regular intervals.
Yeah, he is timing it nicely, Pretorius. But I think those last two deliveries is sort of the line that Pongwana is looking for, similar to what he dismissed Neil Brunt with. It's probably pitching just outside leg stump and then moving across the left-hander. There you see what's happened in the morning session. The 4 batsmen dismissed by Western Province after the Titans won the toss and elected to bat first. That man, Pongwana, got the 2 openers out, Neil Brunt and Joshua van Heerden. Tiwakaya Nabe bowled very well in partnership with Pongwana, trapped Keegan Peterson, LBW, for a duck. And then just before lunch, Jody Lawrence getting the big scalp of Devalt Brevis, also LBW. As we see, it is going to be Nabe who returns. Very wide, and Munsami rather a loose little flash at it.
That's one of those deliveries that could so easily, if he actually had decent connection on it, that man at deep point might have come into play. Nothing more than I'm going to call this a gentle loosener. I'll call this just a loosener, because that was very loose.
Wow, yeah, could have been edged to slip as well. Just
Or could have been edged over slip for a lovely fall.
Yeah.
Approaching that 100 mark there, Ken. I still feel that anything over 200, 220 is on this deck is not going to be easy to get, especially because we've seen how long batters actually take time to get in. There's a little bit of flurry of wickets, could just cause a bit of panic.
The scoring rate is just 2.6 to the over, and given the slowness of the pitch and the variable bounce, I don't expect it to really be much higher than that through this game. So yeah, it's not going to be a high scoring game, I don't think. More a grind for the batters, a war of attrition. He'll take it to Zorzi, hits the stumps. The dive out from Luanda Pretorius, but I'm pretty sure he's back in safely. Umpire Gampu is approaching to sort out the stumps.
This is a nice drop and go. A lot softer hands than the previous ones. Pretorius was off immediately. Looked like it was his call. Nah, he was safe. Comfortably safe.
Pretorius didn't really get out of second gear, and then thought he better put in a dive at the end.
Well, both these players are not the quickest between the wickets. They're good runners, but not the quickest between. So the calling has to be accurate, knowing your partner.
Again, Pretorius, that's rather deep pointers there, because he is just so strong in that area. Just gets one.
You'll hear the ambience there in the background. We've had a few songs of happy birthday throughout the day. It's like the third one I've heard this morning. Someone is having a jaw. Could be the same teacher, different classes.
solved the conundrum there, Gert. Nicely driven, beautifully driven. Through the covers for 4 by Rivaldo Moonsamy. Too much width from Nabe.
And also the length way too full. And I think this will be now the Titans' forte. I asked them to sing happy birthday before every delivery. Lovely shot, and it brings up the 100 for the Titans, 102 for the last of 4, and it comes up in the after 38 overs.
Well, it was a bit of a birthday gift from Tibukai Nabe. Gratefully received by Moonsamy. He's gone to 10. Pretorius 36.
So much cricket on around the globe. We also got a bit of over 60s cricket going on.
Well, it's a good intervention by George Linder. It was struck very powerfully by Pretorius.
Yeah, Pretorius has been very, very good on that back foot. It's not allowing them just to bowl at them. Mlana changing for the first time, coming around the wicket to the left-handers.
And straight away beats his man. Very good delivery that with the angle from around the wicket. Pretorius would have felt it's coming into him, felt he needed to play, even though it was outside of stump, and then it just bounced and seamed away a touch. Beautifully bowled by Mlana.
I was very happy to see Mlana having a bit of an extensive spell over the wicket to the left-handers. He got Neil Brunt going across him. And now changing up, and just shows the quality of the bowler, because coming around the wicket is a skill on its own. It's not something that you just pick up and see it on TV and then decide to come around the wicket. You have a slight change in action, especially because you're a right armer coming around. If you're going over the wicket, you have a bit of a fall away off the pitch. And now coming around the wicket, it's so easy to actually just carry on and run onto the wicket. So you've got to stay a lot straighter, get off the crease a little bit more. Be careful not to run to that danger zone area. So it is something that needs to be practiced. It's not just getting the ball and doing it. I guess bowling the nets, he'll have Tony De Zorzi to bowl at, coming around the wicket. A bit of a practice.
Modes of dismissal, what do you think Mlana's going for here against the left-hander?
I still think the edge, to be fair. Still think those two slips in a gully, because they're in so close, I still think they feel they've got the outside part.
Uppishly through point this time by Pretorius.
And I think Pretorius thinks the same thing. That's why he's trying to upset now even the length, not just moving across, but also coming down the crease to Mlana. Ask him to either go a bit shorter or come a little bit fuller.
Yeah, he almost charged him there and had to contend with quite a steep bounce. Did well though. Got a run out of it. Oh, and that's taken off viciously from Mlana. Well played by Moonsamy. Soft hands getting it to ground quickly before it could carry to Onke Nyaku in the gully. That ends the over. It's 103 for 4. And that also ends Kat Maloney's stint as we welcome back Kumba and Yakana.
Afternoon. It's been an interesting session since the lunch has resumed from lunch. I think this partnership has quietly moved over to 33. I think it's coming together quite nicely. I think I'd like to see maybe I think since the partnership is building quite nice, maybe a bit of a change, maybe look at a spin maybe, to maybe see if maybe the spin can do something different on the pitch today.
Nabe into Londo Pretorius. Full toss, and Pretorius mistimes it really. It's a good piece of fielding by Dane Patterson, but I think Pretorius will feel he let a boundary go slip there. Yeah, it's been more of the same in this after lunch, hasn't it? It's real cut and thrust, real interesting tussle between bat and ball.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's been an interesting battle between bat and ball this since lunchtime. I feel like the batters are a bit more comfortable now. Initially, the first few overs after lunch, it was a bit tricky for the batsmen. I think now they found their zone, their hitting zone. They're a bit more comfortable. They see the ball a little bit better now. You could see when Sammy came in, he initially struggled in terms of to time the ball. Now you can see at least has kind of got his eye in.
Yes, it's a credit to this pair. They absorbed pressure after lunch. Western Province were bowling very well. They made sure they got themselves in, and they were just happy to let a couple of maiden overs be bowled. But just starting to pick up the pace a bit again now. Scoreboard ticking over quite nicely.
Definitely, I believe this partnership is very important to the innings for Titans.
Fuller driven down the ground by Pretorius, just a single. As Jody Lawrence tidies up.
And as I was saying, that I believe this partnership is very important to this Titans innings. If they were looking to post a challenging target for the Western Province side, I think this partnership has to push a bit deeper, maybe push it about 50, 70. Might give them a better chance in terms of once they come in at some point to come bat.
I think winning the toss and choosing to bat first, you're always looking, I guess, at more than 300 to justify that. Although on this pitch, maybe less than that is par. We don't know yet.
It's been a bit of a slower pitch, so maybe it's a bit tougher to get the ball through, get the time the ball a bit better.
Definitely, Cumber. It's a grind out there for the batsmen. And if the bowlers bowl good lines, and as Nabe did there, difficult to get them away, difficult to play through the line on the up. Those sort of things aren't going to happen often. As the 40th over comes to an end, 104 for 4.
I know it's definitely what we're not accustomed to here at SuperSport Wanderers. You generally get a quicker pitch where it's easier to time, it's easier to get the ball through to the boundary. But today you can see the pitch is a little bit slower, so it has maybe made it a little more difficult, as you said, for the batsman to get it through. So maybe you have to be a little bit more patient in terms of when the ball comes, maybe hit it under the eyes. Hence you find a lot of batsmen maybe pushing at it a little bit, trying to force the play.
We haven't had that much sun in the Gauteng in the last 2 weeks. It's you can feel autumn rapidly approaching. So all that also playing a part in this slowish pitch.
I must say, yes, there definitely has been a lot of rain throughout the January-Feb season and throughout this month as well. So it probably has worked against the pitch in terms of it maybe being quicker.
Squirted away through cover point by Pretorius for 1. I think the pitch will get quicker. Generally on the first day is when it is at its slowest.
I have noticed that the outfield has gone a bit quicker though throughout the day. It was quite slow in the morning. I think that probably, as you mentioned, the dew factor was a bit of a fact in the morning. I think now it's gone a little bit quicker. I've seen quite a few balls race to the boundary, or rather two fielders in the boundary areas. So I think that's a good thing for the batsman as well, at least.
Well, the Moon Sammy, I wonder if a bug flew into his helmet there. Just pulling away at the last moment.
Bowlers never like that, eh?
Attempted Yorker by Mlana, being a very tall man. That's a dangerous delivery that he can bowl. Moon Sammy digs it out well though.
Just get a feeling, I just get a sense that something might be just be coming here at the moment. They've been searching for, bowling decent lines, but you just get a feeling something might come. I don't know, but let's have a look.
Mlana, the sort of guy who does make things happen. He's got 2 of the wickets today so far. Struck on the pad, but he's very far forward and possibly outside the line of off stump as well.
They look quite close to me. Maybe a little bit high, up on the pad maybe. Let's have a look at it.
He's already starting outside his crease, Moon Sammy. And yeah, gets a half stride forward, but I think height and outside of.
Yeah, impact outside the line, yeah.
Down to fine leg. We'll watch umpire Gumpu whether it's off the bat or leg bars. It is off the bat, so Moon Sammy goes up to 11 not out.
It's been an interesting angle that Mlana has been coming from now over the wicket. I feel like it's caused a little bit more problems for Pretorius. I think it's made him think a little bit more. I think if you looked at Patterson when he came from this angle, troubled him quite a bit.
Again Pretorius walking outside off stump and down the wicket a bit, and Mlana, I think, had his sights on bowling around his legs there. He speared it down leg, and wicketkeeper Verena had a little go at the stumps as well in case Pretorius hadn't got back into his wicket. Let's watch that again. Well, the replay cut just as you could see the throw from Verena, but Pretorius was watching. He was alert to it and got his bat back over the line. 106 for 4.
Interesting to see with Mlana's height. That patch that Patterson hit, I think maybe twice in the morning and just after lunch as well. What reaction to get with his height, because Patterson is quite skiddy.
Nicely bowled by Nabe. He's a skillful bowler. He makes that ball talk. And yes, to your point, Cubbo, we saw in Mlana's previous over, I think, bowling to the right-handed Moon Sammy, he did get one to stand up and hit the splice, went to gully. So that's a good point. I think Mlana, when he's bowling to Moon Sammy, he'll be looking for that spot again. Taking the batsman up with movement back into Nabe.
Now we're bowling wicket to wicket again, probably looking for the very similar delivery that dismissed Dane Brevis. I think that maybe, but now there's a little shorter delivery, but I think he's probably setting him up for the fuller one soon.
Driven away through square leg by Moon Sammy, and he'll get 4 runs for that. Nicely dispatched, just a bit fallen on the pads from Nabe.
Partnership moves over to 40 now. Slowly building once again. Slowly building once again. Good signs for Titans, I believe.
Yeah, very important partnership for the home side. 74-4 just before lunch. And, it's looking a bit healthier now, 110 for 4, but important that these two go on now that they've got themselves in. Moonsami fresh off his first boundary. Big pardon, second boundary in fact.
Get a sense that the movement that we had earlier in the morning, I think from the sun baking at lunchtime, I think it's made the pitch maybe a little bit flatter going into the afternoon. Has made it maybe a bit quicker, but I think the movement has kind of moved left a little bit.
Oh, it's gone through Dane Patterson. Well, he's had a busy day, bowling 13 overs, has had a lot of fielding to do. Made good ground to get there. It was a well-struck drive by Moonsami, but then trying to get his body behind the ball and he missed, unfortunately.
Moonsami finding the middle of the bat on regular occasions now, I believe. And I don't think Nabi will be happy with that.
Bit of a tired effort from Dan Patterson.
It's been a long day, to be fair.
It's only halfway through it. Tickled away half square on the leg side for one.
I think as much as Moonsami has scored a couple of boundaries in this over, I think it's important also to rotate strike. I think that is also important to share the load as well, as much as you'll be facing the next over, but I think rotating the strike is also very good as well.
Yeah, you're not always going to get those 4 balls available to you. Very important that you can get the ones. And Moonsami's getting into his stride now, 20 not up. Pretorius on 39. And that's a couple of 79 balls. Londo Pretorius, 7 fours, 62 dot balls. And it just shows you he can bat in a different way to what we're used to seeing him in white ball cricket. He looks like he's set out his stall for the long haul. Mlana down to ground and down the leg side.
A bit of a slip there as he gets into his gather at the end. I think the landing might have been a bit off. Let's have a look at that, what happens exactly there.
Yeah, just a bit of unevenness on his front foot. You could see it wasn't stable. A bit disconcerting for the big man. Struck on the pad again, but somebody's doing well to get forward and to get just outside that line of off stump.
Second time he's been struck on the pad now, but I think his positioning in the crease is actually very well because he's staying outside of the line of that delivery that is threatening his pads. I think he's also been very good on whatever's been on his legs as well, so maybe he's trusting that ball coming onto his legs to clip it off for 4 maybe.
Down leg again from Mlana, second one in the over. And maybe we're just seeing the effects of the left-right batting combination, just disrupting Mlana a bit.
I think that's where also the rotational strike comes into play a lot, especially when you have a left to right hand combination. Really messes up with the bowler's rhythm as well.
Nicely driven. Good positive sounds coming from the field. World Sports Betting Western Province is a very important game for them as they try and keep out of the relegation zone. Had a good day so far, losing the toss, but they've got 4 wickets. You mentioned earlier, Kumva, maybe trying a bit of spin. I agree with you. I think it would be a pity not to at least see what the spinner can get out of this surface. They often say that if it seems, it'll spin. Oh, yeah, that's another pretty wretched delivery down the leg side from Mlana. Verena tried hard, but that one he couldn't get to, and that's going to be 4 byes. Bonus runs for the Titans. Takes them to 119 for 4.
Yeah, maybe to touch on your point there, maybe it's about time that Carl Verena looks to his spinners. I think maybe the paces are a little bit tired now. It's 43 overs in. They've all probably bowled quite a few overs now. Maybe it's about time to have a look at maybe a bit of a spin and see how this pitch is going to respond like.
Yeah, Mlana, just the second spell of his, he just hasn't quite been the same consistent bowler he was in the first. A couple of good deliveries, but the concerted pressure isn't there. Tuikai Nabe is continuing. Looks like he's going to come around the wicket as well to Pretorius. Driving off the outside edge. And a 50 partnership between Pretorius and Moonsami. 71 minutes, 92 balls, and there have been 7 fours in that partnership.
Maybe Mlana in the second spell probably has gone a little bit more searching. He hasn't really been patient hitting that that fifth stump line that he was hitting earlier in the morning. That got him those wickets and that troubled the batsman. I think he's looked a little bit more desperate in the second spell.
Inside edged onto the boot and away for quick single. Pretorius very quick to call there.
I think as we've seen in the last couple of overs, the runs have come a little bit easier. I think the Western Province have leaked a little bit of runs. Maybe they should just tighten it up a little bit, maybe just to apply the pressure once again, like how they did earlier in the morning, and force those false strikes. And we know here at SuperSport Park.
Cut away by Pretorius, just the one.
We know here at SuperSport Park that once you can apply that pressure and get that one wicket, maybe you can come to get another one. It can be a bang bang. So I think if you maybe just put on that pressure a little bit more, see what the batsman can do. Ask the batsman to maybe force the play a little bit more, and maybe you'll get something out of it.
You mentioned earlier about the pitch maybe calming down a bit this afternoon. The ball getting older as well, also a factor into the 44th over. It'll be quite a bit softer now than when they started.
I think that also makes it important to be able to hit the right lines and lengths, to not give easy runs away to the batsman, because once you do that, it started making the play a lot more easier for the batsman, and then I think the game kind of moves away from you. So it's important to just hold that line, just be patient, and just hit the line consistently.
Yeah, Tuikai Nabe, he's good at that. Always bowls pretty straight. Can set a field for him.
I definitely think he's been a lot better since the lunch session. I think Pongwana needs to back him up a little bit more to apply that pressure a bit more, because he's bowled a few deliveries on the leg side, swayed a little bit on the leg side, gave away a few loose deliveries that have released the pressure. So maybe he needs to back him up a little bit more and just bowl the tighter lines.
Quick single taken again, square on the offside. Naba and Pongwana bowled really well in partnership this morning. It really kind of changed the momentum for Western Province. So they'll be looking to do the same, but they're going to have to wait a few minutes because we are having the mid-afternoon drinks break then at the moment. So Titans 123 for 4, Pretorius on 41, Moonsami on 22. They've just brought up their 50 partnership. So join us again in 3 or 4 minutes. Ready. Welcome back to SuperSport Park. We've just had the midday drinks break, midway through the second session of 3 today. Titans winning the toss and batting at 123 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 cover. And it's been a pretty engrossing cricket today so far.
100%. It was a much needed break for the Western Province side. I can see now as we're about to start the session, getting a bit of spin now, finally, a bit of something different. So let's see what it can bring to us.
Yeah, cover Nyakana was calling for George Linder to have a go. So always good just to see what your chief spin bowler can get out of the pitch. And tall bowler, he's bowling from the Henops River end, where we've seen a bit more bounce as well on offer for the bowlers, and it'll just provide a different test for 2 batters who have put on 53 now, and I think a very positive move by Western Province skipper Kyle Verreynne.
George Linda will be coming with a lot of experience here, so I think he'll definitely know what to do on this pitch. He's bowled in it probably plenty of times, so he'll definitely know what to do in terms of the lines and length. Might not turn as much for him, but let's see.
Got a slip in place and a backward point. Mid-wicket doing the fielding for that one. Mid-on, a deep mid-off, halfway back to the boundary. Tony DeZorzi patrolling at extra cover. There's a deepish point as well, halfway back. A fine leg and a deep square leg. Quicker from Linda. Moonsumi. Nice positive stroke there. Just a defensive push really, but because of the positivity of the shot and into the gap, he picks up the one.
I think they'll definitely have to be positive with their batting, with the spin, especially Calvary, and maybe we'll be looking to maybe slow down the runs with the spin to apply a bit of pressure with using the spinner. So maybe they should maybe be maybe not necessarily attacking to him, but maybe quite positive. I wouldn't want him to settle on any of his length, because we know George Linda what he can do once he settles in.
Left-handed Pretorius now on strike, long leg side boundary for him. With the left and right batting pair in combination, there would have been a bit of a debate about which side George Linda should bowl from. They've obviously identified Leandro Pretorius as the more dangerous batter and made sure he's got the long leg side boundary. He'll be hitting with the turn to the leg side.
To be interesting to see how Leandro Pretorius goes about his work here with the spinner. He can be aggressive, so maybe he might look to attack George Linda.
Down the wicket, lofted over the mid-off, which is clever cricket because mid-on was back for him. It's a good piece of fielding down on the boundary that saves the boundary. Dane Patterson doing well.
As I say that, he goes down the wicket, charges down the wicket just over mid-on.
Yeah, it wasn't hit totally cleanly, but it was a good shot selection in terms of hitting it over mid-off rather than tacking on long on. One more to Pretorius. Just his second first-class innings, Leandro Pretorius, and he just continues to impress in all formats. Brilliant 120 on debut in the Titans' last four-day match, and 44 not out today. And I don't know about you, Cumber, but I think he's looked the most accomplished of the batsmen on display.
No, definitely. He's a real deal, this young man. He showed his credentials in the SA20, and he's transferred this form once again to here. Previous innings that he had here was a 120, as you mentioned, and I believe he's an important cog to this batting lineup.
Well, he's steering them to a decent total here on the first day, 127 for 4. Onke Nyaku is back from the West Lane end to Pretorius. One slip and a gully. That ever-present deep point for Pretorius. Just a little bit behind square now. Also a fine leg and a deep square leg. Lots of space on the offside for Pretorius to get a one. full, good fielding by Nyaku off his own bowling.
Pretorius is quite strong in that point area, hence I believe they put that fielder there. It's a strong area of his. Also his weakness as well. He's been dismissed there quite a few times in that area, in that 6-7 stump where he's flashed the ball quite a few times. I've seen the SA20, so maybe they might try to stay a little bit tight with him near his pads and then maybe give him that one wide one just to flash at one. See, maybe he might force a false stroke.
Flicked away by Pretorius. It was going way down leg from Nyaku, and Pretorius manages to get some bat on it. Edges ever nearer to his half century. He's on 48 now. The question of the deep point, there's sort of mixed feelings about it, because obviously someone who's so strong through that area, you're cutting off the boundary, but you're also giving him easy ones. Easy shot in the world just to hit it square of the wicket on the offside. 1 run, thank you very much. So it's not really creating any pressure, whereas if you had the man in the ring, the one wouldn't be so easy. Again, sliding leg side on Nyaku. This time it's straight to fine leg for 1. If the deep point was in at a conventional point, it might encourage Pretorius to try and go over him. Maybe create more opportunity for the wicket.
Maybe it might be, to add to your point, might be maybe a negative fielding position, maybe. Though maybe they're trying to protect the runs, maybe from leaking from him, because he's seeing the ball quite well today. So maybe they know that he probably might be able to score those runs quite easily in that area. So maybe they might be a bit careful at the moment, the Western Province side.
Yes, there's definitely a counter argument to what I said as well. So I said mixed feelings about the deep point. You can argue it both ways. Western Province have clearly decided that it's the way to go, and then even Rivaldo Moonsamy has a deep point in place now, as well as a deep square leg. Not sure Onke Nyako should be dropping short balls on the leg side though at his pace. Nicely driven, lovely stroke by Mlana Moonsamy, full flow of the bat, and away through the covers for 4.
Runs are coming easy at the moment. Runs are really coming easy at the moment, and must be a real concern for the Western Province side. It's been a very, very dry session in terms of wickets. They must be looking for something different now. They must be looking to try force the Titans to maybe make a mistake somewhere. As you said, with maybe the field setting, maybe apply the pressure by bringing the fielders a bit closer to avoid those singles and those boundaries.
17 overs we've had since lunch, and 65 runs added. No wickets, as you said, a dry session for Western Province. And when you're bowling with the pace of an Onke Nyako or even Nabe or Pongwana, you've really got to get your lines and lengths right. Otherwise you are going to be punished by these two informed batters who've come off a great white ball competition, both of them. George Linder to continue. He's still got the slip in place. Pretty much the same fielders in his first over. Deep square leg, long on. Well, the 2 boundary fielders. Mid off is halfway back. George Linder started this over bowling a little bit slower. We saw in his first over he bowled a couple of quicker ones. I'm sure we'll see him vary his pace quite a bit.
It'll be also interesting to see if Pretorius goes again down the wicket, maybe to apply pressure on George Linder once again.
Flatter from Linder and tucked away for the single, and that is Mlana Pretorius' 50. It's the second time he's got to 50 in his first 2 innings in first class cricket. In his first one he made it 100, he made it 120. And he's batted beautifully again today. 92 balls and 8 fours in that half century.
He's definitely looked good today. Definitely looked good. He'll really want to go big on this one. He'll want to make this 50 count and convert it to 100. To be important for him to get stuck in.
Down the ground by Moonsamy.
Like that they're rotating the strike with George Linder, not giving him the chance to settle on one batsman. Usually George Linder, once he gets settled into one batsman, maybe might find a trick here with varying with his pace, his different angles where because I know when he bowls, he's got different points of release. So maybe that might be a thing for him, but now with the rotation of strike might not allow him to settle.
Down the wicket, and misjudged the flight there, turned into a bit of a heave from Mlana. Pretorius just managed to get the edge onto it and then onto his body, but a moral victory for the bowler there.
You just get a sense that's coming. You just get a sense that's coming with Pretorius. He's been looking for that shot. First over he did, and now again. So it might be a shot that he might be looking for. Oh, kind of hit his pad there.
Quicker and flatter from Linder. He's probing as George Linder. And Mlana Pretorius, as you said, he's itching to attack, but he's got to be watchful because George Linder's a very canny, experienced bowler. It's the end of the over. It's 138 for 4. Pretorius looked to be targeting sort of cow corner wide of long on area with the turn in that previous over.
Even though he's looking to attack, I think he must be careful with that as well, not to give his wicket away. I believe it's very important to a good target for the Titans. So if he does give his wicket away, maybe charging down recklessly, maybe might cost the Titans a little bit in terms of getting a very good target here.
Okay, Nyaku continuing. Absolutely agree with your previous point, Kamva. He's done a lot of hard work, Mlana Pretorius, to get to 50. Really doesn't want to be throwing it away now due to a rash bit of batting. It's important not to let the spinner settle, as you said, but you also don't want to be suddenly overextending yourself. Neatly angled by Rivaldo. Moonsamy chopping it away outside off stump. Lovely timing, and it's away for 4.
I think Onke Nyaku, the line is and the length is bowling honestly hasn't really been working for him at the moment. Maybe he should be going a bit touch fuller. With his pace, I don't think it will really do any damage with him bowling it back of a length delivery. That's kind of a freebie for me, if I see.
Yeah, the run rate for the innings by the Titans has just reached 3 to the over, and Onke Nyaku's going for nearly 6 and over. 25 runs conceded midway through his 5th over. Just the one slip now. And Moonsamy cuts it straight into that gap between the slip and a backward point and collects another boundary.
I believe it's important for the Western Province side to stay positive here, even though things are not really happening for them, besides that delivery that went through the slip cord in there. But I believe they need to stay positive, keep on talking, keep on being positive here to at least staying positive to get that chance through.
There's a short extra cover in place as well. Yeah, that's better. I think what you were saying is correct about Inyaku maybe bowling it just a little bit too wide outside off stump. That previous delivery, getting hit to short extra cover, I think that's a better line for him. Maybe just needs to be bowling a little bit straighter. He's got a ring of fielders to stop the ones, but no third man. So any sort of width, Moonsamy, you can see is targeting that area behind square on the offside. And a no ball. It's the first one of those today, I think.
Yeah, I haven't seen one today. We want to correct that immediately. Go back to his mark and correct that and see what went wrong there.
It just speaks to a bowler who's a little bit unsettled in this over, just not quite in perfect rhythm and perfect sync. Now a bit leg side-ish, but mid-wicket is well placed. Eddie Moore. That ends the over, 147 for 4, and the partnership now is worth 77.
It'll be interesting over coming up here and again with George Linder and Pretorius, because he's been looking to attack him for the last 2 overs. I'm sure George Linder is aware of that right now, so he'll be varying his pace, varying his line, trying to see what he can do different, maybe to lure him to play that false shot.
A fascinating battle indeed, yeah. Cat and mouse, George Linder, Randra Pretorius. How will the aggressive young left-hander look to play the veteran spinner? Long on back, mid-off is halfway back. Pretorius staying firmly in his crease this time.
Important for George Linder to keep it tight, yeah?
Tickled it very fine, did Randra Pretorius. George Linder was interested in LBW, that's how late he played it. But good bit of fielding, a good chase by Jody Lawrence. And just a couple of runs to Pretorius. Might even have, sorry, Kamva, he might even have been thinking about bowling around his legs there. Onto the pool very quickly, Pretorius, just one. And the 150 is up for the Titans in the 49th over.
As well as the partnership has moved over to 80 quite quickly as well.
It's a good leave by Rivaldo Moonsamy. Of course, a wicket keeper, so he was confident it wasn't the arm ball. Carverena sharing a few wicket keeping tidbits there. Linda really flighting that one up, and seems disappointed that Moonsamy just dead bats it down the wicket.
You'll probably find that George Linder is probably more comfortable bowling to the right-hand batsman, turning it away from him, and also giving him the option to bowl the straighter, quicker one as well.
Definitely, and with a short leg side boundary as well. End of George Linder's third over. He's gone for 9 runs, and the Titans 150 for 4. with that, we're going to have a commentary change with Gert Maloney joining Kamva in Yakana.
We see the first delivery of the 50th over for the day. Kamva, nice exciting batting partnership, bringing up the 150, also an 80 partnership. It's exactly what we wanted, a big partnership from the Titans.
No, definitely the Titans will be delighted with this session, especially after lunch. The runs have come quite quickly for them. I'm sure they'll be happy with these two guys batting, and they'll want them to bat as deep as possible into this day.
Oh, just a little bit of a lifter. Ayako, see Pretorius just taking off his bottom hand just to soften the blow. But yeah, this partnership becomes crucial for the Titans. They need to kick on. They can battle T and makes that 250 target all of it more realistic. Still 49, I beg your pardon, 48 overs to go after this. Pretorius looking good. He's on 53. Very mature innings. Rivaldo Munsame, slow to start, but finding his feet as well.
Pretorius, for a young guy, has shown a lot of maturity in this innings, especially came at a time where there was a bit of a struggle, and he was rebuilding with Brevis, and then also now rebuilding as well with Munsame. And I think he's been very mature in his approach with his innings, as much as he has been aggressive at certain points of his innings, but very...
Lovely shot, just making Dane Patterson work there. Just the one. You can just hear the applause here from our right is where the change room is. Appreciating every single run at the moment.
As they should, as they should. These two guys have been brilliant, and you'd want them to really get stuck in here. Munsame is also coming together really well. He's got on 36 of 64 balls. He's also looked positive in the last couple of overs. There's quite a few runs that have come off his bat.
Oh, good call by Munsame. There's one landing right on the top of the stumps, hitting the bails. Those could easily just ricochet off and just create one or two overthrows.
You definitely don't want those during times like these, definitely. When runs are flowing, you really want to keep it as tight as possible. Let's have a look at that again. Nice accurate throw there. Right on top of the stumps. It's the bails.
It literally landed on top of the stumps. Jody Lawrence take a bow. Into play again. Same fielder. That's the end of the over. It's 6 overs gone for Nayako and 50 overs gone for the Titans. It is 152 for the loss of 3, and that run rate has just crept up to 3 runs to the over. And it's because of this big partnership that we're seeing at the moment. We just have a look there at the Titans dugout, or the Titans change room. You can see them being very, very relaxed there. Having a nice sit down. Brandt is having a cup of tea there. Talking to the coach there.
I can tell you it must have been a totally different change room just before lunch. I think they weren't looking too great. I think it was 7-1 for 4 at the time. Now they're looking quite comfortable. Let's see, George Linda coming in.
Yeah, he's bowled decently. The 3 overs that he's bowled. Very surprised that he's only bowled 3 overs thus far. But the seamers have done such a good job exploiting the conditions. I don't think Verena felt it's necessary for him to come in.
I honestly thought he would have come in a lot earlier in terms of to give him a try. Maybe you had mentioned before lunch maybe. But let's see what he can do now. Haven't seen that much turn from his side.
Oh, what a good call that is. Soft hands and just caught on the heels a bit was Dane Patterson.
What I like about this partnership now is it's coming together really well, getting towards the 100 mark. I think the rotation of strike has been amazing recently in the last couple of overs, and especially with the left-right hand combination, it really does make it a little more difficult for your bowler to kind of get settled into a length.
Oh, good fielding off his own bowling. It does make it very hard, especially with the right-left combination, as you alluded to. But also the calling between these two, taking their form from their opening partnerships in the 50-over campaign, the one-day cup into the 4-day game. Bit of feet movement there by Munsame, just trying to maybe upset and exploit that deep mid-wicket. Munsame, they've got man down at a long off, but he's about 15 meters off the fence. And then a deep square leg that is behind square. Well, only two men on the fence. And then a very deep point. But as he walks in, he finishes around about where the inner circle would be. As we see this one just forearm slapped down for one.
I wonder why they have that fielder in, because you like to ask yourself, is it saving a single? Probably not. And then yet again, if the ball were to go over him, that would be a missed opportunity. So I really sometimes don't get to understand those fielding positions that come.
I agree with you. I'm not really sure. It's almost like he's there for the miss hit if they want to go. And also, for Luanda Pretorius, that man drops back right onto the fence. Deep square goes out. As the end of another over, it's 51 gone, 156 for the loss of 4. And over the last couple of overs, we've just seen that run rate creeping up. It's now crept up to 3.1. So great job by these two, as their partnership is 86. Still 47 overs in today's play left.
I'm sure Western Province will be really desperate for a wicket right now. It's been really, really dry for them. So I'm sure they'll be looking to do something different, to get something different, maybe a bit of luck here and there.
Pretorius just happy to knock it around. Him and Munsame just making sure that it's the ones ticking over, that scoreboard keeping busy.
I must say it's looking a lot flatter though after lunch. Pitch is not really giving much. Haven't had any oohs and ahs since lunchtime. Just gives you an idea that probably hasn't been beating the batch much. You'd think that because there's still a little bit of cloud cover, you'd think maybe the ball will still move around, but since the sun has been baking on the pitch, not much movement really.
Also considering that ball is 50 overs old, I think a bit of a shine is off.
That's definitely a factor. Once that ball gets a bit softer, probably sometimes a bit harder to get onto the bat, but it's also harder to make it talk.
No real seam there. The seam is a bit softer, so that seam movement that we saw, that's going to become a lot less. I think this is the part why the momentum multiplied Titans decided to bat first this morning. This could be the passage of play that they targeted and realized it's going to become easier to bat on before maybe day 4, where it's going to be a lot harder to bat on last.
You know when the pitch is not doing much and the ball's a bit softer, sometimes maybe you should have a bit of variations, come a little bit wider of the wicket.
Or you could just have the batter not leave or play at it at all, or any one of those things. Saw one from Mlana Pretorius earlier as well, where he wanted to play and then leave it at the same time. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe a bit of variation needs to come in.
A little bit wider off the pitch, maybe. It also creates a bit of that doubt with batsmen. Something different visuals for them. You know, when you see that bowler doing the same thing over and over, it kind of gets comfortable sometimes.
And also, we spoke about it earlier, myself and Captain Borland, when he was on. And it's those two bowlers that they're missing, Nandre Berger and also Hendricks, that created a lot of problems. And also, they're two left-armers, so they bring something different to your bowling attack all of a sudden. Angle, swing. Prolific wicket takers last season. This one worked into the onside. A lot of work to do. It'll be a 2. It's a lovely chase there by Eddie Moore. End of the over. 52 gone, 159 for the loss of 4. And this partnership just creeping up, 89.
And also, you know, when you have a pitch, a ball that's not doing much, maybe you maybe sometimes need that out-and-out pace that will just really bowl wicket to wicket, fast, quick, bring something different, or sometimes just bring that variation of that shorter ball because of that pace that they may bring. I think maybe the pitch is maybe not as maybe soft now at the moment with the sun baked. Maybe the ball might go through a little bit more. So maybe they could try that short ball ploy. But now with the bowlers that they have at the moment at their disposal, they might not be able to maybe look at that option. It's more they're kind of wicket to wicket guys. Yes, you do have Mlana that is a bit taller, but doesn't have really that much pace to work with. So he's kind of, you know, a length and a full length delivery kind of bowler. But let's see what Jody Lawrence has to give for us. Yeah, he's bowled really well today. Very economical as well. So maybe he might bring something different. I think it might be his third spell of the day. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, he's coming back to the attack. First time that he's changed ends. And it might just be a ploy just to get George Linder into the other end. He's into Pretorius. They might just change ends to George Linder, maybe because he's only bowled the 4 overs. So I don't think they would have taken him off completely. Might just feel that the other end will be suited better for him. Let the seamers operate from this end. Won't surprise me after this to see Dane Patterson also coming back in.
I don't think he's bowled all too badly, so I think maybe it might be that change.
Oh, going way across. Just pushing it, Dane Patterson. Tad of a TV dive there. He's feeling the softness of SuperSport Park.
Let's see what Lawrence can do to the right-hander here. Maybe he might bring a different proposition to the right-hander here.
Yeah, the field has changed a lot as well. Munsami getting a fine leg on the fence. Ayako staying on the fence. And also Dezorsi dropping down to backward square leg. And this one is absolutely blasted through the offside. Deep point can just have a bit of a jog. Pick that one up, and Pretorius and Munsami will just have a bit of a fist bump there in the middle. This was a lovely shot, just leaning onto it, Kamfa.
That was an inviting delivery. It was wide, full. I think it was begging to be hit before. Really, really. I think it might be a bit of a loose one. I think to be a bit critical of that one.
Yeah, Lawrence hasn't bowled a lot of those. Oh, and he's given it away after a lovely shot through the covers. Talk about your soft dismissal partnership on 94. Rivaldo Munsami on 45. And he's just chipped it back to the bowler.
That might speak to the slowness of the wicket that we've been talking about all day. I think usually that happens when the ball's not coming onto the bat, and maybe he tried forcing the delivery, especially after that confidence stroke. Maybe he was looking for another, positive stroke. Catch.
Lovely catch there, lovely catch. Low down, those are never easy in your follow through. And after that fourth through the offside,
Let's have a look at that again.
probably just looking at the one. Hard hands, pushing at the ball, little chipper. Thank you very much. Jody Lawrence says, I'll have another one, thanks.
Oh, you could see that disappointment there with Munsami. He was really looking good today, really looking good. Set for 55 runs away from that 50. Might be a little bit disappointed with the dismissal, but very good catch by Lawrence there.
I gotta feel he's a little bit more than a little disappointed there. He was on his way. He and Mlana Pretorius stayed till tea. They could have taken the score past the 300 mark in that first day, because they've been going on at rates and knots. 94 partnership finally broken, as we see Andile Petlokwayo coming to the crease. He's got 100 to his name, highest score of 107. That was versus the Rocks back in the 21-22 season. Average of 26. We know he's played a couple of little cameos for the Pretorius as well.
He's quite a handy batsman actually down the order. I've seen over the years that his batting's improved leaps and bounds. I'm sure Titans will be hoping that he puts in a decent score here to push them at least to get to that 250 mark we've been talking about.
Well, they need that 250 mark. Looks like the pitch is just playing a little bit better. I mentioned day 2 and 3 will probably be the best days to bat on it. Then the variable bounce is definitely going to come into play.
Andile Petlokwayo getting ready, setting up.
Andile Petlokwayo has played a couple of lovely innings. He's one of those batters that once he gets going can really hit the long ball as well. Can take the game away from you.
It's a really good time of the ball as well. Especially once he gets in, it becomes a really good time of the ball.
What we've seen on this deck, normally one wicket brings a couple of wickets. This is what the WSB Western Province will be hoping for. Lawrence to Petlokwayo. Getting in right behind it. It's going to be difficult for any new batter to come in and just assess the pace of the pitch. Because I mentioned earlier, I don't think you're going to feel in on this pitch. Doesn't matter how long you bat. You're not going to feel all that comfortable. You're going to see the ball big. But just the pitch conditions is just going to make you feel that little bit uncomfortable.
I think it's over the years, that's been the nature of SuperSport Park. I think that's been the feedback coming from the batsman, that you're never really in.
There's the one outside, past the outside part of the bat. Petlokwayo standing there as if he's posing for a picture, but he missed that pretty convincingly. A successful over for Jody Lawrence. Picking up the wicket, the big wicket of Rivaldo Munsami.
Let's have a look at that delivery once again. How close that was to the bat. That's quite close.
Very close to the off stump as well. Okay, Nayako continuing. So all the credit goes to Carl Verreynne once again for making that change from George Linder to bring Jody Lawrence back. Jody Lawrence proving to be a vital wicket taker for them, not just a golden arm, but picking up big wickets, big scalps. Just another one. Pretorius getting in quickly. Was a bit of a slow start from batter and fielder there.
Nice back foot punch there from Pretorius for a single. Good that he's rotating the strike as well.
And now two left-handers at the crease. Will just allow everyone to settle as we see the bowler just asking everyone to come into the circle. Happy to leave a fine leg with the angle around. It's a good call. Everyone else just coming into the circle, and Tony de Zorzi just coming into a short cover. 2 slips, a gully. Now points inside the ring.
He's been there pretty much all day, Tony Zorzi, coming in quite deep, about 15 meters away, as you mentioned.
Oh, this one hitting Petluquire, but I don't think that was bad. That almost looked like it was brushing the shoulder. Yes, you can see him just looking at it. That was bad. That would have flown to first or second slip.
Let's have a look at that. Onkenyaku's got few of these balls to get a bit of extra bounce in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, just on the left shoulder. Nice and solid behind it. There's Tony de Zorzi that you mentioned. Coming in nice and close. Just see how close it was, because he played it right into the deck, and the first bounce it gets to de Zorzi. That's how close he's getting in.
Yeah, he's really close in there. He's really close in there. Maybe waiting for that chip shot again. That false stroke that comes into play in this type of pitch.
Oh, got his bat out of the way at the last second there. He nearly fiddled at it.
I'd actually love to see Mhlali Mpongwana coming from this end here. There's been a bit of an extra bounce from Onkenyaku from this side, and would love to see with a bit of that height he brings that he's been getting a lot of bounce on the other end as well. But this end has been showing a bit of bounce lately.
Oh, getting the inside part of the bat, nearly crashing into the stumps. Bit of fortune there for Andile Petluquire.
Onkenyaku asking a lot of questions of Andile. I think he's really finding his rhythm now. He struggled initially when he started with his spell. I think now he's really finding his rhythm. Let's have a look at that again, a young inside edge there.
Again, playing away from his body. Bit of a nothing shot, really. Pretorius, this one keeping low. Was going for the shot. Shot was on. Just dying on the keeper again. And going underneath the bat. Man on 59, don't really miss out on those.
A few close calls here for the Titans in the last few deliveries. Are you playing a bit away from his body?
You could just see Calvarena, the way he picked that ball up. As soon as he picked it up, it's just, oh, come on. One of these is going to crash into the knee.
Oh, but you find Calvarena is always very animated with his reactions. He's one of those keepers that appeal for a lot of things.
Jody Lawrence. It's the second one that Petluquire has not read off the pitch. This time I think he's gotten hurt. It's the second one that's hit him on the same shoulder, it looks like. Well, this one could actually have been maybe his hand.
It's not looking too comfortable, eh? But it's been the nature of the day where... Let's have a look at that delivery. Bit of extra bounce.
Like that bottom hand, that left hand also getting a working over. So it's the left shoulder, left hand. Oh, and taken. It is another spectacular catch by Calvarena. Oh, diving away to his left. And there's that man again, Jody Lawrence, picking up his third.
you could see that coming. Pretorius never looked comfortable, really never looked comfortable with that. And I think it's been the nature of the day where when you initially come in, you have to really be focused. And I think that was unfortunate for Pretorius, but he's unfortunately gone. Outside edge, gone. Beautiful catch from Calvarena. Another one for the day. Caught a beautiful one early in the morning. He's following up with another one.
Yeah, it's so difficult to stay focused at the stumps, especially when the ball's up and down. Making sure everyone is concentrated as we see the man playing in his 50th match today, Dayan Khalim. He's got a high score of 108, so no mug with the bat at all. Average of 31. That higher score coming a bit further back. It's the 2018-2019 season. It was at Potchefstroom against the Northwest Dragons.
Let's see how he goes here. We were talking about just a few minutes ago about why George Lynn didn't carry on his bowling. I guess this answers our question why he didn't carry on bowling.
It also comes to what we discussed earlier. When we're not on the pitch, we see something up here and you think of variations, what else? But it's Calvarena and them on the deck that's just making the calls and doing the right calls at the right time. Just making sure that those variations come with the bowlers and not necessarily with the deliveries.
Once again, the SuperSport Park pitch proves again that once again one wicket can get another one quickly again. And I'm sure the Western Province will be looking to apply the pressure again. And it's been amazing captaincy from Calvarena with these good calls that he's made today with the bowling changes he's made. As soon as he's seen if the bowler's not working, he'll always make those changes. And then credit to him.
Yeah, he's definitely seen something in Lawrence. Picking up 3 mammoth wickets. He picked up the wicket of Brevis. He's picked up the wicket of... he's also picked up the wicket from Rivaldo Munsami, set on 45. Now he's picked up the wicket of the Pretorius, Andile Petlukwayo.
I must say, Jody Lawrence has been probably the pick of the bowlers today.
Oh, the very positive shot coming out first up. Little short arm jab, says, hold on. I'll play a bit of a pull through mid wicket.
I don't think Jody Lawrence will enjoy that.
I don't think he expected it, to be very honest.
Quite aggressive to start off with.
Dayan Khalim coming in, positive intent. Aquilin kept a little bit low and he still played it through mid wicket. Well played. Don't think it's going to change the plan much.
It's interesting how he's going to carry on moving forward. I think to be an interesting contest to look forward to in the next couple of overs. Might get a few runs here and there now. Maybe with them being aggressive at this point. Might be the message in the changing room.
Oh, that came off the side pad, so not a chance. Just Dayan Khalim must just be careful not to give Lawrence a little bit of a sniff here, because he would love to give him a bit of a send-off after that last short arm jab he played.
Bit of an effort delivery there for Jody Lawrence.
Yeah, again, just kept a tad low. Can just hear the grunt as he comes through. The wicket of Luandre Pretorius all of a sudden becomes very, very important for both sides. The Titans want him to kick on, maybe score another 100, and then World Sports Betting Western Province would love to get him, because then they feel that they might be in the lower order. They might just feel that they got a chance to maybe restrict them to under 200. Oh, this one away from Calvarena. Nothing he could do about that. And it's from the glove. It's fortuitous runs.
Oh, that was lucky from Khalim. Lucky from him. Another effort delivery from Jody Lawrence. Let's look at that again. Beautiful bouncer on the badge. Bit leg side-ish. Allowed him to at least guide it with his glove, I can say. to the boundary for 4. But to make an interesting over. Next over.
Yeah, successful but expensive over. The most expensive over we've had throughout the match. 8 runs coming from it. And the wicket of Rivaldo Munsa. Oh, sorry, Andile Petlukwayo. Umke Nayako continuing. He caused a few problems for Andile. Oh, this is a lovely push. Dane Patterson can't get there. Luandre Pretorius moves on to 63 with a lovely shot through mid-wicket.
The last 3 overs, seen a bit of a flow of runs here, I see. I think it would be a little bit disappointing for Western Province after they picked up those 2 quick wickets. They would have loved to apply the pressure and keep the pressure to get a bit more wickets and maybe close this innings out. But now maybe they're playing a bit of a loose ones here. But let's see if they can bring it together again.
Getting right under behind it. So again, Luandre Pretorius' wicket becomes very important. He needs someone on the other end, just like Rivaldo Munsame did. Stick with him. The runs will come. The runs will look after itself.
I think what's important is that Pretorius gets support from the other end. I think it's so easy to say that he needs to dig deep, but he needs also the support from the other end. At least when the guys stick around the lower end of the guys.
He needs to stick around. Be interesting to see when Dane Patterson is going to get another run. Because you mentioned Lawrence bowling brilliantly. He is the pick of the wicket takers today. He's been the pick of the bowlers. But also Dane Patterson has bowled brilliantly. I think the partnership between those two, especially in that second spell when they came back together again as well. Runs dried up, made it life very difficult for the batters. Oh, this one through the covers, moving across the stumps. And Luandre Pretorius seeing it like a beach ball.
Yet another boundary in the over from Pretorius, looking really good. I believe he's set for a big one here today.
Yeah, he looked in no hurry to get back to the changing room. Look at this, just lovely. It's one of the few shots that we've actually seen on the up.
Played quite a few of those cover drives today. Maybe not on the up, but the cover drives, quite a few of those today. And has looked really good in that area.
Immediate call of 1. Lovely cricket by Pretorius. 9 runs coming from this over. Previous one, 8. This is now the most expensive over in the match thus far. And that's cool. 183 for 6. Nayako, one more delivery to go in his 9th over. Oh, Dayan Khalim going for the covers and getting the inside part of the bat. And that's it for the 56th over. 183 for the loss of 6. And is that man Luandre Pretorius once again? Hasn't he been on everyone's lips since the One Day Cup? And even since the SA20. Just lighting it up. And now even in a 4-day format, he's just piling up the runs.
I just get a sense since Khalim has come to the crease that I think the message has been to go maybe a little more attacking. I don't know, maybe it might be in loose bowling, but the runs have flown in the last 2 overs since he arrived to the crease. Might be the message on the changing room.
Just look at the bowling scorecard there. Dane Patterson going at 2 runs to the over. He's 13 overs, only going for 27 runs. And then Jody Lawrence and Mpongwana, the leading wicket takers in this match. Both of them bowled brilliantly. 5 between them. Lawrence in to Pretorius. I think one thing that a quick single has shown is that Pretorius wants the bulk of the strike. He feels that he needs to soften up the ball a little bit more.
I'd like to see him respect Lawrence a little bit in terms of maybe not attack him as much, because he's been the danger man for the day, and maybe look to attack the other bowlers maybe.
Just hear that sound of the bat. Sounds so crisp. Pretorius, of course, coming off that 120 that he scored in Kaberka against the Warriors. Now adding another 68 not out on that thus far. Oh, this one is short on pulled, and that's just easy pickings for Luandre Pretorius. You can just see Lawrence standing there. He knows that wasn't the plan.
I'm sure Jody Lawrence would want to repeat the same bouncer that he had bowled previous over to Khalim. Look at that. Not short enough. Easy pickings. Easy pickings for Pretorius in between the two fielders. But you can see by the field setup at the moment, the deep square leg there.
Oh, getting a hand to it. Oh, Dane Patterson would have had a bit of work to do if Lawrence didn't get a hand to that. Pretorius still very busy in the crease. Still jumping up and down, making sure that the blood flows good.
You can see the plan might be able to bowl a little bit short maybe. Especially with the leg side being a bit the bigger side for the left-handed batsman.
Oh, Dazor, she can't get there. Just another single. One more delivery to go in this Jody Lawrence, 13th over. You got to feel that the plan has got to be give Pretorius one and bowl at the other end.
Pretorius has done really well though to face the bulk of the balls as well. I think it's given enough time for Khalim to kind of get himself in, to get a feel of his innings.
Just letting it go, closing out the over once again is Khalim, and very happy to let Luandre Pretorius pinch the strike on the other end. He's looking fantastic on 73 of 119 deliveries. Jody Lawrence's 13 overs have gone for 40 runs, but he's picked up 3 big scalps. And George Linder coming to the attack. As we mentioned, change of ends for him.
Took longer than we expected. Took maybe a couple of expensive overs from Onke Nyaku.
After the wicket fell, they might have just felt that seam still will prevail. Seam will still be the main factor. Field is nice and spread for George Linder. He's got a deep square, he's got a deep mid wicket, and then his mid on is also about 10 meters off the fence, and mid off as well, halfway. And he goes for it. Luandre Pretorius says, halfway for what? That is a mammoth 6.
Since George Linder has come on, Pretorius has looked to attack George Linder quite a bit. Initially, he looked to dance down the wicket. Now he's gone down on one knee. Big 6 on the square leg side.
And he's seeing it nice and big. And see immediately a field change as George Linder sends out the deep backward point.
That's Pretorius' strong area, and that's a shorter boundary on that side, so you'll definitely be targeting that area.
just turning it into the slot for Pretorius. Up and away.
And Pretorius will be hitting with the turn, so it'll be an easy 6 to hit on the leg side.
Going a lot flatter, a lot quicker. Good comeback by George Linder. I think this is what they want. They want Khalim on strike for Linder. 80 up for Luandre Pretorius. That brings his tally up to 200 runs in 2 matches. So whatever happens, he's going to have an average of over 100, which is not a bad start to a season, to your career.
He's made Let's Say cricket look easy.
There we go. This is exactly the plan. You can see everyone just came in. They've got that... it's almost like a long leg they got on the fence there for George Linder, for a right-handed Khalim. And then also they've got sweep out on the fence. That's the only 2 that's out of the circle. When I say circle, there's normally a 30-yard circle in ODIs.
I'd actually like to see for Khalim, I'd like to see that deep point come back in to apply that pressure a bit more. Especially that it won't be easy for him to hit the ball with the turn.
I think with that man out, it just allows Linder to go a little bit straighter. If he gets it wrong, lengthwise, it will just be the 1. Could be that that's the plan. Maybe if he's going to get the 1, get it now, the last ball of this over. As their big mix-up, this is a run-out chance. Calvin Rayner, you absolute beauty. What a flick. And it's a run-out which the Titans did not want. But what an effort, Calvin Rayner, Superman.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Asking for that deep point to come back in, to apply that pressure. Yes, maybe you're right, that created that, that doubt there with that gap there being opened. But what a stumping there. What a run out, I mean.
What a run out. Calvin Rayner doing an absolutely fabulous job getting rid of Dayan Khalim. 8 after just 10 deliveries faced. And what a brilliant way to bring up another wicket. And also brings up T. And, the fall of the 7th wicket. Dayan Khalim storming off. He wasn't happy with the call. Luandre Pretorius still there on 80. It's 195 for the loss of 7. And it's the Titans who won the toss earlier and decided to bat. Lost a flurry of wickets. Then Rivaldo Munsame and Luandre Pretorius put up a lovely partnership. And now they've just lost their 7th wicket. Jody Lawrence, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 40 in his 13. Mpongwana, 2 for 20 in 9. And Nabe also chipping in with a wicket there. And like I mentioned, Luandre Pretorius, 80 of 121, looking very comfortable. Rivaldo Munsame, 45. And then Joshua van Heerden, 21. And Neil Brown also chipping in with 18 of 35. It is T here at SuperSport Park. It is the 4-day domestic series for CSA's 4-day domestic series. Join us again in about 20 minutes' time, where we'll bring you the 3rd and final session. Well, welcome back to SuperSport Park. It's a CSA 4-day domestic series. It is the Titans hosting WSB Western Province, and we had a bit of an exciting finish just before tea, as I'm joined by Captain Borland. Ken, welcome.
Hello, Kurt. And, well, I know if I was the captain of the Titans team, Neil Brunt, I would have been less than pleased during the tea break. Suicidal running between the wickets, I think, is the phrase. And we had the Titans had such a good flurry of runs just before the tea break, with Pretorius and Khalim adding 29 of 22 balls. And then in the over before tea, Diane Khalim punches one into the covers, calls for the run. I mean, he wasn't even halfway down the pitch and he couldn't make it back. And there was a poor throw to boot. So Leandro Pretorius would have had absolutely no chance of making a run from his end. So, yeah, Diane Khalim really just a brain fade and gifting Western Province with what could be a very important wicket.
Yeah, very, very important wicket. And I mentioned it earlier again, now it becomes so important for Pretorius to harbour the strike as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, Matthew Boast, the new batsman in, and he does have ability with the bat. He's a bit of a bowling all-rounder, certainly for tucks at their level.
You see the return of Dane Patterson, replacing Jody Lawrence. An extra wicket there, and as you mentioned, Boast, no mug with the bat. He can hold it, he can hit a couple. Very hard hitter off the ball as well, but 7 down with 195 on the board. Got to feel that the Titans would have wished for a little bit more.
Boast got a 75 against the Knights here at SuperSport Park earlier in the season.
It was also one of those innings where he helped out the team a little bit, after they've been in trouble, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm still undecided whether this is a good total or not. 195 for 7. A couple of wickets have been gifted, but you know, scoring has been hard. It's been hard to gather runs today. And
Any new batter coming in is going to struggle getting in. And I mentioned earlier as well, it doesn't matter how long you're in, you never really feel in. There's always going to be 1 or 2 deliveries beating you. You can see what Pretorius is doing as well. He's been doing that these whole innings. He's just trying to upset the line and lengths. Even he has found it difficult with the variable bounce that's in this wicket.
I also like the way he's changed gears during his innings. He started very patiently, came in just before lunch, and there was a wicket that fell just before lunch with Dewald Brevis going, and then he rebuilt well after the lunch break. And just before tea, I think with the sort of low order coming in, you could sense him starting to get more aggressive.
Well, as a Titan supporter, you would love to see him being more aggressive. As a Western Province supporter, you would want to see the back of him as soon as possible.
Yeah, he dominated that stand of 29 with Diane Khalim. Khalim scored just 8 of them. And it just seemed like there was another change of gears from Pretorius, that he's decided now he's set. He's batting with the bowlers. And I think he feels like he needs to make hay while the sun shines. And it is shining gloriously at the moment.
Another quick single. Just get going after the tea break. Yeah, the sun is coming out. For the first time, it's actually coming out with no other clouds really in the sky. We saw a couple of glimpses of the sun earlier on, but overcast conditions kept coming in. It's probably the brightest it's been all day.
For sure, best weather of the day, I'd say. There's just a few little clouds away to the east and away to the south, Johannesburg way, but really the ground itself is totally in sunshine, apart from the shadows of floodlights and stands and that sort of thing.
Oh, beating the outside part of the bat. Patterson has been bowling that line of length throughout the day. He closes out the first over after tea. 196 for the loss of 7. It's 59 overs gone. The Titans winning the toss earlier, electing to bat, and I don't think they still expected in this 59th over for the ball to do as it did there. But Patterson just moving it away from the left-hander, with the Gautrain passing us by.
There's definitely been a bit of nibble in this pitch. The ball is, as you say, 59 overs old, and certainly a bit in it for the bowlers. So that's why I say I'm not sure. 196 or 7, if they can get up to 250, might actually be a reasonable score for the Titans.
I actually said with Kamfar, I believe that 220 plus up to 250 will actually be a difficult score to get on this deck, as we see Lawrence continuing. Oh, this one driven nicely, firmly down the ground, and Pretorius is just greeted him after tea and says, "Thank you, I'll have that, and I'll bring up the 200 for the Titans."
Superb stroke by Andre Pretorius. No great flourish, just leant on it. Beautiful timing.
That's been a key for him at the moment, because every time he's looked to gone through straight or through the covers, he's just leant on it, didn't try and overhit it. Made sure he got the timing right. And just a single. This will be better, I think, for the Western Province. Prefer bowling at the new batter.
No doubt about that, yeah. Pretorius is looking in punishing mode at the moment. The more strike he gets, the more punishment he's probably going to dish out to the Western Province bowlers. So bowling to the other end will be very much part of their plan.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, coming off his 120. Now he's on 86. He's scoring over 200 runs in just 2 matches. So it doesn't matter what happens. He's going to have an average of 100. Not a bad start to your 4-day career.
And just his first summer in the senior ranks as a whole, he had a decent T20 provincial challenge, a superb SA20. We mentioned his debut at first class level, wonderful one-day cup, and picking up where he left off in the red ball cricket.
Oh, Bose just cannot beat that, man. Lovely fielding. Looks like Nyako there.
Great bit of work by Onke and Nyako. Passed awkwardly just in front of him. He's saved 4 runs and kept Boast on naught. Hopefully see that wonderful bit of fielding again from Nyako in the corner of your screen.
Oh, diving way to his left. I would love to see this from Lawrence a little bit more. Really attack Boast. See if he'll take him on downtown.
Well, I think Matthew Boast's first job is to just stay in and give Pretorius as much of the strike as he can. Try and form a partnership with the in-man.
Normally with the lower order, they wouldn't mind having a bit of a dip. A bit of a go. He can hit a very long ball.
Yeah, team priorities first, I would say. That's the mantra. Yeah, the Titans. He's just got to get himself in, and sure, once he's set, he can try and be a bit more aggressive. But for the time being, concentrate on staying in and building a partnership with Pretorius and giving him as much of the strike as you can.
Yeah, but every now and again, the team and the lack of oxygen doesn't come together. Once those veins close up, and they give you the one or the second or third one in your arc, you want to have a go at.
I think we saw that in the over before tea, didn't we?
Dane Patterson continuing to Luandre Pretorius. They might look for a 2. Well, good running. Lovely placement by Pretorius.
2 big men at the wicket now. Luandre Pretorius, he's a burly guy. And Matthew Boast, of course, is a big, tall, strapping opening bowler. So I don't think we're going to get particularly quick singles, but good to see the 2 big men alert to the second there and showing good intensity between the wickets.
It's almost the same when Rivaldo Munsami was there as well. They're not the quickest between the wicket, but they're good runners between the wicket. Oh, this one clipped off the pads. Is Deep Square going to get there? Yes, he is. It's great work there by, looks like Eddie Moore down there. He had a bit of a yard to cover.
He did well there. Almost had money on the ball.
Just the longest boundary on the field. Patterson just straying on line. Easy pickings for a man that's faced 129 deliveries. Lovely slide pickup. Just see the sliding on this field, this lush outfield. It just goes a little bit longer than anywhere else.
And with all this sunshine today, well, in the last couple of hours, the outfield should be quickening up as well. Batters getting more value for their shots.
Yeah, so this over has been played well. A couple of 2s and then the single. So 5 coming from it. Moving into the 90s is Luandre Pretorius. It's a nice solid defense by Boast. Sounded out of the middle.
Yeah, it's a positive defensive stroke, isn't it? Even though he's not necessarily looking for a run there, it shows positive intent. There's nothing tentative about it. Makes a good, solid noise off the bat, as you said, Kat, and shows the bowler something. It's good body language to show the bowler.
Oh, this one just straightening up on the left-hander. You can just hear the oohs and the ahs. Still 2 slips to the gully. They've persisted with that field throughout the day.
Well covered by Boast though. Played it well. It was a good delivery from Dane Patterson, and I'm sure the Western Province bowlers are quite relieved that there are 2 left-handers at the crease now. Luandre Pretorius has been largely batting with right-handers today, just for brief 8 minutes. He had Andile Peklakwaya with him, another left-hander.
Oh, this one played through the cover. Solid shot over pitched, and Boast just says thank you very much.
Well, that's the sort of shot of someone who's showing I can bat, who's showing I know what to do with this stick of willow in my hand. Very confident and very beautifully played. Drive through the covers by Matthew Boast.
Kamfa would have loved that. He loves seeing left-handers drive. Can actually hear him smiling behind us. Lovely shot by Boast. And it comes back to what you've said about positive intent. He's not going to let them bowl at him. Lovely cricket shot. Pretorius facing up. The 862nd over to Jody Lawrence. Oh, outside part of the bat. Bit of luck there for Luandre Pretorius. 2 runs coming from it.
Again, it's just that variable bounce that some balls are just sticking a little bit in the wicket and popping up a bit, and that's why Pretorius just a fraction early on the shot, and it came off high up the outside half of the bat. I think we saw it also when Rivaldo Munsami trying to drive on the upper bit, and on this wicket that's going to be a very hard shot to play, and he popped the catch back to the bowler.
Oh, this time much more in control. Just love to see that previous delivery. Actually see where it pitched, because it almost looked like it pitched on one of those green tinges that was there. That might just give that little bit of lateral movement with the extra grass on it.
Well, groundsman Brian Bloy mentioned earlier today that there are actually some cracks in those green patches, which he was a bit surprised by. Definitely not what he was trying to prepare.
Luandre Pretorius hits this one through mid-wicket, and lovely fielding. It is George Linder down there. The big left arm offie, doing a fantastic job. Luandre Pretorius didn't get all of that. Hitting it in front of square.
Very short from Lawrence. Quite have the pace, I think, to drop that short. He's brisk, but not express.
Again, inside edge on the pad. Is that length that looks a little worrisome, even for a man on 95?
Pretorius was on the move a bit when he played this one, which suggests the length was awkward for him. Replay. Could have been in serious trouble if he hadn't have got the inside edge.
Oh, this one cut hard to that man. That's Nayako coming in very close. He's between a backward point and a gully. But oh, that was smashed.
They've used that fielding position a lot today, Western Province. Obviously, the slowness of the pitch contributes to it, but he is kind of. I mean, normally gully is that far from the bat, but he's kind of like a backward point, a short backward point, if you like.
Oh, that one hit him right on the hip. That did not sound like pad. That sounded like meat.
Yeah, and you can see Pretorius is grimacing and rubbing it, and yeah, that would have hurt. Good ears there, Gert Maloney.
It's one of those where you don't hear it. Once you've been in that situation, you feel it. Oh yeah, that's definitely missed pad. That's missed everything. That's going to leave a bit of a mark. And every time now you adjust your side pad, you're going to move right over that bruise. 215 for the loss of 7, 62 overs gone. Dane Patterson bowling to Luandre Pretorius, who's on 95 of 137 deliveries. Matthew Boast played a lovely cover drive from the previous Dane Patterson over to get himself going. He's on 4. You can actually see the plan there, mid-off rather. He's standing very deep, almost very happy to give Pretorius the 1. He timed that so beautifully, there was no chance of it.
Does seem sensible to try and bowl to the new man rather than the flying under Pretorius.
Mlana is a lot closer in on mid-on. He's just trying to cut off the angle because Luandre Pretorius has hit a couple of boundaries through that area between mid-wicket and mid-on. You can just see that mid-on has come up a couple of steps, like I said, just to close off that angle. And also mid-wicket has moved around just a tad, maybe forcing Pretorius to go a little bit squarer instead of straight. Using his feet, and is that going to be it? Oh, it's one bounce for Didn't get all of it. He was going for the big one. And that brings him to 99.
Nerveless, the young man. Major milestone approaching. He got his first class 100 in his first innings, of course, but always nice to back that up. And down the wicket and hammering the Pretorius pace bowler back, not quite over his head, but near enough. Wow.
Oh, what a reply. Says, hold on, you're not going to bowl at me. 99. Is this going to be it? Oh, what a reply by Dane Patterson. Lovely delivery. The one at Pretorius still on 99. I want to see the master statistician next to me, who I can't remember the last time a debutant for a season has scored 200s in his first 2 innings.
I am trying to investigate, obviously without tempting fate, however. Perhaps if our great statistician friends, Andrew Sampson or Robin Isherwood, are listening to this broadcast over in the UK, they do tune in quite often, especially Robin. Centuries in your first 2 first-class innings. I do see that there are 3 batsmen who scored hundreds in both innings of their first-class innings. So that's centuries in your first 2 innings. Arthur Morris, the great Australian Nari contractor of India.
Oh, this one popped up in the air. And, oh, and are we putting the mockers on him?
Maybe we should stop talking about this.
Let's wait till he gets the one then. It's the end of the 63rd over. It's 219 for the loss of 7. Luandre Pretorius closing in on his second 100 in as many games. He's on 99. And whoa, this one very nearly just popped up, landing in no man's land.
It just shows you again the kind of vagaries of the bounce here. I fancy that did pitch on one of those green spots where there are those cracks. And then you really can't predict what the ball will do. Some will pop up, some will stay down.
That's what I said earlier. It doesn't matter how many deliveries you face, you're never really going to be in on this deck. Matthew Boast facing up to Jody Lawrence. Oh, it's a bit of nice carry there outside the off stump of the left-hander.
I think the pitch has sped up a little bit through the day, as you would expect, as the early morning moisture dissipates.
I think the softness has just gone away a little bit. A little bit of sponginess. It's nice and hard now. It's been baking for an hour or so. Matthew Boast again, very confident on the cover drive, isn't he? "22-year-old, big fella. Ball's right arm brisk. He's pretty decent with the pace. Plays for the Pretoria Capitals as well in the SA 20. Nice and solid.
Jody Lawrence looked like he didn't want to get up there. It looked like he was having a quick nap on the nice green grass of the adjacent strip. Worked hard today, Jody Lawrence, into his 16th over. But he's had good reward. 3 for 49 and has bowled very well.
Yeah, he's bowled very, very well. I'll have to pick up another wicket or 2, especially on this first day. Oh, it's one of those again. We've seen it quite often throughout the day where it's almost a play leave, where they play it and then just the last second pull away the bat or give the impression that they're pulling away the bat.
Big tall guy Boast. I think his first instinct is to try and drive. So if you could just drag that length back a little bit, or maybe get him reaching for one a bit outside off stump, You certainly don't want to be getting too full to him.
Oh, that's a bit of a lifter. Look where Calvarena took that.
That went through all right, yeah. Jody Lawrence, 34 years old, so maybe he's really loose now. Maybe he's ready to...
Well, the old Q20 has really set in now. Between him and Dan Patterson, a year apart.
Something like 160 first-class games between them. We spoke earlier today about Jody Lawrence making his debut this season. A wonderful story for a really good club cricketer who's been a stalwart servant of his club, and getting a chance at the next level and taking it, doing very well. There you see his bowling figures, 3 for 49 in 16 overs. Done a super job, and Mlana got the ball rolling for Western Province this morning with 2 for 20 in his 9 overs, and Tiwakaya Nabe bowled really well in partnership with Mlana. He's got 1 for 37 in 9.
Speaking of the lanky medium pacer, Mpongwana coming back into the attack, replacing Dane Patterson. He's bowling at a very set batsman. Nervous 90s, 99, Luandre Pretorius. Is he going to beat that man? No, he isn't. Dane Patterson says, run. I beg you, run.
He must have been tempted, and he probably would have made it, by putting the call of come and putting the fielder under pressure. Patterson had to sort of dive to try and stop the ball. I don't think he would have had a throw in him to hit the stump, so maybe Pretorius missed an opportunity there.
Great patience shown by Pretorius, making sure he's not going to throw it away. He's been there for such a long time, been there for 145 deliveries. But he's been in, I think, since the 16th over.
'17th.
I beg your pardon.
Call you a liar for 4 deliveries.
Math's never one of my strong suits. Oh, Mpongwana putting everything behind that one. And no doubt the chatter will start, asking him when he's going to get that 1 run.
The big feat of Mpongwana denying Pretorius on that occasion.
Looks like good old-fashioned number 14's that.
He's like a boxer, bouncing around in the ring, twirling his bat. It's all very strong body language.
Oh, there it is. It is 100 for Luandre Pretorius. His second 4-day domestic 100 in as many games. And are we watching the star being born here for the Titans?
Well, I think the birth was sometime earlier this season. There's no doubt Luandre Pretorius has arrived on our cricket scene in explosive fashion. All formats, white ball, red ball, 50 over, 20 over, 4-day cricket. He is just brilliant at it all.
Now that he's reached that 100, score's gone to 220 for the loss of 7. Would we see maybe 1 or 2 more shots coming your way? Maybe a little bit more aggressive?
I think we might. I'm sure he has some faith in Matthew Boast. But well said, bowlers will be getting a little tired. Not a bad time to try and cash in.
Straight to Patterson. And you still got Junior Dala to come in as well. He can hold the bat. He can definitely assist the batter.
For sure, Junior Dala has been involved in some very crucial partnerships down the order for the Titans through the years.
Lovely shot there. Just look at that scorecard. Neil Brandt was the first to go this morning. 2 Mpongwana, 18 of 35. Josh van Heerden played pretty well for his 21. And then a flurry of wickets. Keegan Peterson, Devil Brevis all fell very quickly after van Heerden. And then Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Munsami had a brilliant partnership before Munsami chipped one back to Jody Lawrence. And we just saw the 100 of Luandre Pretorius standing tall in that batting lineup.
Yeah, hundreds in his first 2 innings of first-class cricket. Not the first person to do it, and I'll just run through that stat in between deliveries.
Oh, this one just outside part of the bat, not getting all of it.
So, 3 batsmen scored hundreds in both innings of their first-class match. All of them went on to play Test cricket. I'm willing to wager right now that Luandre Pretorius will as well. Arthur Morris, the Australian, Nari Contractor, the former Indian captain, and Amr Malik, a Pakistani, all did that.
But you mentioned that is 200s basically in a match. I would love to see the stats, what they did the next match, because it's easier when you're in form and it's going well and you know the pitch to maybe double up on your 100. But doing it in 2 different matches, it's a bit of it's good going. And also different bowlers should be added as well. It's not the same team.
And there's been a big gap in time between those 2 matches.
Oh, we see Nabe coming back into the attack, beating Luandre Pretorius on the inside.
Pretorius made his first-class debut for the Titans back in December. Scored 120 against the Warriors at St George's Park. And now, 3 months later, he's got to 100 again in his second first-class innings.
Just while looking at those dates, not everyone will probably understand, but we ended up the year of 2024 with some 4-day cricket. Then we started up with T20 cricket, the SA20, phenomenally well, and Luandre Pretorius lit up the scene. And then also with the one-day cup, did exactly the same. And now, played well, great fielding. Oh my word, everyone is on their haunches. Verena can't believe it. He's on his knees. There's Nayako down there. Very nearly pulled off another stunner. Diving away to his right, picking up, quick release, and oof, that would have been a very interesting decision for the umpire.
Yeah, the ball was basically past Nyako and he managed to claw it back in. Which, I think Matthew Bose wasn't expecting. He thought it had got past him.
Bose slapping this one away for the single. That's the end of 66 overs and all the 2s on the board. 222 for the loss of 7. Luandre Pretorius, magnificent 101 of 152 deliveries. And Matthew Boast joining him is doing a pretty decent job in this partnership of 27. He's 5 from 17. Just see nice and relaxed. The water carriers there, enjoying the sun, which hasn't been out for mere couple hours. Oh, both through the covers, and Tony Dezorsi gets a nice big hand on it. Oh, he's really hurting that batting hands of his, isn't he?
Been busy in the field today, Tony Dezorsi. Really getting about, and has done very good work today. Perhaps his worst bit of fielding was actually resulted in the run out of Diane Khalim. He did very well to intercept the ball, but then his throw to Carl Verena was a pretty poor one. But the brilliance of Verena still managed to affect the run out. There's that one that keeps low again.
Keeps low.
Snaking back into the left hander, and Pretorius had to be very alert.
And Luanda Pretorius has been the recipient of a couple of those. Dane Patterson even had a bit of a chuckle the last time it happened to him. And the last person you expect the ball coming down the bootlaces is from Mpongwana. Batted brilliantly, didn't he, the young man? He's 19 years of age. Showed a lot of maturity in this innings. Just looks like one of those batters that can play all formats. He's going to try and dominate in all of them. For the first time, no slip. David Benningham getting put into a very straight, almost a silly mid on. Just see him in your screen there. Both have to run around him. Luanda Pretorius using his feet. Dane Patterson can't get there. It's not timed, but it will be two. It's the first time his bat didn't sound all that good.
I think it also signifies that Luanda Pretorius is out to get as many as he can now, having reached his 100 and with the Titans 7 wickets down. Tiring bowling attack. Sun is shining brightly. It's as good a time to be batting as we've seen all day.
Oh, top edge. Is this going to be the fall of Luanda Pretorius? Yes, it is. It's that variable bounce in the pitch. And it's the end of a magnificent innings by the young man. 103 over 156. And it's Mpongwana again just doing it for his captain.
Well batted, Luanda Pretorius. Just showing that he has different gears to his game today. It hasn't all just been a one-paced slogathon. Maybe the ball's a little bit too full, in fact, to pull as well. And as you say, with the variable bounce as well. Very difficult to control. And the two men back. And perhaps a little bit of a double bluff as well, because we saw a very straight, short mid-on put in place for Pretorius as well. So perhaps he was thinking of the fuller ball. Maybe the double bluff.
You can just see him being very annoyed with himself. Scored so many runs in the One Day Cup and also the SA20 with that little short arm pull that he plays. Getting the top edge, he'll get a warm reception as he goes into the changing room.
Definitely the shining light of the Titans batting today. The only one who's the most comfortable looking batter on this tricky surface today, and the next highest score was Rivaldo Moonsami's 45. So it just shows you the class of The young man, under Pretorius, very well batted.
Yeah, and also Junior Dala coming in now. This would probably be the best time for the bowling team just to wrap it up. That brought the 67th over to the end, the very last ball of that 67th over. Bongwana picking up the massive wicket of Luandre Pretorius, who was on 100. And now Matthew Bose has got to take senior role. Junior Dala just needs to stick around. Will Bose actually take on the bowlers now with Nabe coming in? Oh, no, he won't. Very first delivery, Nabe bowls at him. Has a push, a very hard push. And it's a second slip that comes into play, and it's the end of Matthew Bose.
A bit flat-footed from Matthew Bose, but a good length from Nabe. It wasn't too full. See, yeah, it's an excellent length. Bose, as I said earlier, he's natural tendency is to try and come forward, which he did there, and he couldn't get very far. It wasn't that full. And Nabe has got his second wicket. Matthew Bose out for 6. He was there for 40 minutes and did a useful job, adding 29 for the 8th wicket with Luandre Pretorius, but he's followed him in successive deliveries back to the change-room.
It looked like Daniel Smith there at the second slip. He's been operating there with David Benningham. That was the slip cordon as the day has progressed. As immediately with Luandre Pretorius, and this has actually been the trend throughout the day. 1 brings 2. Now they've got a real chance to wrap it up at 225. Does the World Sports Betting, Western Province. Nabe's got 5 deliveries at the new batter. Tsepo and Ndwandwe. Not the most creative batter that you will get.
Yeah, Tsepo and Ndwandwe. It's probably fair to say a proper number 11. Averages to 6,4 in 4-day cricket. At this level, high score of 23.
I actually remember that to 23. He batted well, and the ball not always going where he was aiming. So, yeah, I think your comment would be fair. I don't think you'll be too unhappy. His role is not to score runs, it's to take wickets. Although, if you ask any fast bowler, they do not know why they're not batting in the top 4, let alone the top 6.
Well, he is a spinner, so maybe that's different. I don't know. He probably also reckons he should be at number 7 or 8, probably.
You can just see what Nabe is trying to do. He's just trying to float it in there. Got to feel that he's setting him up. A couple of wide ones. He's very second over. He bowled a brilliant Yorker to Van Heerden. I just feel he might be setting him up. Took 2 away. This might be the big inducker.
He's got the skills, does Nabe.
A lot closer. Still straightening up on the right-hander. Apart from Luandre Pretorius and in patches Rivaldo Munsami, no other batter has really looked comfortable. They've been comfortable driving, but other than that, it's just been difficult going.
Yeah, that's why 225 for 9 might not be a terrible score.
Oh, there's that one just going on with the angle. Ndwandwe would say, oh, it's another one of those that kept lower. Went right underneath the bat.
Well, his eyes lit up with Nabe tossing it up there. Getting it nice and full, inviting the drive. And very nearly finding the edge. Nice little shape away again from the right-hander.
Oh, no, I'll be just getting a little bit frustrated. Wicket maiden for Nabe. It is 225 for the loss of 9. There's a lot of games happening around as well. We'll keep you updated. And with that, we've got changing commentary as Ken Borland makes way for Kamva, who's been eager to come in. Ken Borland being a bit of a wicket taker in his stint. And the Dragons are on 250 for the loss of 5 against the Hollywood Bet Dolphins. Kamva, welcome back. Mpongwana welcomes you.
Thank you, thank you. Good delivery there from Pongwana.
Yeah, Junior Dala is someone that can really hang around. He's one of those batters that can really annoy a bowling lineup. But he'll have to harbour most of the strike.
Definitely. I think also what would be important is that for the Western Province to wrap this up quite quickly, because these last few runs might be a little bit dangerous for them. I think they would love to keep the score where it's at right now. They wouldn't want to get any more silly more runs or any soft runs anymore. So they would love to wrap it up right now.
That nearly happened with a big in-jerker from the big Mlana Mpongwana. And I agree with you, 225, I said it early this morning as well, between 220 and 250 I feel is an ideal score. It's not going to be as easy to get there because you never really feel in on this pitch. And I think the Titans, when they won the toss, noticed that green tinge there.
Yeah, as much as they haven't really probably got to the 250 mark yet, but I still believe this is a very good score. Oh, what a wicket there for Mlana Mpongwana. He picks up his 4th wicket of the day, with finishes with figures of 4 for 24 of 11.2 overs. What a performance from him today.
And the second catch in as many overs for Smith. He says thank you very much. It's just, I mentioned Junior Dala needs to hang around, and you said the score needs to go nowhere. Look at this bit of a flash. Nothing much of it, just having a bit of a go, and Smith taking the catch comfortably once again. And that's the end of the Momentum Multiply Titans innings. Western Province doing a fantastic job to wrap it up, and the leading wicket taker for the day is Mpongwana, finishing up at 4 for 24 in his 11.3 overs. Bit of a summary there. Luandre Pretorius 103 of 157. Rivaldo Munsami and himself had a 90 partnership before Rivaldo Munsami was dismissed for 45. Then Joshua van Heerden and Neil Brunt starting up the innings did a fantastic job right up until the 15th over before both openers went, and 21 and 18 respectively. And just look at that, Kamfa. Look at that bowling figures for the Western Province.
Oh, beautiful bowling figures there. The pick of the bowlers was Mlana Mpongwana with 4 for 24 from 11.3 overs. And you look at Jody Lawrence, he started really well in the morning, backed it up in the afternoon, picked up a few scalps again in the afternoon, picked up 3 for 49 out of 16 overs. And then Mlana also as well had a wonderful spell in the afternoon as well. Earlier in the morning, really had a good partnership with Mlana Mpongwana there, as well as Dane Pedersen, as always. He's hitting the line and length perfectly throughout the whole day. Fortunately not to pick up a wicket today, but the season companion really did bow well today.
Great partnership with Jody Lawrence to start off with, and we're going to have a 10-minute changeover break. When we come back, it will be the World Sports Betting Western Province chasing down the Momentum Multiply Titans first innings of 225. Stick with us. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Welcome back to SuperSport Park. It is the 4-day domestic series, and it is the Momentum Multiply Titans taking on the World Sports Betting Western Province. And winning the toss this morning, they elected to bet the Titans. And look at that, Mlana Pretorius, 103. His second 100 in as many games. Second innings also scored, first innings scored 120 in his first match, and now 103. As we'll see the Titans taking the field, and the Western Province that's going to try and chase down a very tricky 225. We've seen the pitch have a few demons, and it didn't play all that well. Got much better as the day goes on. They had the heavy roller on, and Kamfa, welcome back. We had a bit of a break, and just look at that slip cordon to start off with for Dayan Khalim.
When we're looking at there, we're looking at about 3 slips in a gully, which I feel is a very good slip cordon. I think there will be chances coming through now in the first initial 10 overs. It will be important for the Western Province side to negate these first 10 overs, try to push to be wicketless, or rather not lose any wickets in these first initial 10 overs. But I believe the Titans will definitely be pushing to pick up wickets in the first 10 overs. But let's see what Khalim has for us here this evening. It will be a challenging task with the ball maybe moving around in this afternoon.
Especially the new ball. He's into Tony De Zorzi. There's that little bit of movement that you were talking about. A little bit away from the left-hander coming around the wicket. And his partner is going to be Daniel Smith.
Interesting to see how the ball behaves here, if it will carry or not. There's been a lot of indifferent bounce throughout the whole day since the morning. But we've noticed in the last session that the ball has carried a little bit better. So interesting to see how that's going to work out now this afternoon with Khalim coming through.
Just losing a bit of direction. Still not loose yet is Dayan Khalim. Was part of a brilliant piece of wicket keeping by Kyle Verreynne. It was a run out where he was involved in. Good feeling by Tony De Zorzi. And then he was sent back by Mlana Pretorius, and then a little flick back and he was run out. So we just see that replay of just angling it down the leg side of the left-hander.
Bit of a loosener there.
Very important for these two. You mentioned it. First 10 overs. Going to be crucial. Still 27 overs left in the day's play. So they would not want any wickets falling in the beginning. Basically the same start what the Titans had. Their first 15 overs went without a hitch. Khalim's opening partner will most likely be Matthew Boast. This one on the legs, worked by Tony De Zorzi. That man Boast has a bit of work to do. If it wasn't loose enough, he'll be loose now. Bit of a chase, getting the big old legs pumping.
Good start there by De Zorzi. Clips it on the leg side. Titans will really understand the importance of these first 10 overs. I think for them to kind of make some inroads into this Western Province innings, they'll have to do something here. We've seen that once you kind of get stuck in here, you can kind of get yourself in.
Oh, this one down leg. Very happy to appeal for that, and it's gone to the fence. Leg bites given by the umpire. Neil Brunt still has his hands up in the air. Just let it drop now.
That was definitely going down leg. Let's have a look at that again.
I was angling down leg. Don't think he would have hit the stumps.
Khalim changing sides there. Maybe not really feeling comfortable in the initial balls that he's bowled. Let's see what he can bring from this angle maybe.
Oh, hitting the pad again. It's a big appeal from mid on.
It's the end of the over. 6 runs off that over for no loss.
Yeah, it was a big appeal there by mid on. Was it Junior Dala attempting to put off the umpire there? It's all pull pitching way outside leg stump. Good work by Rivaldo Munsami. And as predicted, it is the big man, Matthew Boast, coming in. He's got about 15 wickets in his 5 matches, so very much a wicket taker. Average of 19.9, which is good going. He does take an over or two just to really get the rhythm going, but once his rhythm is there, he becomes a handful. Especially on this pitch that has got variable bounce, it's going to be difficult to contend with. Daniel Smith is on the striking end. He's going to be facing his very first delivery. Same field, 3 slips, a gully and a backward point. Look at that. Look at that. Rivaldo Munsami.
That has not carried at all, eh?
Okay, I would love to hear what Rivaldo Munsami is saying to Neil Brandt there, because even though he was laying on the floor, there was a couple of words exchanged there. We couldn't hear the exact words, but from where we were sitting, we could hear the conversation. Oh, feeling for it. Feeling for it. The one leaf they can take out of the book from the Titans openers, they left very well outside the off stump.
Western Province really have to be tidier with their batting. I think they need to be really leading well here. Can't give any cheap wickets away. See that once again there. Bit of a loose stroke.
Better played this time. It's exactly what you were saying, is leaving it. Every now and again it looks like they're actually playing for it, but that was way inside the line of the ball. Just pulling it away. Does create the illusion he was feeling for it.
Maybe a bit of nerve to start off with here. Maybe still need to stay a bit focused.
Oh, lovely shot. Easy pickings off the legs. And the opener, Daniel Smith, says, thank you very much. I'll start with a fofa.
Well, that must be a confidence booster there for Daniel Smith. Would have loved that on his legs. Let's have a look at that again. Straight a bit leg side there. Matthew Boast would want to correct that.
He just got a bit of tail into the left-hander there. Just started off too straight. That's kind of the ball he was going for. This one about a stump more up. Around about that 4th stump line and swing it back in. I think that's what he's going for, is that big in-swinger to the left-hander.
It was definitely a good comeback delivery from that one. That's straight, a little bit leg side. I must say it's been a tidy over besides that one that's straight and leg side.
Back of a length. That's the length he likes to bowl. Really hits the deck hard. First over gone for Matthew Boast. 4 runs coming from it. 10 runs in total. It is after 2 and no, it's silly to say it now, but 5 runs to the over. That's good going to start off with.
Decent run rate to start off with. So Western Province dugout will be happy about that.
Yeah, they got off with a bit of a flyer in this match. Difficult going. Deficit still 215 runs. Gayan Khalim Going back to around the wicket to Tony De Zorzi. He's angling it right into those hips of De Zorzi. Not sure if that's the plan, or they want to get him driving to get those slips into play. But his radar's a little bit off, Dayan Khalim.
I think you really need to fix up his length there. Maybe try, maybe that fuller length about fist stump. I think that's been one of the deliveries that worked well today, and a bit of that back of the length has worked as well. So maybe you should maybe look into that.
Oh, this one played through the offside on the up. Tony De Zorzi says, thank you very much, I'll have that.
This red new cherry is coming on beautifully onto the bat this afternoon. But we know that once it gets softer, it probably will, maybe the runs might slow down, but this beautiful cherry is moving away from the bat nicely.
Yeah, probably the best time of the day to bat. We saw the heavy roller. Will still be something in it for the new ball bowlers. Other than that, it's going to be a dream to bat on. Much easier than it was this morning. Just a bit of tail in. Late call by Smith. There's always a run there. Bit of tentative running. And you mentioned earlier that there might be a couple of nerves from Smith. Remember, he was standing in the slips basically the whole day, seeing how up and down the pitch is, realizing that he's got to face the new ball. So that always plays a bit of theatre in your mind.
Definitely standing behind there, watching all those deliveries going up and down. Must have played quite a bit of mind games for him. But it's important that he needs to put that behind him and focus on every single ball that he's facing now, and not allow that to affect him in these innings.
And the plan for him is very clear. Dayan Khalim coming over the wicket to Daniel Smith. It looks pretty compact as Daniel Smith. So that's 17 matches. Just under 1,000 runs. Highest score of 153. That was back in 21-22 season. Against the Dragons. He's made 750s and 200s in his career thus far. So not bad going in 27 innings. Oh, that's the one that could keep low. Not a batter with a big stride going forward. Kind of just presses forward and just has a bit of weight transfer. It's not the shortest guy around. Doesn't give a big lunge forward.
That said, you really definitely want to give himself a chance here today. It's important. We've seen here that the guys that have really grounded it out initially are the ones that get the opportunity later on to score the faster runs.
Oh, this one. Wrapping him on the pad, but way too high. That's the end of the second. Dayan Khalim over. 5 runs coming from it. Just look at the replay here. The ball just jagging back.
Let's see where it hits. Oof. A little bit high on that one. Good delivery though from Khalim. He'll look to backing that up in the next over when he comes back.
It's lovely length as well. It's that length, that corridor of uncertainty. Don't know if it should come forward, go back. And by the time you've decided, it's wrapped you on your pads. Matthew Boast going to De Zorzi.
He's looked really comfortable this afternoon.
Very happy just to close that one down. Matthew Bose, as I mentioned earlier, takes it 2 or 3 overs just to really get the motor running. 15 without loss after 3. Good start here by Western Province. Oh, getting the inside part of the bat. That's what, sorry, that's comfort. That's what the new ball's going to do for you. It's just going to give you that little bit extra on the seam.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems like Matthew Bose has found his line and length towards the end of the last over, going into this one. Seems like he's really finding his lines and length. Let's look at that here. Bit of an inside part of the bat there by Tony DeZorzi to keep Matthew Bose interested.
On the hip, lovely timing by Tony DeZorzi. He just dropped the bats on that, and that's a 4 runs.
Once again, Matthew Bose staying leg side once again, giving that easy clip for the leg side for Tony DeZorzi.
Tony DeZorzi's got such lovely wrists. Look at that. Doof. Just a little flick of the wrist and just flies away. The outfield is definitely quickened up.
Looked in really good touch. Been hitting them out of the middle the whole afternoon this morning. Sorry.
Well, there's one that contradicts you a little bit, like the morning one. That's going to happen. Just as soon as you got a batter down, he's going to prove you wrong. Just like I did with Carl Verreyn's choice in bowlers. So that one getting the inside part of the bat, and that's, you said it earlier, that's just going to keep the bowlers interested, because there is going to be something in it. You can just see the difference between the two batters. Tony DeZorzi, a similar delivery, was flicked down to square leg. Smith just playing a little bit more straight to bat. He's not as wristy as DeZorzi is.
I see that maybe it must be DeZorzi's bread and butter on the legs. He must be loving it on that side. But what's been consistent though has been the run rate that you did mention. That it has stayed at around about 5 per over.
Oh, lovely delivery by Boast. That one has just kept on with the angle. Beaton Smith all ends up. That's the end of the 4th over. It's 20 without loss.
Let's have a look at that again. Beautiful delivery from Matthew Boast. Would have loved to see that. Some beautiful carry as well from Matthew Boast.
Bit tentative footwork there by Smith. Almost looked like it was late coming forward. Now Dayan Khalim is going to go over the wicket to Tony DeZorzi. They've made way with one slip. Only the 2 slips in a gully. And then backward point.
I think it might be too soon to be taking out the slips.
Especially with the coming over the wicket. That angle might just create something.
Especially going a bit wider.
Oh, this one just flicked off the pads once again. It's another 4-fer for Tony DeZorzi.
They've really been feeding him by the legs today, and he's punished them dearly this afternoon. Let's look at that once again. Tony DeZorzi once again clipping it off his legs. Oh, beautiful shot there. He's made it clear this afternoon that he bowled on my legs, you'll fetch.
Tepo Ndwandwa. There's a big cry of catch for him. But it was on the wrong side of the umpire there. On the legs again. Junior Dala cleaning it up. No, really want to take on his arm. He's got a bit of a cannon.
DeZorzi going at a good rate, just about to probably run a ball this afternoon. He must be happy about that, feeling good. He'll be looking to keep that momentum, to apply that pressure on the Titans. But the Titans also look to tighten it up a little bit.
A little bit straighter by Khalim. Like this is the plan. It might be a bit of a setup. Go straight, and then angle the one across.
As much as we have to, they have a plan of setting him up, but you need to be drying up the runs. That's what induces the false strokes. But now there've been too many pressure released deliveries that have maybe forced that false stroke from Tony Dezorzi, and maybe you'll leave that ball.
Oh, pitching outside leg stump, you got to feel. And Dezorzi coming back, Boast. Not quick enough, and lovely running by Dezorzi. Leg by is given, that's definitely pitching outside leg.
That's good awareness from Tony Dezorzi. You saw the fielder was coming in a bit slowly from the boundary and pushed for a second one there. Let's have a look at that once again. Again, Khalim, once again, straying leg side.
Yeah, pitching outside leg. Also a bit high as well. The angle is, he's got to swing it back into the left-hander to get that LBW shot. Oh, this one played through the covers exquisitely by Tony Dezorzi. And Kamva, you're smiling. It's another left-hander driving.
Oh, we've been treated from some good cover drives from left-handers this afternoon. Absolutely loving it.
Lovely shot, Tony Dezorzi. Didn't try and overhit it, made sure of the timing. And it flew past that man in cover.
Looks like it's a left-hander's day today. Weren't we treated with some great batting by Pretorius earlier this afternoon?
Fantastic. Second 100 in his second match. Andile Petloquire, the one who couldn't cut that one off. Be a bit annoyed. He's a very good fielder. Sets very high standards for himself. That's the end of the fifth over. And at the moment, the World Sports Betting Western Province is going at 6 to the over. It's 30 without loss after 5.
Titans must be thinking to themselves, they must be batting on a different ship.
Yeah, it's basically every now and again bowling that ball just on the legs of Dezorzi. Just giving away a couple of runs. Khalim has definitely not hit his radar yet. Boast, we saw that last delivery to Smith where he beat the outside edge. He might just catch a bit of rhythm for his captain, Neil Brandt. They can just be patient on that line. Maybe get it half a stump closer to the batter. Just force him to play at the exact same length, exact line, just a little bit closer like I said, and just force him to play there and bring that slips in a gully in. Brandt is right next to his bowler. He's at mid-off. Oh, again on the legs, and again just drop the bats on it, and again it's 4 runs.
I was actually about to say that it was going to be very important for the Titans to keep it tight here in terms of with Smith, because he's been struggling to get the runs going, and maybe to keep him on strike. But again, straying on the leg side once again. Matthew Bose guilty of that.
Oh, big flash outside the off stump. Went for that big vacant extra cover area. Maybe a ball he could have left alone there, Kamfa.
Definitely, I think he should, if you look at that, it's quite wide. He's playing very much away from his body. I don't think he really needed to do that shot. If you look at that, it was a really wide delivery. Could have given his wicket away there.
This one left alone, and also just Rivaldo Munsami. You can just see everyone just having a bit of a chuckle there. Calvarena will probably be the only one sympathizing, because he'll know exactly how those feel. After the next delivery, we'll give you a bit of an update of what's happening across South Africa in the Division 1 4-day series. Oh, as we nearly had a wicket. Dropping the bats and inside part, nearly crashing into the stumps. It's another single. And we have the Knights taking on the Dolphbed Warriors. The Warriors is 171 all out at the end of the day, and the Knights in all sorts of trouble with Bayer Swanepoel and CJ King opening the bowling, and they are 16 for 3 after 7.2 overs. Dragons still batting. Ruan de Swart is there on 57. They're 274 for 7. Oh, De Zorzi getting the leading edge and playing a, what would we call that, a flick through covers.
Matthew
3
Burst
runs?
off 3 runs off that ball. Matthew Burst will feel very unlucky there. Very, very unlucky. Leading edge there by Tony De Zorzi. Let's have a look at that again. Trying to push it leg side. Oh, just finds the gap in the covers.
When it's your day, it's your day. I mean, De Zorzi will probably say that's placement. If you had anything else, he'll be happy with that. He didn't give his wicket away. But yeah, just continuing with the Reynold Potts Dragons, 274 for loss of 7. Ruan de Swartz on 57, joined by Caleb Seleka as the Pavilion has picked up a wicket. Then also we've got the other games going on as well. We've got a couple of Division 2 games on the go as well. Got the ACDC Express Tuskers in their first innings. They're 100 for 1. Cameron Shackleton is on 29. Rapulana is on 69. And then also Eastern Cape Inyati scoring 177 all out. Then we've got the Wenbro Impalas. That's Limpopo Impalas. They're on 210 for loss of 8 with Heinrich Pieterse on 79. You see a change in bowling. Junior Dala coming into the attack around the wicket to Tony De Zorzi. And you mentioned him earlier. He's going to be a bit of a handful on this deck as well because he hits the deck so hard.
No, definitely. He hits the deck very hard and he's got a bit of pace on him as well. Seasoned campaigner, you'll know this pitch very well. Played here many seasons, yeah. So I believe he'll know what line and length to bowl here on this pitch. Let's see what variations he has and what lines and length he's looking to bowl.
A bit of a shuffle he has in his delivery stride. Very unique to Junior Dala. I don't see a lot of bowlers with that quick feet shuffle.
It must be very awkward for the batsman to kind of watch that coming through, kind of gauge that, gather.
He's a seasoned campaigner, but man, he's in good shape. He's always been an athlete.
Oh, he's built, eh?
Just a single. Tony De Zorzi happy to get off strike. Good partnership thus far. Going at a good rate as well.
Gino Dollar also has started really well. He's bowling the back of the length delivery, hitting the deck really hard this afternoon, bringing something a bit different. And also, I think that back of the length delivery is not as easier to pick. I think a lot of the earlier overs, a lot of balls that are available to drive and the leg side as well to clip for 4. I think Junior Dollar has brought something different.
Oh, Smith pushing it into the offside. Neil Brandt has to clean up. He's very wide on that mid-off for the left-handers. Daniel Smith also moving into double figures. Very much playing second fiddle to Tony De Zorzi. Struck 2 lovely fours himself. Junior Dala is a lot straighter than Diane Khalim was. Really coming at that off stump of Tony De Zorzi, where Diane Khalim was almost attacking the legs.
Definitely, and he's bowling that wicket to wicket line, and it's making the batsman play a lot more, and hasn't allowed Tony De Zorzi to free his arms or to clip it on the leg side. So it's kind of giving something a little bit else to think about.
Oh, this one just slashed away to that deep backward point. Dile Petluquayo cleaning up. And that's the first over done for Junior Dala. It is 40 without loss after 7. And my stint comes to an end as Ken Borland will be joining Kamfa in the commentary box.
Thank you, Gert. And Western Province going along really nicely. It's turning into a good day for them. 41 without loss, having bowled the Titans out for 225. But just feel the Titans have fed the pads a bit of the 2 Western Province openers.
Definitely, in particular on Tony De Zorzi, and Tony De Zorzi has really definitely punished them this late afternoon. They'll be definitely looking to fix that right now.
Matthew Bose around the wicket to De Zorzi. That's a good line. That's nicely angled into off stump and drawing De Zorzi forward.
I think this will also bring a different angle for Tony De Zorzi. Maybe limit him from bowling those ones on the legs. Maybe target that outside edge of Tony De Zorzi.
Beautifully struck through the covers by Tony De Zorzi. The Titans have also overpitched with this new ball, and that was another one, and dispatched by Tony De Zorzi.
Oh, definitely it was dispatched by Tony De Zorzi. Another cover drive yet again this afternoon. But we've seen, I think, in the previous overview, if you looked at Junior Dana's length, the back of a length has really worked for Junior Dana. I think maybe Matthew Bose might have to just pull his length a little bit back. I think it might be a bit of a more difficult delivery to get away with.
There we go. That's the length. That's the length you're talking about, Kamva. Much better by Bose. We just saw a shot earlier of the dugouts, and Titans coach Richard Dusneeves. He was the guy on the left-hand side of the 2 management members walking around the field. He's looking a little bit disappointed, Richard Dusneeves, and did manage to have a quick word with him. He thinks 225 is a little bit under par. Again on the legs, and De Zorzi has shown he's very good there. 4 more.
Tony De Zorzi today has not given them any leeway on the legs. Any balls on the legs, he's punished. Absolutely punished this afternoon.
Richard Dusneeves, the Titans coach, reckoning 225 is a bit below par. And the problem was that the Titans gifted a few wickets. Yeah, sure, it's not the easiest pitch for batting, but we had a suicidal run out. We had a couple of injudicious strokes. And 3 wickets fell. The last 3 wickets fell without a run being added. So at all, the Titans will feel they left some out there, put it that way.
Definitely. Though we don't really expect much from our tail end batsmen. Though nowadays you get them that's a little bit better than the older days. Though that wicket of Pretorius was big towards the end, because he could have really taken the game away for them. But as we see now, the run rate has been really high.
by Boast. It's been like that all day, that if you bowl in the right places, suddenly batting looks a bit awkward. But if you go to bowl long half volleys or bowl on the legs, well, predictably you're going to be put away. It's 49 without loss after just 8 overs.
I actually wonder if maybe the heavy roller has played a part on the pitch this late evening, at least this late afternoon, because it hasn't really done much. It has like as much as it done in the early the first innings and not the first inning, the first session and the second session. If you look at this last session, that heavy roller might have flattened the pitch out a little bit.
Yeah, that is a good observation. Potentially could well squeeze what little moisture was left out of the pitch. That one came through a bit low from Junior Dala. We've seen a few of those today.
Definitely. And again, Junior Dala at the back of the length delivery, asking questions again. Just goes to show that back of the length delivery is not easy to pick on this pitch. And maybe it might be the delivery to bowl at this time of the day. Maybe earlier it was working out better. Let's have a look at that delivery.
Yeah, we'll see where this pitch has come back. Probably where that shadow, just before that shadow across the pitch, which, as you say, that's an awkward length, and there are those green patches around there too. Turned around the corner nicely by Smith. Will just be one to fine leg. 50 up for Western Province, and this is a very assured start to them to their pursuit of 225.
It's been a really good start from the Western Province. They scored runs quite quickly and applied pressure on the Titans really well. And I think someone will need to back up Junior Dala here, because he's the guy that's looked like he knows what he's doing on this pitch at the moment. And maybe someone needs to back him up.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Dala. Again, finding the right length, and that one squatted on Tony DeZorzi. And just past the off stump.
Yes, they should take a leaf out of his book, because he's been bowling quick and on the back of a length delivery, asking serious questions of both batsmen. He's not strayed either leg side or wide. He doesn't give them any width or anything to play with this afternoon.
See from that replay, not too far away from DeZorzi's off stump. The 50 coming up, run a ball, 50 balls for those 50 runs, and that also speaks to how the Titans have rather wasted the new ball.
Yes, and as I did mention to health area that it was very important for the Titans to really take care of this new ball in the first 10 overs, because they needed to find something here, but they've really just given away some soft boundaries on the leg side, gave a bit of width to Tony DeZorzi.
Wild, that one from Junior Dala. Not sure if that hand was up in apology, or maybe hoping that DeZorzi might get a little scratch on it down the leg side. Ends Junior Dala's second over. 50 without loss still. Junior Dala has played just 2 4-day games before this season and has had a good time. 8 wickets at an average of just 17. Took 5 for 27.
He's really coming with great form here, Junior Dala. Hence you can see that he's bowling beautifully this late afternoon. We've got Khalim coming in from the other end, changing bowling. Matthew Bose giving him a break. Khalim maybe seeing what he can do from the opposite end. He does struggle initially a little bit with his first initial over, straying on the leg side on Tony DeZorzi. So he'll definitely want to correct that now coming in for his second spell on the opposite end.
Yeah, Diane Khalim likes to swing the ball, so he does tend to err on getting it a bit too full and swinging into the left-hander's pads. That's a good start by him there though. Dollars 5 for 27, by the way, was in the Titans' previous match against the Warriors. That very good 10-wicket win down in Kabaka.
Definitely a good start there by Khalim. You'll look to continue bowling that way and asking those questions of the batsman. Let's see what he does here.
Again, a little bit leg side-ish. He gets away with it though, as Daniel Smith picks out square leg. Chepo and Dwandwa, the left arm spinner.
He's been in good touch. Definitely good touch.
With the ball?
With the ball, yes.
Yeah.
He's bowled really well in the last couple of games. He's coming in with some good form.
He had a very good game the last home game for the Titans. 8 wickets in the match against the Knights. 8 for 69 in the match, including 5 for 33 in the first innings. Not often that spinners do that well at this ground, and Ndwandwe bowled really well though. His control was excellent, and leading the Titans to victory by 118 runs in that match.
Yeah, definitely spin doesn't really play a huge role here on SuperSport Centurion. As you can see today, George Linder did try but didn't turn that much, and he did face a batsman that was in touch today by Pretorius, where he attacked him quite a bit.
Nicely over the bounce, Smith, and punched away. Square on the offside for 4. George Linder, had one over where he took a bit of tap from Leandro Pretorius, but I feel George Linder was bowling from the wrong end to Pretorius in that over. He was bowling from the West Lane end, left-handed Pretorius, leg side, short boundary, and he got heaved once onto the banks for 6.
Yes, definitely. As soon as he changed the ends, it really never made sense to me, because it was an easy 6 for immediately when he came on, picked him off on his leg side for 6, and I don't think he ever came back after that over.
Yeah, it was a weird change of ends for George Linder, I felt. Around the wicket, Khalim and better, a bit of an edge from Smith.
Not just that, but Linder was turning it into him. So it would have made it, when he was hitting that 6, was hitting with the spin, not against the spin. So it made the 6 hitting a lot easier for him and the attacking a lot easier. It was a bit better in the initial spell, where the leg side was a bit longer for him, but now he was literally feeding it into him on his leg side.
It was almost like a game of chicken. You had 2 men on the leg side boundary, and it's like, okay, see if you can clear them. And of course, Leandro Pretorius did with ease. But a swing there from Diane Khalim to end the over. 54 without loss, Western Province. 17 overs left to be bowled out of the 96 that they meant to bowl today, but we won't get 17. Play can only go on for another 54 minutes or so. And there you see Western Province 54 without loss. Khalim and Boast have both bowled 4 overs, both have been expensive. Junior Dala, a couple of overs, but he's probably been the most accurate of the bowlers so far in this innings.
He's really been the pick of the bowlers. He's bowled the best length there, has asked the most questions since the start of the innings, and been the most economical.
keeping Tony DeZorzi on his toes. But DeZorzi's got off to a great start, 33 of just 36 balls. Quality batter, of course, Tony DeZorzi. Knows this pitch well, played a couple of seasons for the Titans before heading down to the Cape.
Tony DeZorzi will definitely be feeling at home, yeah?
Targeting the block hole there, but DeZorzi up to the challenge. Good stop. Very good stop by wicket keeper Rivaldo Moonsamy there. Junior Dala making him work hard.
Sammy's had quite a few of those to deal with this afternoon, but he's done really well with those. Sure, Carl Varane must be having a chuckle there in the dressing room watching him struggle with those.
Carl Varane kept very well for Western Province. A couple of outstanding diving catches and effected an excellent run out as well. Neat little back flip onto the stumps.
Not just that, he also had really good calls with his bowling changes this afternoon, with his captaincy. I was really impressed by that. At crucial times of the day, he really made some good calls in his changes with his bowling, and I was really impressed by that.
DeZorzi, Dala's cramping him up quite nicely, and you can sense that DeZorzi's just trying to break loose, just trying to create a bit of space for himself. But even that shot was a bit cramped and comfortably cut off in the covers.
I'm really happy about Dala's bowling. He's really pulled it back for the Titans. He's really pulled it back for them, and it was going quite briskly initially, and he's really bowled very tidily and very economically since it's come on.
Oh, that one takes off, and DeZorzi had to get the lawnmower started there, pulling the hand off the bat. Controlled it well in the end though, it went straight to ground. But a nasty end to the over from Junior Dala, 54 without loss. Let's see if we get a replay of that spiteful delivery from Junior Dala, which might just give the Titans a bit of hope late in the afternoon as they look for their first wicket. Western Province took 15 overs to get their first wicket this morning. So the innings are following similar pattern.
Maybe that might play the trick. Maybe around the 15 mark over that might come, or just before that. Dala's really bowling well from the other end, so maybe something might give from that opposite end. But let's see what Khalim has to give for us here. He's come back really well on this other opposite end.
Smith playing a little bit away from his body, but controlled it well.
Khalim finding that back of the length delivery and immediately troubling the left-hander of Smith, which proves that the back of the length delivery is the right length for the pitch at the moment.
And a better line, I feel, as well. More outside off stump, just outside off stump. A little bit wider, that one. But at least it's not angling into the pads. Needs to be outside off stump, Khalim. Yeah, it's nice shape, but it's an easy single for Smith, just clipping that off his pads. Khalim just Doesn't seem at ease bowling to the left-handers. Can't quite get his line right.
And I was actually thinking he would be sticking to that back of a length delivery around about that fifth, sixth stump, and maybe just trouble that outside edge. Then he went back a bit fuller again, maybe searching a little bit.
Exactly, yeah. He's trying to get the in-swinger through the defences, but he's feeding the leg side at the moment. There, that's well bowled. That's well bowled. Just outside off stump. Good length. Bit of bounce. And Dazorzi fending and missing.
Exactly that length I'm talking about again. That back of a length delivery is working once, because his ears are getting a bit of movement. And yeah, let's have a look at that delivery once again. Dazorzi is showing discomfort in that delivery. If you can string a few deliveries on that line, Khalim, you might get a few answers.
Not bad, that's fine. Gets applause from his slip cordon.
Khalim mixing it up there, going fuller, going the back of the length, keeping the batsman guessing, but still bowling very tidily. I think I'm more impressed with him coming on this opposite end of the west end. Also getting a little bit of movement in the air that I see. Just needs to be a little bit patient.
He's known, Diane Khalim, for being able to swing the ball, and he's getting some late movement. There's one ball left in the 12th over.
Titans have strung together a few dot balls and applied a little bit of pressure on the Western Province side right now. Jarred up the runs a little bit, which has made things a little bit better for them.
Again, a bit of bounce, awkward bounce from back of a length there. Dazorzi keeps it out though, and that ends a much better over from Diane Khalim. And, well, just 15 minutes before the scheduled close of play, we're going to have a drinks break. But as we said, play should continue through to 6 p.m. tonight. And there's the match situation. The Titans winning the toss and electing to bat first and being bowled out for 225 by World Sports Betting Western Province. The momentum multiplied Titans grateful for another absolutely quality innings from Luanda Pretorius. 103 he made. That's centuries in both his first and his second innings in first class cricket. And Rivaldo Moonsamy, the other Titans batsman, to get some runs. They put on 94 for the fifth wicket to Pretorius and Moonsamy. But apart from that, not too much to talk about in terms of the batting. The Western Province bowling cover, Mlana Pongwana leading the way.
Look, he started really well earlier this morning, picked up 2 quick wickets, was proved to be the difference early in the morning for the Titans. I'm sorry, for the Titans, sorry. And he really bowled well, and then came back later on again, closed up the innings, and I was really happy how he came back. He did have a bit of a off session or off spells in the middle when he came back from his second spell, but really came back well towards the end and wrapped it up. Then you look at Jody Lawrence, was tight throughout the whole day, really bowled tidily throughout the whole day and picked up really good wickets, as well as Nabe. He bowled in partnership with Pongwana early on in the day as well, beautifully bowled, and also picked up 2 wickets. And then our senior citizen Dane Patterson, he bowled really well as well, unfortunately not to pick up a wicket once again. And then bowling from the Titans this afternoon hasn't been that great, though Junior Dalla has shown a bit of fight in the last couple of overs, bowling a good back of the length line and quite economical as well.
Yeah, Western Province 55 without loss, with Tony Dazorzi leading the way on 33. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Good day.
First ball back after the drinks break. Junior Dala continuing with his impressive spell from the head observer end. Just 4 runs from his first 3 overs. Dot ball to start his 4th. Going to Daniel Smith on 16. Oh, that's loose from Smith. Cutting it a wide one. It was good bounce from Dala.
You know, sometimes the drinks breaks do bring a bit of loose strokes. The lapse in concentration that drinks break. Sometimes batsmen don't really like those, especially towards the end of the day. They want to rather get through to the day with the momentum they have. But I get a sense something is coming here. Junior Dala has been stringing a few dot balls together, asking a few questions. I really believe that something is coming, and surely the Titans will really love a wicket here to grab a wicket just before the end of play.
Oh, again beaten outside the off stump. Smith. Junior Dala has found those little spots on this pitch where the inconsistent bounce lurks. Probably better than anyone so far today. He's played a lot of games here at SuperSport Park, so not too surprising.
I think it helps a lot that Junior Dala is hitting the deck really hard. And you spoke about earlier in the day that those cracks starting to open up a little bit, and maybe he's finding those cracks, and that invariable bounce is coming into play right now.
Turned around the corner by Smith for a single.
Tony Dezozi will want to be very focused here towards the end of play. Wouldn't want to give his wicket away. You want to get to the end of the day, a couple of minutes before the end of play. But he'll be focused, he'll be zoned in. He's batted really well this last session here. You'll want to get to the end of the day, not out.
Nicely played by Dezorzi. Lifting delivery, but very nicely controlled. Skillfully steered to deep backward point for 1. Junior Dala is actually in the top 5 all-time wicket takers for cricket here at SuperSport Park, 4-day series cricket that is. 39 wickets. And if he gets a 4-fer in this innings, he'll move into 3rd place above Rowan Richards and David Visser. Ahead of those to Marchant Delanga on 54 and Etienne Balati, 61 wickets. The leading 4-day wicket taker at SuperSport Park as the 13th over comes to an end, 57 without loss. Western Province, Dayan Khalim is going to continue from the West Lane end.
Khalim had a beautiful over just before the drinks break. He was looking to follow up on that right now. Bowled very similar lines. He found that back of the length delivery, the fuller length delivery, around about that 5th stump. Asked questions of Dezorzi. Hope he can do it again.
Oh, that swung in beautifully into the left-hander. Dezorzi watched it very carefully though. It was a nice push. But Neil Brunt fielding well that mid-off.
Khalim really finding some movement in the air towards the end of the day. Yeah. Really happy to see how he's come back, and he's finding a lot of movement in the air, and he must just keep bowling that line, and then something's got to give once again.
Yeah, and it's not as if it's a very humid atmosphere at the moment. It's quite cool, not much cloud around. Again, well watched. Smith has come a long way down from the non-striker's end. Sent back as Pretorius fields.
It's genuinely the best time to bowl right now. Not because maybe the pitch is really working well for the batsman, but usually the batsman maybe lose a little bit of concentration towards the end of the day, looking to really want to go back up to the dugout. So maybe that might be a thing for the batsman right now. You can even see with that indecision here with the core.
Khalim. Good start to this over by the all-rounder. Yeah, there are batters who say they love batting in the twilight against tired bowlers. They reckon there's some easy runs to be had. I guess that feeds into the whole debate about whether you want a night watchman or not, or should you, if you're the number 3 batter in this team, Eddie Moore, are you padded up if a wicket falls, or have you already asked Coach Saleh Knakadin for the night watchman? Hooked away by De Zorzi and put away for the maximum over the boundary by Tony De Zorzi. Khalim ruining what's been a good over so far by straying down leg and punished to the maximum by De Zorzi.
Tony De Zorzi moves to 40 or 50 balls there. He's batted really well this afternoon. He's batted at a rapid run rate. He's kept that up throughout the whole innings.
Yeah, you can see the class of the man. You can see why he's a Proteas Test opener.
Now look, he's grown really leaps and bounds over the seasons, and he's proven himself once again today that he is a real Protea.
It's been pretty clinical by De Zorzi so far. He's looked solid in defence. And we saw even with that delivery, it's a dot ball, but he was looking to score. You could sense trying to manipulate it for the one. You could see there didn't come off, but positive intent, solid defence, and whenever the loose ball has come, he's put it away really well. Six fours and a 6 now for Tony De Zorzi, so that's 30 out of the 40 runs he's made in boundaries. Into the over at 63 without loss.
Let's see that delivery once again. Quite tight on the off stump there.
Khalim going very wide as well and getting that big swing back into the left-hander. Junior Dala to continue 4 overs for just 6 runs.
Previously talking about the Proteas, this Western Province side is stacked with Proteas there. You look at Tony De Zorzi, you look at Beddingham, Verena and Linda. Quite experienced guys that have been in the Protea setup for some time now.
Yeah, and Mlana, the all-rounder who was the star with the ball today. He's just made his Proteas debut last month. Add him to the list. And Dane Patterson, who has been part of the test squad this summer as well. Titans have Neil Brunt, who was captaining South Africa this time last year in New Zealand. Keegan Peterson. Dewald Brevis and Dile Peklakwaya. Dayan Khalim bowling at the other end, made his Proteas debut this summer. And of course Junior Dala bowling now. Has played quite a few white ball internationals for South Africa.
He's really been in and out of that setup, Junior Dala. He's had a few good innings, few good games for the Proteas, but he hasn't really cemented a spot over the years. But he's a really, really good player.
Nicely punched away wide of mid-off by Smith. There's an easy one there.
Junior Dala carrying on from wherever he's left off. Still very economical, still asking questions. He would dearly love to pick up a wicket at this time of the day.
It's good stuff from Dala. He played 3 ODIs and 10 T20s for South Africa. And was part of the Pretorius ODI team as recently as last month, when they were missing quite a few players to do the SA20, and they played that triangular series in Pakistan. He's really settled into a good spell here, Junior Dala. Forcing Tony Dezorzi to treat him with a lot of respect. Oh, well bowled. Was there a bit of bat on there? I think I heard 2 noises, otherwise Dezorzi was in trouble. You could see Junior Dala started with the appeal, but then realised that Tony Dezorzi had just got a scratch on it to save him. Oh, it was the end of a very good over again by Junior Dala. Very nearly getting rewarded at the end of it.
Let's have a look at that there. Oh, that was very close there from Junior Dala. Very, very close. He's bowling really well. And you just have to just keep that up, stay consistent. Khalim coming in again. He'll be pushing as well. He'll be looking to be keeping it tight, bowling well, like he has been for the last couple of overs. I feel since his change ends, he's really looked like a different bowler.
And he seems to have settled on around the wicket to the left-hander. Occasionally still getting a little bit straight like that one, but he's got a mid-on and a square leg, forward square leg in place as protection. Two slips and a gully. So a man about 10 metres in from the deep backward point boundary. There's that late swing again from Khalim. So we just see Andile Petlequire warming up in the covers. He might well come on for a bit before stumps. Bowled really, really well in the One Day Cup qualifier, which the Titans lost down in Durban. Lovely drive by Daniel Smith. Again, a little bit on the full side from Dayan Khalim, and Smith just waited for the swing back into him, and the full face of the bat facing us behind the bowler's arm here as that pinged away to the boundary.
Andile Petlequire doesn't really pose too much pace, but he's a man that will definitely get it to talk a little bit. He'll get the ball to nip around, and he's very consistent with his line and length. Not too sure if maybe the fuller length that he's used to bowling will work on this pitch.
Almost a replay of the previous delivery, but Smith didn't quite get the middle of the bat to that one. Yeah, we saw in the Titans innings that the Western Province medium paces were pretty effective. Tiwikaya Nabe and Mlana Pongwana especially. So yes, I think Petlequire definitely worth a look at before stumps today.
And we've definitely seen quite a bit of movement here towards the end of the day, so maybe that might work for him. Smith's starting to really time the ball really well right now towards the end of the day. When he initially started, he struggled to time the ball. Now I see he's starting to pick the ball, starting to see it really well. And that's maybe some good signs for him.
been there for 40 deliveries. Has been a very good foil for Tony DeZorzi in this opening stand of 68, which has really made it Western Province's day. Short, hooked by Smith, didn't get all of it, just the single to fine leg. And that ends the Khalim over. 16 overs gone, 69 without loss.
See that shot again from Daniel Smith. Talking about him being a good foil, Tony DeZorzi did really help him in terms of the aggression he had initially, put the pressure away from him, because he really struggled to time the ball early on, and Tony DeZorzi was finding boundaries at regular occasions took a bit of the pressure away from him. So I think gave him a chance to take his time to get himself in, and for which now it's paying off pretty much. So it's a good sign of partnership.
Absolutely. Yes, Neil Brunt just in conversation with Junior Dala there. Neil Brunt, the Titans captain. We'll see what happens differently to the field here. Deep square leg is going out. There's a deep backward point as well. And, well, there's the change. There's a backward short leg in place, or a short square leg, if you like. And tucked just wide of him to his right. And a single for Smith.
Should be expecting some short stuff here from Junior Dala. I think there's one guy that he can definitely get it up on the badge. So I trust him that he will definitely be testing Tony DeZorzi on the short ball. And DeZorzi, I don't think he's a guy that will shy away from on that contest of playing that short ball. So it's an interesting watch here towards the end of the day with that short ball coming through from Junior Dala.
Punched again very nicely through the offside. DeZorzi is going to get another boundary. Lovely timing behind square on the offside.
Are they trying to maybe make him think about the short ball? Maybe it might be a double bluff. Maybe he's not really going to go for that short ball. Maybe he's just trying to put some mind games. Maybe trying to make him keep him on the back foot and then go for that fuller delivery. Might be the plan.
It was a little bit short. Didn't really get up though. And DeZorzi was able to get over the bounce very easily. Oh, that one keeps low again. See wicketkeeper Munsami sprawled on the ground, getting his body behind that one.
We've seen quite a few of those today. I think those definitely a common trend today. Let's see that once again. Really kept low, tight on that off stump.
How tight was it? How close? Oh, that's even closer. That's the closest so far from Junior Dala.
How would he have hated that Tony DeZorzi to be dismissed by the ball like that? You would have seen all of those during the day.
He deserves better. He's batted beautifully so far, DeZorzi. Cut away now through the covers. That's might not be a boundary as Beklakwaya gets across to cut it off. Just a couple for DeZorzi. Saw an umpire signal there, was it? It wasn't one short, was it? Umpire Mazizi Gampu.
And that's why I think that deep short leg might be a good position, because with that ball keeping low like that, staying on your back foot might be a danger ball when it keeps that low.
Dead right. Oh, beautifully bowled by Dala. He's beaten DeZorzi. All ends up with that delivery. And Junior Dala has certainly deserved that. It's been an excellent spell from him from the Henops River end.
Certainly, that was well deserved by Junior Dala. Let's have a look at that again. He's bowled really well this afternoon. What a well deserved wicket. Oh, beat him all ends up. What a delivery from Junior Dala. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers this afternoon for the Titans. I think if you can keep that up for the next couple of overs, might pick up another one. We know the trend here at SuperSport Park. Once you get another one, once you get one, you might get another one.
Yeah, he's beaten the set batsman who was really batting with great confidence, Tony DeZorzi, 46 or 58 deliveries. Beat him all ends up at the top of off stump. You can't ask for much more than that. Angled in from around the wicket and then just straightening. And a wonderful piece of bowling by Junior Dala as Eddie Moore is entering the field of play now to bat at number 3. So no night watchman required by Eddie Moore.
You'd asked the question. Must be a brave man going out there to bat to face Junior Dala with the momentum he has at the moment. And we had spoken about that initially, about that night watchman. As I said, it is a dangerous time to bat at this time of the day. It's moved quite a bit as well. So hopefully Junior Dala can pick up another wicket for his team.
As Kat Maloney joins me in commentary. Eddie Moore, just to pick up on Kamva Nyakani's last point there. He's a naturally confident sort of guy though, Eddie Moore. And I like it. He hasn't taken the soft option of sending in a night watchman. He reckons he might be able to get 10 or 15 runs here quickly before stumps. We've got 20 minutes at most left to play. The light is still pretty good, not bad.
Yeah, light's still pretty good. After the gloomy start, I don't think it can get any worse. Well, Ken, I was standing here to the right, waiting for my time to get on, and what a delivery by Junior Dala. It was an absolute jaffa.
It was indeed, and just interesting. It's the end of the over now, but I wanted to ask you what you made of the fielding change for Eddie Moore's first ball. Hopefully it will be repeated when he's next on strike to Dala. But that short square leg, who was in place as a catcher to DeZorzi, swapped over and was really at a very short point under the helmet to Eddie Moore for that one delivery.
We saw that similar field for the Titan batters as well, but it wasn't that close. It wasn't under the helmet, but we saw that little short backward point as well there for the opposing team. So it might be a bit of a plan. It might just feel that they're playing the one through point a little bit uppish.
I don't think it's for the shot through point, because he's not going to catch that. It's more for, I would think, a fend. I mean, he's basically a deep silly point. Very interesting position. Let's hope we see it again. And Andile Peklukwa is indeed coming on for a little stint from the West Lane end. 2 slips, gully, fine leg, the only fielder right on the boundary. There's a deep point about 10 metres off the fence, and it's going down to that fine leg fielder for 1 off the bat of Daniel Smith.
Just see everyone scurrying along as soon as they saw it was Junior Dala down there with the cannon coming in.
Fantastic arm Junior Dala's got. And the third left-hander in this Western Province batting lineup. The top 3 all left-handers, which I don't think will please Diane Khalim or Matthew Boast. They both struggled a bit against the left-handers. Andile Peklukwa, of course, very experienced. He shouldn't have too many problems.
Eddie Moore.
Junior Dala, of course, bowled superbly so far. 6 overs, 1 for 14. Yeah, that's nicely bowled by Peklukwa.
There's definitely a plan. I just wanted to say with Eddie Moore, you can see him coming over the wicket, where he was around the wicket to the said batter Smith. There's definitely a bit of a ploy here. They might know something about Eddie Michael Moore that we haven't seen from Grey High School.
In the Eastern Cape, began his career with Eastern Province. And also, in fact, one of the Proteas that we left off the list because he played in that series in New Zealand where Neil Brandt was captain.
So that might be the change in plans. Might just be that Neil Brandt picked up something in the nets on that tour and said, hold on, think I've got your number. Very watchful. Eddie Moore. Those very compact players. Likes playing the ball underneath his eyes. A pretty decent time with the white ball format. Comes off 2 half centuries.
And he's off the mark now with a little push to mid-wicket.
He scored a 88 against the Warriors in Gqeberha. Then also against this surprise of the season, the Gold Rush Boland team, scored a 51 against them in the last 2 outings he's had. So comes off a little bit of form. Would like to copy that and paste onto this 4-day format.
Cut away with a flick of the wrist by Daniel Smith. Lovely timing on that again. And he's got another boundary. Takes him to 25 now. 29, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just a little flick. No real foot movement. Was short, it was wide, and was punished by Daniel Smith.
End of the over. So, Gert, you mentioned the Titans feeling they had plans against Eddie Moore. The statistics suggest not very good plans, as it turns out, because Eddie Moore scored 1,203 runs against the Titans in 4-day cricket in 13 matches. Averages 52 against the Titans, 400s in 25 innings. High score 151. So I dare say Eddie Moore feels he's got the measure of the Titans bowling.
Hey, experience doesn't mean wisdom. Could be one of those cases where you have a lot of plans, but the execution isn't quite there. Like the great Hannibal would say, the plans does not come together.
I was going to ask if it was Hannibal Lecter or Hannibal of the Alps or wherever it was, but
the A-team.
You mean the A-team? Yes. Yeah. It clicked on a bit late there. Matthew Boast returns to the attack. 4 overs for 25 so far from the other end. Ooh, he got that right up a bit.
He's cranked that up a tad. Last time I was here, he also was bowling there from that Hennips River end, and he really cranks up the pace. It's almost like he's a bit more comfortable running downhill. It's almost like he's loosened up.
Oh, he's been fielding for probably 45 minutes without bowling. Good start to his second spell though.
Eddie Moore still stretching up. He's still feeling the effects of fielding. He had a couple of yards he covered. A lot of boundary riding. Luandre Pretorius in his 100 kept him quite busy.
Kept everyone busy, Luandre Pretorius. Wow, that's That's a good bouncer from Matthew Boast. Big, strong lad. And yeah, that was beautifully directed as well. Eddie Moore had to have his wits about him to stay out of the way of that one.
And credit to the batter. Lovely technique. Getting behind it and then taking the head out of the way. Dropping the hands.
Wasn't that short either. Again, we're on the hop a bit. This is a very good comeback so far by Matthew Boast. He was a bit loose with the new ball, bowling from the West Lane end. I think he overpitched a bit, to be honest. 4 overs for 25. But he's found that good back of a leg now in this spell and is producing a bit of late fire.
Yeah, how would the Mentor Multiply Titans would love one more wicket to go into the break with. 82 for 2 just sounds a lot better than 82 for 1. Daniel Smith looking good at the moment. Then also Edward Moore has had the number of the Titan bowlers, as you mentioned, averaging over 50 against them.
Now, Gert, things are going well in this over. Why is Matthew Boast changing to around the wicket?
I think he might feel he's got that ball that Junior Dala bowled. Might just have that in him.
Well, it was a decent delivery first up from around the wicket, to be fair.
I'm a bit surprised that they took Junior Dala off immediately after the wicket. Maybe kept him on for another over or so. Maybe changing ends with him.
That might be a good call, although Petlaka's only bowled 1 over, but Junior Dala's famously very fit. And I don't think 6 overs is too much for him, as we see a silly point has come in very close to Eddie Moore. Misdirected though by Boast. Ends the over, 82 for 1 after 19.
Yeah, it's a very confident Luandre Pretorius that's got it in under the helmet. It's normally the place that you have your youngsters operating from. New men in the side. Well batted, young man. You just won yourself a spot right under the batter's nose.
It does frustrate me a bit, that attitude that it's just automatically the most junior guy in the side. I'd prefer to see someone earmarked who's got the talent, and a desire to field there, and they can work on their skills. And I remember an England tour of South Africa, probably 8 to 10 years ago now, when catches at short leg were actually a major factor in the result of the series. South Africa missed a few. England took some dazzling ones. James Taylor was under the helmet, almost like a specialist short leg for England, and truly took some brilliant catches that were vital ones as well.
Yeah, but again, there's just one comment that I feel is that we just need to spend some time on, because anyone who prefers standing there, his psych evaluation needs to come under serious scrutiny, because then that's not normal. Just because you're good at it doesn't mean you want to do it.
I suppose it's a bit like being brilliant at washing dishes. No one wants to have that on their CV, really.
Yeah, it's not something you admit to on a date.
Always,
when you're oohing someone, say, yeah, you must see me wash dishes.
always try and have one plate or clip just slip from the grasp every now and then when you're washing the dishes.
But Quire's not really finding his radar, as we see the match official just handing the light meter to the umpire.
Zed and Damani, the match referee, doubling up as third umpire. Hope he gets paid double. I doubt it though. nicely driven by Daniel Smith. Too wide from Pretorius. And although Smith had to reach for it, he controlled it very nicely. Played it quite late. And he's going a lot nicely. 33 not out now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of answering the question on light. Might just be with Matthew Bose persisting with the back of the lines, back of the length stuff at the batter. It might just be the bit of concern that they have.
Five fours now for Daniel Smith. 6 fours, I mean. Your pardon, and he's 33. And thought of a 7th there, but picked out cover. Only one man in the covers. There's the skipper Neil Brunt is at mid-off. And there's a deep backward point just in from the boundary. 2 slips and a gully. And 3 men on the leg side. Big side it goes. Has he got a tickle? Yes, he has. Umpire Harris has given Eddie Moore, or at least Daniel Smith, out. And you can see the batter's very disappointed to have just got a little scratch on that one. And a massive breakthrough for the Titans just before stumps. Both openers are out now.
I'm not sure he actually got something on it. It was a strangle down leg side. It almost looks like it flicked his pocket as it went through. You can see the reaction from the batter. He wasn't happy whatsoever.
Well, it could be disappointment that he's strangled down the leg side. I think it's going to be just about impossible for us to tell from those replays. The reaction of the fielders was instantaneous. But Daniel Smith still looking back. Well,
Now the
not going to
umpires.
change the umpire's decision, no matter how dolefully you look at him.
Yeah, he's not happy. Now the umpire's got the light meter out. That normally happens when a wicket falls.
That is undoubtedly one of the worst things. That's up there with run out at the non-striker's end without facing the ball when you get out and the next ball off they come for bad light.
David Bedingham comes in. Seen at number 4. Interesting to see what the umpire says. Neil Brandt was right there as well, trying to get a glimpse of the meter. It is getting darker quickly, but it is that time of the year in South Africa where it does get gloomier the closer to 6 we get. It's another 5 minutes to 6.
I was praising Eddie Moore for coming in and not a night watchman, but I think there might be an argument now for the night watchman coming in because David Bedingham is obviously such a key player in this Western Province lineup, and with only less than 5 minutes left now, he doesn't really have anything to gain by coming out to bat. Tonight, the Titans have much to gain if they can end up just snaffling another wicket in these dying moments before stumps. It will make the whole day a lot more equal.
Yeah, as we see Junior Dala, Ndwandwa, getting the ball.
I can only imagine the umpires have said no more pace bowling with the light such as it is.
It'll be interesting to see after this over if Neil Brand actually has a bit of a go. He's a very tall left armer. And see him just having a bit of a chat there to Ndwandwa.
They should be able to fit 2 overs of spinning and 3 overs, unless they really don't want to, then they'll stretch this over out easily.
It actually looks like they are stretching a little bit. You actually got the keeper walking up now as well, having a conference there with Ndwandwa and Neil Brandt.
More than likely asking what the dinner plans are tonight.
Once you're in that huddle saying, is the umpire looking? Is the umpire looking? looks like the umpires are getting back together again. The lights has dropped dramatically, and then Ndwandwe, with all the planning, has to wait till tomorrow.
And the unspeakable has happened to poor old Daniel Smith. Out. There's been a lengthy delay in between the next ball being bowled, and they haven't managed to bowl another ball before the umpires have taken them off. Poor old Daniel Smith. Oh goodness, he'll be doubly upset now. Shango down the leg side. That's disappointing enough. If he feels he didn't hit it, that's even more terrible. And now he's out one ball before bad luck. So I thought so with Daniel Smith, but it's been an intriguing day's play here at SuperSport Park. Western Province closed on 86 for 2. A wonderful start by the two openers. Tony Dezorzi looked in great nick, really classy batting from him, 46 or 59 balls, as he and Smith put on 76 for the first wicket, and then 3 overs later, and in fact the last real act of this day's play, Daniel Smith caught down the leg side off Andile Petlequire for 33, and you see the Titans innings there, and Kat Maloney, just your impressions of this day's play and the individual heroes of it.
Well, both teams have had their heroes. First off, it was Bongwana who started off getting Neil Brandt early on, and then they had a little bit of a collapse where you got Brevis out there, and then also Munsami and Pretorius got together. We said that it's going to be a crucial partnership for the Momentum Multiply Titans, and it turned out to be as such, because they scored 94 runs together, and Rivaldo Munsami gave his wicket away, a little bit of a chip shot to Jody Lawrence at 45, but the hero of the day has got to be Luandre Pretorius. Second 100 in his second match, played a masterful innings, and he batted right up till the 8th wicket with a lot of partners, just no one really sticking with him, and his 103 came off 157 deliveries. And as I mentioned, Mhlali Mpongwana, brilliant bowling, 4 for 24 in 11.3 overs. Jody Lawrence also his 3 wickets for 49. But it was a very quick reply, Ken, from the World Sports Betting Western Province.
Yeah, 20 overs and going at more than 40 the over, 86 for 2. But the Titans will be really pleased that they managed to get both openers out before stumps. Junior Dala, the best of the Titans bowlers, 6 overs, 1 for 14. You see there, and Andile Petlequire, a little bit fortunate to get a wicket with a leg side delivery, 1 for 10 in 2 overs. But this game is nicely balanced as we head into the second day. It's a public holiday tomorrow, for those who don't know. So if you can't come to SuperSport Park and enjoy the wonderful atmosphere on the banks here and some quality cricketers, lots of Proteas involved in this match, then do join us on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel or Pitch Vision again from just before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for live coverage of day 2 of this CSA 4-day series match. Big thank you to our Pitch Vision crew for their stellar work today, and from me, Ken Borland, and from Kate Maloney, and from Kamva Inyakana, it's a very good night.